I don't mean And we are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 122, where Trump, the past week, Trump threw the whole world into chaos. And yeah, and and for those that already understood what is happening, basically it's the beginning of a new world order. So some economists already sound up what could be the possible United States plans under Donald Trump. Then yeah, definitely we are entering a new era, and this brings a lot of volatility to the market, which is intended by the United States. So we will discuss more. I don't want to put ideas in your head first. You guys can discuss and chit chat about this as we start the open mic, and I will probably do a separate video on it. I haven't done any video regarding the tariff, the reciprocal tariff yet, so look forward to it, or you can don't look forward to it because some people always say that no, you're not economist, no, don't care what you think. Yeah, so be it. So let's I'm gonna drop the link to join. So as usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platform on DPA YouTube channel, DPA Open Mic YouTube channel, DPA Open Mic Rumble channel, DPA Twitch, DPA Twitter, and DPA Telegram. So, but of course, as usual, most people will be on the YouTube, and with a smaller community over at Rumble. So let me drop the copy and paste the link to join, and then we can start. So the link to join, I have dropped it into Rumble, and I have pinned it, and I've dropped it into YouTube live chat as well. I've pinned it, and over on Twitch, which hardly anyone watches there. Very few people watches there. Like one or two per session. So yeah. So the link have been pinned. So I will also drop it into the open mic speaker lounges for the convenience of the regulars as well, just in case. And yeah. Okay, so all done. Then if no one's coming up yet, I'm gonna go on the monologue. So this is not just a normal tariff by Donald Trump. This is actually a resetting of the rules. So we have this World Trade Order, this the neoliberal World Trade Order that we have already know for like many years since Reagan Nixon era, where they have the basically the detachment of US dollar from the gold, and then now is a totally new world. Hi Ruslan, long time no see.
Yes, hello. How are you?
Good, busy, stressed, sleepy.
Yeah,
How's life?
good. We got snowed on April 4th. We still have snow on April. Look.
Nice. Nice.
Ah,
So
yeah.
what do you think of the latest drama the past week?
About Trump unveiling world. What's it called? Liberation Day?
Yeah, Liberation Day, reciprocal tax.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, I don't even know what to say. Is he bluffing? Is he serious? I don't know. I still have to get the data. Maybe some countries will be scared, will be intimidated by it. By other countries, will just brush it off. It's a non-bugger.
So how about Canada situation? What do you think? Canada and United States. You haven't came on since all this crazy shit with Canada and United States.
Yeah, I'm in Canada right now, and so it's. I mean, it seems people are uncertain of the situation. Small businesses are definitely affected. Like right now, as winter is over, landscaping business, which I used to be a part of, it's uncertain. I, how are you going to get the materials? How are you going to sell the materials? It's just uncertain, and that translates to job uncertainty as well. It's just uncertain. We don't know what's going to happen.
So, so I heard a lot from Canada. So there is basically two main faction. The population is split into two. On one side, they totally given up on Canada government, and they think that it's a good thing to join United States. The other side is like become even more nationalistic, and they have went on to boycott United States products and
Yeah, I can see that happening. I can see that happening. Uh, but from my experience, I'm not Canadian. I just live here. The Canadians are very proud people. They wouldn't just join. I mean, you have the Quebecans. The Quebecans wanted to separate from Canada in 1990s. They almost did it. So you still have some division here in Canada. But becoming 51st state of USA, it's like, that's just going too low.
so. Do, are you a citizen now in Canada?
No, I'm not.
Oh, so you're working immigrant there.
Yeah, no, I'm just starting. I'm a student doing PhD.
Ah, oh, okay. Do you mind sharing in what subject?
What's that?
What's the discipline of the PhD? Can you share?
Computer science. I'm the one making those drones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
I
that's cool.
shared with you with anonymous names. We were working on those drones in Ukraine in 20, was it 20, since 2012,
Oh,
working on a concept of swarm drones, how to attack a tank or anything using multiple drones. And yeah, it's terrible.
so any success yet? No,
Huh?
in terms of like like if you have a swarm drone is controlled by one operator.
You can have them controlled semi autonomous. You can have them controlled by a person. You can have them completely autonomous. You just assign them targets, and there you go. You know, this concept is not new. It was used in Second World War, World War II. You know that there's this.
The drone tank, right? The German drone tank, the suicide tank.
Yes, that was called
I forgot the name as
Goliath.
well. Ah,
Goliath.
Goliath, correct.
Yeah. So the thing is, the Russian T-34s. There's this misconception that in order to destroy a Tiger, you need 4 Sherman tanks or 4 T-34s. No, it's not exactly. You just need a good crew. Good crew can destroy any tank. With the oldest tank possible. But that led me to this project where, if you look at the cost of M1 Abrams, how much is it? Is it 4 million, 10 million, whatever the number is? You can make much more drones with that amount of money than one tank.
Yeah, it's around
So
4 to 10 million.
yeah,
Yeah, I agree. Because
yeah,
that's what I was thinking about as well. I felt like the development of drones might really change the warfare a lot, because like it makes it really impossible to feel very heavy equipments.
Yeah, and now the problem is we need to counteract those drones, and it's not with the cop cages, it's with force field. I mean, this is becoming sci-fi. Force field and an energy drone that disables the electronics of the drones before they come with its contact. You know the Russian. Yeah, got it.
So is that what like the like what's it called,
EMP.
EMP? Is it like a limited EMP around the tank?
Yes, it's like that. It's like limited EMP. They have this. The Russians have this for whenever they move their intercontinental ballistic missiles, like Topol and RS-24, I believe. They have a vehicle that has this EMP dome. So when they come across mines, everything electronic, it gets detonated.
But it also affects your own electronics, right?
What's that?
So it should also affect your own electronic in your vehicle, right?
Also on electronics.
Yeah, including the one inside the vehicle.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. But at least it's a shield. So the drones, you can switch it on and off if it affects your own electronics. You switch it on when you're about to fire. You switch it off.
Hi, Nunya.
Oh,
Nunya kan.
hey, sorry, I was on mute. Hey guys, what's going on?
Good.
What's the topic of conversation today, gentlemen?
Oh, so I was asking Ruslan, because Ruslan is in Canada, so I was asking about what he thinks about the Canadian US situation. And then I asked him, because then he said he's studying PhD, so I asked him what subject he's studying. So he say computer science. Then he said that he was working on drones, relating to Ukraine war as well. Then swarm drones. That's where we got into talking about swarm drones, energy shields, and EMPs.
Right on.
Yeah, the EMPs and the energy shields will take a couple of years before they come. But there is already one that is used.
I just googled. Looks like if your vehicle is turned off, and then there's an EMP strike, your vehicle will be safe from the EMP. So anything that's not on will be alright. But I'm not sure about computer. Will it fry the computer? The EMP effects.
EMP fries all electronics. EMP fries all electronics.
Yeah, it affects computers even if it's turned off.
Once a month.
So that means any vehicles that actually have to carry EMP shields would have to be like very low tech, right? You cannot have electronics inside.
You remember this movie by not Nicolas Cage, the guy who, it's called the War of the Worlds. Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
When the aliens came and they fried all vehicles, all electronic vehicles were fried. It's just the diesel and gas vehicles that were able to move. And that is the nature of the future warfare. All electronics will be fried.
Well, thank God we have Tom Cruise on our side.
Yeah. He runs really good.
Yeah.
But in that movie, he did nothing. He just ran around with the children, and then eventually the aliens just get killed by microorganisms. They caught COVID-19 and died. So
Yeah.
so no, Tom Cruise did nothing.
Yeah.
But that was a terrible ending, man. That movie. That was so
I must,
anticlimactic. I was like,
I must
oh,
yeah.
they just start dying and shattered. They just start to flake and
I,
die
I,
and oh my god.
I think the directors were tired. They're like, okay, how do we wrap this up? They're
Yeah,
like,
they make the
okay.
enemy too strong. They made the enemy so strong they don't know how to kill it. Hi FCS, long time no see too. Wow, so many. No, Roslan also long time no see. So
Yeah, I was on the 100 podcast though, open mic.
yes, 122 already. It's 22 weeks past. 22
Yeah.
weeks is a long time. FCS, do you enjoy the last week, the past week?
Have a
FCS.
nice day.
Oh, oh, FCS, he dropped. Nunya, how do you enjoy the last week? Do you get are you surprised by the what it means by reciprocal?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, we kind of seen this playbook from Trump before. This is what I said to you guys before he even got elected. We know exactly how he's going to govern because, we had 4 years of his prior presidency to go by. So, no, I'm not really surprised at all. I think the tariffs will be a huge mess for the, American consumers. And like I said several weeks back, I think this is all just a structured bankruptcy at this point. So they're trying to drive the economy into recession because they need to drive it into recession, right? They need low rates, and they need a weak dollar. So, and they've got neither right now. So that's what they're trying to do is just destroy the economy. And they seem to be doing a good job of it. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, Nunya, it seems like it's a self-sabotage.
Yeah.
It's a self-sabotage. It doesn't make sense on all parameters.
Well, here's the thing. The model doesn't work, and the model hasn't worked for decades. So you could make the argument at least Trump is trying something different. Now, whether that different is going to be successful, I have my doubts, but the status quo wasn't working either, right? So I think that's where we're at.
I think it's a
Right?
bit similar
Like-
to like
Go
you
ahead.
want to
Ryan.
renovate, right? You want to rebuild a new house. You have to knock it down first. So it feels like he's knocking everything down and really restructure and reorganizing everything, from scratch. Like I feel like it's more like he's changing the rules. So there is a rule, that everybody talk about. There's a global trading rules and regulations. He's changing all the rules right now. So the only way to change all the rules is to break it all down. And
Yeah.
then he set up new rules. Like, so instead of free trade with United States, you get everything free. And now you have to pay a 10% tax at minimum. And then you have to open up your market freely.
Yeah, I think that's the plan too. But the only difference is I don't think the American economy, and particularly the American consumer, like this whole idea of, quote, weaponizing, the American consumer. I'm not seeing where American consumers are buying a whole lot these days. So I kind of think that the whole logic is probably several decades outdated. So I think it'll end up a lot worse for them than they think because like the world can find other markets and China has proved that. So yeah, like I said, I don't think it'll work out well for them. And I think they're going to end up backtracking at some point sooner than later.
I think so too. I think so too. Like Trump has made this gargantuan claim, and that's how he operates. He just goes for the high, and then you meet in the middle.
Yeah.
Since he was a businessman.
And the thing about it is, though, like people don't want to play that game anymore. They don't want to be bullied. They won't be bullied. And that's why you saw China do what they did. Like it was an immediate reciprocal, 34% or whatever it was,
And the
China doesn't
Chinese,
care anymore.
the thing about Chinese is that they are silent. They don't announce on public what we are going to do. They just do it.
Yeah.
They don't have to advertise themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I
you
think
know,
just
I
different because US is the leader, so they have to announce, no, to give people a heads up. China is one of the gangs that is following the system, and the system works really well for China right
I
now.
don't see
So
America being the leader anymore, Wyatt, and I don't think they've been
Yeah,
a leader for several years now. I think
they,
China's
they,
the leader now, and the world sees that.
I believe the United States was probably the sole superpower in the 1990s after the collapse of Soviet Union. They were there. They could do anything they want. But now you have rising powers or recent powers. You have China, you have India, you have Russia, you have other countries like um, possibly Brazil, Iran. It's no longer unipolar world. It's multipolar world, and this
Right.
is what the United States maybe they don't want to accept, but it's a reality. It's a multipolar world. It's no longer one decision for all.
So,
Yeah,
super chat. There's a super sticker from Johari, and JN. Long live the DPA empire. Trump, Putin, Wyatt, triumvirate is the thing. I actually not sure what's that word. I've never seen that word before.
Triumvirate.
Triumvirate. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
I
not
think
at
it
that
came
level.
from the Romans, the Roman triumvirate. It's like a
I'm not at that level. You know,
It's
if I'm
basically
at that level,
triumph.
we won't be talking here. I'll be so busy running no massive countries. Bunker Housing say what's up? Dideros also is the interest, and Johari said people keep talking about free trade, but yet they charge tariff to the US. How does that work? So basically, I understand this by that's exactly how it's supposed to work. So United States basically sponsors the whole world's free trade, and now Donald Trump said that it's no more.
that's what Trump claims, but yes.
Yeah, and because in return US get the reserve currency, so it's not like it's lose. It's just that it's already reached a point where I think United States cannot sustain it anymore. It's beyond what they can sustain. So no, it's time for a new game. It's basically they are ending the game right now. You know, it's like a new game. So this is the game. The game is done. So let's
you
start
know,
the new game with new rules.
you know
Well,
what? Yeah, there is one video a long time ago, 2010 maybe. It's called Zeitgeist, and I don't buy too much into it, but there are some elements of it that caught my attention. They were talking about the money making mechanism, and that money making mechanism was based on borrowing. United States economy is based on borrowing and borrowing. Everyone is in debt in the United States right now. Like you call anyone, they have debt, and that's how they survive. But you cannot sustain debt for a long time, and that's why when there's too much debt, what happens next is you break down the curtain. You either go into war or you do some other things. Maybe what Trump is trying to do, but United States is in debt right now.
you
Too
know,
much debt.
my take is this: when it comes to dealing with the U.S., how long is this going to last? It's possible the next president will come and scrap everything again, back to zero. So these policies, these rash decision-making systems, they always screw things up. One president will come and sign some agreement and sign some other things. Next thing you look, the new president come over and undo everything. So if I believe if they really sustain this, if they survive this initial disruptions, in the long run, I think it pays off. But how long can it hold until the next president comes in and scrap it? Well, America, you never know.
they've already plateaued 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago. The economy is not sustainable. It's what I like to say. It's the cry of a dying animal. This is what Trump is doing. Cry of a dying animal.
US is tougher than that. It's tougher than that animal.
And they're also trying to isolate all of these dying industries as well, right? So, the big three automakers, for example, the plan is to create Fortress North America. That's what they're calling it, whereby, Canada, Mexico, and the US all are in lockstep with each other with our tariffs on China to shut China out of various markets, including vehicles. Now, what a stupid idea, because the big three automakers and the European automakers, I'll lump them in as well, they're just not innovating, right? Nobody wants their shit anymore, right? Nobody wants some internal combustion engine vehicle. The EVs that they do have, they're not up to spec with the Chinese competition. So therefore, we're in a situation right now where people just aren't buying cars. They're not buying EVs. They're not buying internal combustion engines. And if they are buying any sort of vehicle, chances are they're not from the big three. They got real problems with inventories here. You've got dealers who still have 2023 models on their lots, and the 2025 or hell, the 2026 models are coming out in several months. So, it's a huge inventory problem, huge issues with these guys, because like I said, they're just not innovating. And the solution is isolate the market, which I think is a dumb plan too.
Yeah, you know what? If you're in construction, we use bobcats here, mostly bobcats, and replacement. In order to get replacement from the dealer, it takes months. Whereas you can have a couple of weeks, order the same replacement from China, and it works. Of course, it will break at some point, but it works. I don't know, the industry is not catching up to the demand right now. If they switch to silicon only, it's not catching up. They need to give it more years before it catches up to the demands of the American citizens. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, concerning this whole innovations, as Nonia mentioned earlier, for the past 6 around the West African region, only I think 2 countries where I sell Chevrolet and a Ford dealership. But majority of the dealership were European cars and Chinese. There's BYD. Almost every other country has a BYD or some China making model dealership. And the funny thing about these cars is the price is very decent, and the amenities, the things in those cars, the thing they do for the price. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna have to do 2 things. Either you do what they're doing for the same price, or you just let the Chinese sell their cars in peace and quiet. Because
to your point, that's why, I know that Musk is getting a lot of negative press, and Tesla is getting a lot of negative press, and they're talking about, oh, well, this is the Elon Musk factor. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but it was a problem way before the election. Tesla sales were in the shitter before, because they're just, like I said, they're just not innovative. Compared to the BYD, as FCF said, the BYD cars are packed with all sorts of tech. They're really nice looking, and for the price, it's a winning formula. You look at Tesla, you'll have to take out a second mortgage just to afford it. For what?
Then you have to wait months to get your Tesla, or years.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing that'll soon not be a problem.
BYD is the best selling car right now in Singapore.
Oh, easy by far.
Yeah.
Yeah, around the
it's-
world, right? Except for North
Yeah,
America
because it's really
and
really
Europe.
pretty. And
I said I took a ride in one of the SUVs. I felt I was 10 years ahead in technology. I'm not joking. It felt completely different compared to all the other cars I've driven in these states.
do you know
Well,
BYD have
remember,
a HUD? You know have a HUD? They basically have the fighter jet HUD. So it basically projects your
Yeah, yeah,
speed, everything onto
the
the
HUD,
window,
yes.
and only the driver can see. Basically,
Yes.
there's a HUD, fighter
And-
jet
and
well,
HUD.
funny thing
remember the CEO of Ford last year? This is the CEO of Ford. He got a BYD car, and he loved it. And he said this in the press. He was like, "No, it's fantastic. I don't want to give it up." Like, this is the CEO of Ford singing the praises of BYD. And when I saw that, I was just like, "Okay, game over.
Okay.
Game over."
I wonder why. So we can dig a little deeper into why. Why is the West, like Europe, United States, lagging so much, in terms of innovation, and I think this is something really to think about. Like, not
Well,
just of course
couple-
China have this consolidation of technologies, right? Because they're building everything, right? But no, I think there's something more to that. So
I think it's a couple reasons. Number one, Western hubris. Like, we haven't been forced to innovate for a long time, so we just haven't. But more importantly, it comes down to education. And when you've got China pumping out 1 million plus engineers every year, we just cannot compete because we have turned our educational system into a farce. And now we've got, like, people, if you do go to university, thank God Ruslan is doing something important. Like, I was, when I heard he was doing his PhD in Canada, I was like, oh Christ, he's doing like zombie studies or something. So good for you, man. No, we've completely screwed up our education system in the West. And we've got all these social sciences that mean nothing. And all these fake careers, like in diversity and shit. So no, it's an own goal. Like, this is a multi-decade problem.
And Munya, you're also from Canada, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, right now, if you go to a class, it's mostly foreigners. You have the biggest percent of students that supervising. They are Indians, and then you have a small portion of Chinese here and there. And that's it. The Canadians are not in engineering anymore. They're not in computer science. It's like
Nobody. We're all in diversity. That's what we did. We were told to be diverse, so that's what we're doing.
How many genders
Like,
one
and
person can have.
that's actually why we need to import people like yourself into the country to study the hard sciences, because we're all so stupid here now. We could never do what you're doing. Quite frankly, that's straight up. Like, we just can't.
About a decade and few years back, when I came to school in the States, right? And same thing. What I studied back then was the majority of my classmates were all foreigners, just like I was. And then fast forward, this is a decade and many years later, it's still the same way. And most of the cities, the friends I know from here, and the thing you would do right now, Rustling, to go to school, the dirty job, the construction, the this and that, just to go to school and do it. Most people from there will not do it. They want to go to school comfortably and also live comfortably. I had 2 part-time jobs and some valet jobs when I was in school, because I couldn't do a full-time job schedule. So I had 2 part-time jobs between my school, and on the spare times, a friend of mine had a valet company. I do valet. But most Americans and most Canadians I know that are from there, they think that'd be too excessive, that'd be too much. And they don't see the full, the end goal and end potential. And I keep saying this, not as a diss to them or anything, but this is why most of them just give up on foreign educations and just focus on getting this, turning that job and just stick to that and just move on. And eventually it crumbles, because if you can barely survive, you have children, you can barely provide for them, so it just crumbles down before you know it. the fabric is completely disconnected, completely ripped, and now no one can follow education in the family because no one can afford it. No one have the core foundations from youth because everyone's so busy trying to survive. You can have the same issue we have in Africa. People are so busy to survive, they could care less about getting a degree in engineering. So
And you know what? It's expensive. I did my bachelor's right now in University of Ottawa. Class semester is 28,000 Canadian dollars per semester for international students. Who can afford that?
Ouch.
Who
that's a
can
lot.
afford
You can afford that. You can afford that. But
that?
you're muted.
It's like
I said, holy shit. When I did my undergrad, and I know that this is a long time ago, we're looking at 30 years ago, like at this point, but my tuition back then for a semester was like $800.
Ah, 800.
Yeah. So like if
800
I'm
to
hearing
25,000.
28 grand, that's insane. Yeah.
What
For
kind
a
of
semester.
inflation is that? What kind of
Well,
inflation is
no,
that?
Rosner,
Oh my
I
god,
think-
I
I
need
think
my
Rosner-
calculator to even count.
I think Rosner making some mistakes. That would
no,
be the most.
I believe him.
times.
I believe him. Like I
no,
believe
no,
that
no.
it's gone up that much.
3,100% inflation.
You can go to Universities of Ottawa website and check for tuition fees for the fall. Fall is usually more expensive. I don't know which one is more expensive. It's 28,000. I started there in 2008. It was 8,000, and every time it kept climbing and climbing, and now it's 28,000.
You
I
need
mean,
to study faster. You need to study faster.
For
You need to cram
semester?
all 4 years into 1 year. You know, you
it's a
cannot waste time.
semester, not a year. It's a semester.
Yeah. You need to study way faster because every time every year you drag, you're gonna pay more. Oh my
Holy
god.
It's definitely a motivator to finish on time.
And then
Yeah.
when you finish, it's just a piece of paper, you know. It's
And-
actually literally a piece of paper.
Yeah,
Man,
If you
I
don't
got a
have
bunch of them.
connections, if you
They're
don't have
sitting in my
anything,
closet collecting dust.
And I think it's worse because you not even if you graduate, even with engineering degree, you might not be able to find a job because all
Yeah,
the jobs are already outsourced into China and other countries. And I
Yeah,
think that
yeah.
is the big problem, right? I think because you everything is outsourced, then even you have the skill, you learn, be a technician or electrician or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
like those high tech stuff. You don't have the companies to join, and maybe if there is some of the companies, but it's only the handful. So maybe the top few, the top people in your class can get a job. in that
Yes,
field,
yes.
and the rest will like nothing to do. They cannot
And-
find a job.
Yeah,
Well, and that's the other thing.
Mm.
Another thing too that I want to highlight is it used to be, and I'm talking like 25 years ago or whatever. You would get a lot of people from the Chinas or the Indias of the world who would emigrate to Canada and work in various companies, and they had solid computer skills or whatever that we needed. We're not seeing that immigration anymore because who in the hell, like if you're Chinese, for example, you're getting those jobs in China now.
yeah.
Right? So you're not leaving. Why would you? Like, why would you? You'd want to stay in your own country, if you can get a well-paying job there. And the worm has turned now to the point where a lot of these countries, people in countries such as China and India, like they're looking at us like we're aliens. Like they have no interest in coming here. You have no, like, for me to hire people, and I hire a lot of people, right? And what I can tell you is you're seeing a whole lot less like people from foreign countries. And more importantly, you're seeing a lot more people from China, for example, move back home. Like I've had several people over the last several years, people, Chinese, dual citizens or whatever, say, nah, I'm moving to China.
And
Right?
and
And I never saw that 25 years ago, but you see it a lot now.
you know what,
So-
Nuna? When I was doing my bachelor's, I was flabbergasted by the Saudis. The Saudis come here with a lot of money. Their pocket money is enough to buy a BMW here in Canada. That's just the pocket money.
What the
And
fuck?
they live in hotels. Like you're asking, okay, so where do you live? Oh, I live in that apartment. In that apartment, he shows a high-rise hotel, and that's where they live. What happens? They finish their bachelor's, they go back home. They don't stay here.
Right.
They just have the oil money, come study, return. They have their job already aligned there.
So super chat, Madeline said, I did my undergrad in biochemistry at Magdalen. It was free because I gained a scholarship. My PhD was free. It was in UK. Now it's very different. No scholarship for African students anymore.
Yeah. They remove scholarships in Sweden. When my sister went to Sweden, she studied for free because at the time, if you learn the Swedish language, you study for free. They removed that. You don't have any more scholarship for yeah.
I also noticed that there's also all these little sweet deals for certain things that doesn't apply to the local people. Like when I was in school back in the day, I had a scholarship for being a left-handed. I had a scholarship for being a refugee, or scholarship for all these other things they listed. None of which most people here wasn't going to qualify for. And I'm like, okay, so I don't know. So I know it's a limited group, it's a limited bracket of people that qualify for it, so I can see where they say they can afford it, but I don't see many scholarships in this country that really go towards locals from here that they can benefit from. Most of the scholarship criteria always apply to outsiders coming in.
The other thing about scholarships right now, they're already rigged. I have an example. For example, in Tanzania, we had a Commonwealth scholarship. And there is one dude that got the Commonwealth scholarship twice. It's not supposed to happen. How did he get it? Because he has connections within the party, within the government, and it's just becoming corruption. So if you have a dude from a village, no, he's not gonna get it because he doesn't have the network
connection. Yeah. And also to your point, Rosalind, most of the people that left my country, Liberia, on this government scholarship, majority, I'll say about 99% do not return back. After graduations, they stays in the country where they want to study. Majority do not go back. They stays in the countries they went to school.
And that's why they call it the brain drain, right? As soon as somebody gets the opportunity, we had cases in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, when they had these exchange programs. They would go to Britain or Norway, and then they just tear their passports and they declare to be refugees. They don't want to return back.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so, for China, as I said earlier, the Chinese and the Indians return back, so now they don't have the need to come back, and now they have all the brains. But back in the 90s, as Noni will probably attest to it, there was a bunch of Chinese here learning the things we're learning today, but they all went back home and multiply their knowledge. Now today, they are basically kicking ass when it comes to technology.
Yeah.
So I go back to as well their educational system. I can't imagine it being as hopelessly retarded as we have it in the West now. Like I just can't. I can't imagine a university in China offering like an undergrad degree in medieval studies or something like that, right? Like I just don't think that would happen. I could be wrong, but I don't know.
There was a class on magic potions in University of Ottawa. I'm like, are we in Hogwarts right now? It's like, what is this course? Why are you offering this? The history of magic potions.
I just came from Liberia. Almost all the schools have this gender studies added to the
in Liberia.
Yeah. And
that's crazy. What kind of gender study is that?
And they barely have basic network IT classes. I have to hire foreigners for my IT department.
Yeah, yeah. You
I
know
can't.
what problem we have in Africa? We don't have the equipment. We don't have like we can teach students computer science, engineering. We just don't have that. Like we don't
Rustling,
even have the simple breadboards.
rustling.
Yeah.
When it comes to IT,
Mm.
the equipment is there today. When it comes to this other high scale engineering, I understand. But when it comes to IT, information technology, I was
Yeah.
able to set up a lab for my company where I train people that I'm hiring. If
Mm.
I can set up a lab of my own budget, the
Mm.
universities can afford a full functioning IT lab to train people on the basic network softwares and hardware engineering. It
Mm.
doesn't take much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all the resources is online. Everything is online. No,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
exactly, exactly.
What
Not,
I
not,
studied when I was
not,
in school, my bachelor's in networking, what I studied in school today is useless. Everything I
yeah,
studied 15 years ago is all
yeah, it's
antique.
over.
So everything I know today, I have to relearn. I have to keep going. So
exactly,
Same
exactly.
things. That's what happened to me as well when I was in school. No, like because I'm in games design, so then we need to make a game. Then end up we have to do a flash game. So you need coding, right? You need to do this auto scripting. Then we just look at the tutorials online and we try to figure out how to code it ourselves. No, the teachers do not know how to code because it's too new. The technology is too new for the teachers. The teachers just throw us the project and say, you do it. No, you look at
Yeah,
the tutorials and do it. And we make the games that even the teachers cannot make. So
okay.
you can't do it yourself. It's not impossible. And anyway, super chat. Uti said, education, the financialization of the economy, the rent seeking is the formula destroying the West. I agree. We papered it with immigration, but that is coming to an end as the West grows poor.
Yep.
I totally agree.
you know what? Yeah, to your point, I um I saw this. The thing you learned yesterday by today is outdated. The world is moving so fast that you learn something, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, you have to relearn it. This is
Yep.
how the world is right
You,
now. And so whatever you learned about the education, that education, the curriculum itself is outdated. It's many years back. It's just there to give students assignments to make them preoccupied. And when the
Yeah.
professor is having this um, roadblock, will give that question to the students to try and see if the students can solve it, because he cannot solve it or she cannot solve it. They do it. Okay,
uh,
solve it.
I have a very funny incident. Right? A niece of mine went to school, and she
Mm,
had a computer at a university level. And I'm one of at that university name is AMEU in Liberia. Their computer science test they took. She had
mm,
the question correct. The professor fed her, and she showed me. She said, "Hey, uncle, I want you to check this thing out." When I checked it, I said, "No, you're correct." But yeah, I said, "No, I've been in school for so long. Let me second guess. Let me second." I sent to a friend of mine, like, "Yo, what's the correct answer?" He said, "The one that was marked wrong is the correct answer." I sent to three other people just to make sure. And when she went back and told the professor, he said he's not going to change it. That is the answer, and that's why he's taking time. Like, oh, okay. And to this day, sometimes like maybe I'm wrong, maybe things have changed, but
mm.
no, they have not changed. The answer is still no. It was just that's how ridiculous some of the school systems are these days.
And I think partly that's the danger of the professors of today. Like it's not like the professors of old. No, not like the 50 years ago professor where
Man,
we all see like God, right? That like they're so smart. And today's professor, often do not change. They are not really at the peak. Like they will just die outside if they actually go to the industrial world.
You,
Like we are no longer
yeah,
having this really smart professors. And sometimes we see it, when on Twitter, because now
mm.
they have Twitter, right? Now they see what the kind of shit that they talk about. It's like,
God have
oh my god,
mercy.
they cannot believe his PhD, freaking hell.
You know what? Yeah, right now academia is all about publishing. All professors, there's a saying, publish or perish. All professors are just working on publishing. It's
Yeah,
like
it's a
if
paper
your
game now,
name
right?
is there, yeah. If your name is there, yeah, you made it. And the professors that I see right now, they're not the old school professors that I faced before. Even in New Ottawa, we had the professors from Eastern Europe, very passionate. They were older generation, but they will teach you something you will remember for the rest of your life.
Yes.
But right now, it's different. It's like, okay, do this assignment, do this, do that.
Well, I think these educational institutions, like they've all been corporatized themselves now, and they're part of the deep state now, in a very big way. So, like that academic freedom and everything that you were just talking about, not
Mhm.
only academic freedom, but just the ability to protest and everything, that's all being shut down now,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
you,
Because so we got big problems here in the West, because if you can't protest on a university campus, I don't know where you could protest, but they're shutting that down now, and that just shows that the university establishment themselves, they're part of the problem, and they're part of the, like I said, the deep state now,
Yeah,
and
and that's why education is so shitty. So
yeah, Nonia, to your point, yeah. In Texas, right before the Palestinian war break out, the Texas governor passed this law because there was this ban against student protesting against the Second Amendment and all these things. The governor was in favor of this bill. He signed publicly, oh, protests will be allowed. You have the right to expressions and First Amendment. The moment the war started, the same person that was saying, oh, the university grounds are clear for protesting was the same person sending out the Texas sheriffs and other things because protest is not allowed on school ground. They're disrupting services. I'm like, the hypocrisy is going to destroy this country. You don't believe me? Just look it up. Like 3 months
That's great.
before the
But it's
war
an
breaks
American
out.
thing, They're always like
Yeah,
this. So
3 months before
in
the war
Singapore,
breaks out, the governor, his wheelchair was publicly signing this bill. Oh no, we can no longer restrict freedom of expressions on campuses. And 3 months later,
so
no,
so
you can't do it. Yeah.
so this toxic humanities thing was trying to invade into Singapore. So we had this new university many years ago, quite a few years ago. Is from Yale University. So Singapore invited Yale University to set up a new university in Singapore together with if the National University of Singapore (NUS). So it is called Yale NUS or NUS Yale. So it's a new university. So the curriculum is created by Yale and the students study there, and we just close it. Like this past few years, we just close it because it's just because I think from the government standpoint, it looks like they are creating useless students. Like the students there are very combative. They are very activist-ish because Yale is famous for this kind of activist thinking. Like challenge the norm, challenge the conservative, and we just shut it down. It's like that's it, no more. No,
can I
it's useless to us, to have all these activists,
I just thought of
And
something. I used to work for an educational publisher years ago, like 20 years ago now. But when I worked for them, we used to categorize our business. I shit you not. We used to call it, like, the how we'd segment the business would be between what we'd call hard side and soft side. That was the industry lingo at the time, probably still is. And basically, your hard side, that's your sciences and your math, and your soft side, that's your kind of humanities, like I said, your underwater match lighting or whatever, right? So the industry, like within the industry, that's how we classified it. And that's what we thought of the humanities. We called it hard side versus soft side.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
super chat.
I mean,
So
I mean,
Madeline said in the
I
UK from 1988, they introduced student loans and the standard went down and continued to go down. Last years of teaching many students, she thought she would consider infant school standard in mathematics. I wouldn't be surprised because for the UK wise, the O levels, they reach the level where they have to create a totally different O-level system. So O-level is a secondary school graduation exam, which many of the international countries also, like Singapore, we use as well. They have a different standard, different paper for the UK students than the Singapore students.
Yeah,
So,
I went through O level as well. I went through O level, Tanzania, O level and A level, GCSE, and we did
GSE.
all the. Those were tough exams, I mean, I could from GCSE. I was university level year 2. This is how powerful our education system was. I could compete with year 2 university at the time. I'm
To
very
the school
grateful
system.
for that.
To the school system, if you believe 1 + 1 is 4, you're correct, because it would be hard to offend you to tell you you're no. So 1 + 1 is 4. You're correct, Timmy. Go ahead. That's the correct answer. So with that system,
go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, with our school system, you really cannot get any engineers out of Timmy. You have to get or social worker or humanities studies. But what is humanities studies?
Well,
don't you know
I just want.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out as well, it's not just within our university system, it's pervasive well throughout grade school as well. Like our educational system is terrible, really terrible. Nobody gets failed, it seems. Like kids can't fail anymore. They don't understand that.
I can second that. I can second that. We are not allowed to fail. Like you do everything you can within your limits to make a student pass.
Yeah, and I just don't get that. Like when I was a kid, lots of kids failed. Like if you didn't know the curriculum and you couldn't pass the tests, you would have to repeat the year. Like, and I knew lots of people who failed. Right?
I
don't get it.
But in the 6th grade,
who do you know that failed tertiary education nowadays?
I met a guy in the 6th grade. He's been there for 3 years. He can't go past the 6th grade. He eventually just gave up. Yes. When we were going to school, I met him.
I have never heard a single person actually failing university or tertiary, like diploma. No, no one fails. They either drop out or they.
I just think of my own kids. Like they just put all the kids through, and that's the policy, right? That the idea of failing a kid in the school systems these days, I don't think it exists. I could be wrong, but not where I am.
Anyone miss OTAS ship during ONA levels? I think OTAS is like the shading of the circle around thing, right? It's been so long for me. Oh my god,
I remember those.
25 years ago, freaking hell, for me. So no.
I was always paranoid. I never knew if I had the right pencil, and I never knew if that would affect things. So it's like, it's got to be an HB2, whatever that meant, right?
Yeah, and when you have extra time, you make sure you circle you should shade the whole circle fully, just in case it doesn't register your answer. You don't know how the technology works. Hi, Vaughn.
Hey, I was gonna say, like FCS was talking about, people being passed and graduated. A few years ago, we had a girl that came in, and she was a single mom. She had 4 kids. I think she was like 22 or 23, and we were gonna try and hire her to be an engraver. So you've got to be able to take measurements and read a ruler and stuff. And she couldn't read a ruler. I mean, not for the life of her. She couldn't read a ruler. And it's fucked up because basically someone graduated this girl with no skills. She's a single mom, so since it's a public school, and that's what they're doing in these public school here in Kentucky, in this particular county. They not only fuck the mom, they pretty much probably fuck the kids too, because their mom has no real skills, is never probably going to advance or get anything where she can maybe take care of herself better or them better, give them some opportunities. And since that's probably their only role model, they're fucked. I mean, it's fucked up, the kind of shit that goes on here in the States with different school districts and stuff. I mean, it's horrible what they do to people. That whole family's fucked because some teacher thought they were doing her a favor to graduate her.
Just
This
one
is
quick
the
clarification. What kind of ruler is that? Like, is it like the cm and the inch ruler?
Oh,
Or
it's got the inches, it's got the centimeters, it's got both measurements, and
It's the
I
basic
know
ruler.
yeah,
what
so
rule
either
of your question.
American or European measurements were on. I mean, I'm just saying it's like, and it may not seem like I can see, a
It's
lot
the
of people
primary
don't think
school
that's a
thing,
big,
right?
yeah.
It's like,
And think about when you learn to write, print, and all that. You used to have the measured paper, and
Yes, yes.
so, you know what I mean. It's like basic shit like that. And
No,
someone thought they were doing her a favor and graduated her, and they
Nanya,
pretty much doomed her whole family and her kids probably to a fucking miserable life because of that.
Nanya, this ruler, my mom used to work with it before the logbooks. She's from the Soviet, and they had to do all the calculations from the ruler. It's just a small ruler, and it slides. It has a slider there,
Slide
and they
rule.
can slide rule. It has the calculation just like the logbook. They can do all the arithmetics there. It's like the abacus, but in a ruler. Right now, before I left Canada and now I'm back, they're allowing to use kids calculators, and I think well, it's good for convenience, but it's not developing their brain. We had to memorize timetables up to 14 times 14, and now you just punch in numbers and you get the result.
so, Super Chat, the dropout rate in universities in UK can be up to 18%. The standard of people coming in is so poor, A levels used to sort out the wheat from the chaff. So, yeah. Gareth,
Yes, thank you. Well, the US education system is famously terrible. I mean, they perform much worse than European counterparts and even in some underdeveloped parts of Europe. So, yeah, it's not surprising. What can you say? It's a shithole country.
Hey, watch that now.
Hey, I do have a question. I mean, my understanding is, I mean, it might be different in the UK because it's not on the continent of Europe, but I mean, don't most kids over there pick up at least an extra language just out of habit or circumstance plus school? You know what I mean? The whole language plus the fact that they're so congested there and close, it makes sense if you live, Spanish and German or French and German or, Polish and German or, I mean, that's the kind of things, I mean, little things like that don't seem like a big deal maybe in Europe, but, those kids obviously are going to have advantages because, they've learned 2 languages, maybe more, just because of the neighborhood they're in. Whereas here, I mean,
generally not because of the neighborhood, but it's widely available in schools. And it is more common, but even when Britain had all its travel rights with Europe, the British used them the least of all European people. So not that many Brits actually go traveling.
so is Europe having the same education problem? Gareth, do you have any idea? No, like, is it getting worse, education standard-wise?
Well, of course, in the UK, we've had a long period of austerity, so there are definitely a lot of problems, and teachers were underpaid before that. Personally, know teachers who spent a lot of their own money providing materials to children, like paper and books and pencils and things like that. So it's definitely underfunded, but that's the general trend of the developed world over the last few decades has been to choke off public spending and let the infrastructure rot.
I can add to that. I had experience in Sweden from 2017 to 2019 doing my second master's at Chalmers, and those boys and girls were tough. Like, I already had masters, and I was going there, and those kids were strong, very strong. I don't know about now how it's going, but as far as Sweden is concerned, they're quite strong. They know what they're doing.
Because Scandinavia has one of the best education system and best education results. They are the one of the world top, and they have a totally very different. Like for the teachers in Scandinavia is actually seen as a very high level job. Like it's people look up to the teachers. It's not like in some other countries, teachers is like just another job. It's a different culture over there. So. I wouldn't be surprised if they still have a high standard, but of course, they might be stretched if there's a lot of immigrants and there's a lot more students to teach, but that might affect the standard a little bit, I guess.
I think in Finland, is it Finland? One of those Scandinavian countries has the best teachers, and they have a different approach to teaching. They allow kids to play PlayStation or
That's
Xbox.
Finland.
In school, they have naps, they have everything. They don't give homeworks, and the students are successful. It's not like it's a different approach from here. And to become a teacher there, you have to go through a lot of hoops and holes. It's not that easy.
All those damn wokies being nice to their children. How scandalous.
Well, I don't see Finland lighting the world on fire, though, in terms of innovation or anything. So, I guess how do we define what good education is?
Oh, well, they have for several years in a row rated as the happiest country in the world. So you can, have lots of criticisms, but people seem to like it.
No.
I
would like to push back on the.
It could be happy and stupid. Right?
Yeah, I would like to back on the happy. On the happy, it's considered happy, but people are depressed there. When you actually live among them, a lot of people are depressed there. The winters
That's a northern thing, though. That's a northern thing. As somebody who grew up in the north, like I can tell you, being isolated and cold all the time around snow. It can get to you.
Yeah.
That's why if you go up north, you'll find swimming pools everywhere, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Like you can have a little town. Like town I grew up in was like 200 people, and 2,000. Sorry, 2,000 people. But we had like this full swimming pool complex. Why? Because that's the only thing to do there. And if you go to Norway, you go to Iceland, you go to Sweden, it's all the same. You'll find just swimming pools everywhere.
And the saunas also.
Yeah, that's more of a Finnish thing, but yes, that too.
Yeah. So maybe the bar, the gauge of what is happy is a bit different, no? Maybe a little bit happy, they're considered like very happy, That for us is like that's not happy enough.
Yeah. Even in the student complexes, we had suicides happening because the students are like overstretched. No, I'm not going to talk about this on this chat, but it's not as happy as you think. The happiness index needs to be reviewed.
Maybe they need to do the test like in like a psychological test quiz. They have a story and then you see how you decide the divisions, and then something that is more neutral rather than are you happy? If you ask are you happy, they're gonna say yes, because they have never known happiness. You know what I mean? It's like if you ask a slave what is happiness, happiness is eating a bread. But eating a bread is not happy to us, Lambo.
Yeah, I just popping in for 50 minutes because guess again, Ryan, Saturday I'm going out, drinking some good Belgian beers. But I just want to intervene with a bit for what Nunya said before about the automotive industry. The biggest problem is not United States and Europe; it's actually only United States. They are not innovative. They are doing shit. They are staying in the 70s, having big blocks, small blocks, V8, and doing that stuff because they're going to sell it to the American people that like to drive it. Tesla is the only one that is really doing something. No, they've been finished because Musk, stupid, but electric vehicle, Tesla, good, as innovative, change a lot of things. The biggest problem is, and that's why I'm happy that Trump is going to put tariffs, is China. China is destroying Europe, is destroying the United States, because why? They can make cheap stuff. And that is something I need to stop, because you need to be selfish with yourself as the leader of a country. You need to make that your country is running goods. They're selling own products also. Now China, a few years, is busy invading Europe, is busy invading United States with brands like Byte, B-I-D, and that's very bad. And
Bad for who?
United States need to resolve a lot of problems also. If you just look at the trucking industry, so the big trucks, the cargo trucks that transport your goods from A to B, they are literally stuck in the 70s. You need to look on YouTube, find a guy named Bruce Wilson. He's for the moment, for 1 year, ambassador of the Swedish brand Scania. He is the first one to have a brand new Scania R770 as a demo truck, because you are not allowed as an American to buy new European trucks. Don't ask me why, but there's something like that. So in the United States, you only have the big brands like Kenwood, Peterbilt, Freightliner that are ruling the country, and they're actually doing nothing technologically. The guy is now in the United States, the brand new Scania, a 2025 version, and you can see it giving some American truck drivers test drives. They are all bluffed. I can bet you, if one day the United States is just stupid enough to allow all the European truck brands to come to the United States and sell their trucks to the United States, all the other truck manufacturers from the United States are going to go directly bankrupt, because they're not going to sell all their stuff that's still stuck in the 70s. The biggest problem is the United States itself. But as a president like Trump, I think he knows that there's some problems like with China. So if you put tariffs on a country like China, even Europe, you're going to force your citizens to buy your own goods. Make America great again. Just buy your own shit. And it's good for the economy of your country. Innovation, innovative, no, not at all. They are making, I'm going to say, in the car industry, the United States is building crap. They're going to make very, very good hot rods or dragster cars, but they are not going to make Formula One-ish cars like we have in Europe. Don't forget, Europe is #1 in supercars. Like my name said, it's a Lambo, you have Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes. They all make fucking crazy good cars. The United States not. So the industry of the United States, to compete with the rest of the world, need to put their hands together and make something that is good for exports, and not being eaten up like countries or China, or going up compared to the United States. They are like at the same level like Europe for the moment. I'm not going to say for quality, but I don't believe that shit. But Europe, United States, is too expensive to produce something. You have the cheap labor of China. You even buy it as in Mexico, because Mexico is cheap to produce cars. So there is a problem, and the thing is China. China, everything that they import to us in the countries, and Europe and United States, are also destroying our economics industry. Why? Because we just can't compete with the Chinese. So what is putting back countries like China? It's needed. But don't say to me that Europe is nothing great. Only to blame is the United States industry itself. They are not innovating. Maybe with an iPhone or something like that, and Tesla is doing good stuff, but not in the normal car and truck business, not in the construction business, in the mechanical business. They'll do shit. But yeah, that is my. Just want to intervene.
Can I interject very quickly about China? We know that the war.
Gareth raised her finger. Gareth had his finger up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Gareth.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to say that much of what is complained of there, Europe is still doing to the third world or the developing world, preventing or retarding its economic development and trying to keep it as a supplier of raw materials to be worked up in the developed West and consumers of the manufactured products. That's also what Europe did to the American colonies. So it's, that's the way of the world in these trade situations. So, and also worth remembering that Mali has 860 gold mines and produces around 50 tons of gold, but it has no gold reserves. While France has gold reserves and no gold mines. Funny how that happens.
Because France extracts from Mali, Burkina Faso, all Western African countries. That's why Burkina Faso chased the French away, and it is so bizarre. They were selling uranium at 92 cents on a dollar, and finally they kicked them out. And I don't know if Mali completely kicked them out, but yeah, they were exploiting. The French were taking the resources.
It's not just the resources. It's not just the direct operation of plants and minerals and extractions and so forth. It's also the trade treaties. Which, for example, some of the structural adjustment programs that were, this isn't actually trade treaties, so I'll get onto that in a second. Some of the structural adjustment programs that were introduced by the IMF prevented these countries from, for example, spending more than $10 a head per year on their healthcare system. So applying this principle that, the government should do as little as possible and the private sector should fill the gap. And that on top of the maintaining the trade treaties, which effectively the US won't sell development hardware, the kind of things like tractors and heavy industry that a developing country needs. China does sell that stuff, and that's one of the primary reasons that there's been such an adoption of Chinese trade, which I think will, of course, accelerate now that.
Kenya and Tanzania, Chinese have their roots there right now.
So super chat, Madeline said, Ferrari are not good cars. My 456M spends most of its time in the garage. My Maserati 3200, you have to wear glove driving or you get sticky fingers because the control melts. And actually, I heard of this before as well. The supercars.
You need to buy Lamborghini, Madeline. You need to buy Lamborghini, not a Ferrari. I have a bull. I have not a Ferrari on my car.
Lamborghini.
It's partially owned by the Volkswagen Group. So you have German tech, and for the moment, Lamborghini is more and more independent, like in their own technology and the development. But they have big help from the Volkswagen Group, so from Audi. All German stuff is very good. And
Lamborghini costs $1 million in Singapore.
Drama.
Can I
Lamborghini is $1 million in Singapore, so it'll never happen for me. I drive a new Beetle.
Yeah, I would like to throw it in there that German tech is overrated.
Yeah.
Completely.
I'm not sure.
It's good on paper, but in practice, it's unsustainable. We've seen it in World War II. We've seen how T-34 defeated the Panzers, the Tigers.
Yeah, but it's because you cannot produce more. It's a stupid way to compare something. That is not correct. You do not need to do something, technology. They were overtech, yes. The Panzers were overtech. But if you look now to a Mercedes-Benz, an E-Class or an X-Class, it's high-tech as fuck. It's modern as fuck. It's reliable as fuck. I am a fan of Japanese cars. I'm driving a Subaru, so it's also reliable as fuck and all that shit. But German brands like Mercedes, Volkswagen, Audi, they are very good. They are very good. But they're more reliable than South Korean ones.
Very common. You have a breakdown. You take it to a mechanic. It's a nightmare. How
depending where you're living, but if you have a European brand and you're driving your car in a European country, you have not that problem like you're going to have. We have never problems. I know a lot of supercar owners. Like in my city, we have, I think, as one of the cities with the most Porsches driving in the world, and nobody's complaining about the quality of Porsche. Porsche is very reliable.
You see. Be careful. The police is coming after you.
No, it's an ambulance. I'm driving an ambulance, so people getting drunk or dying for something is normal here. But it's just like European manufacturers are very good and you're very high tech, you're very modern. The only bullshit that you have here in the world is the electric vehicle. I don't see something that's going to continue to exist much longer. I am more pro-hybrid if you want to be a little bit green. But Volkswagen developed 20 years ago a car that drove on diesel 1 liter for 100 kilometers. That's not the problem. We were a high tech and diesel, and now they cut everything off because the EV is more important. It's just a fucking big joke. EV is also more new.
I understand EV is a hype right now, but I'm always playing the devil's advocate. EV, where does that energy come from? If they're burning coal in order to create electricity for EV, that's a zero-sum game. I mean,
yes, obviously, but that doesn't mean that this isn't the correct solution in its right place. I mean, it would be pointless to produce all the electrical power and then not have a car to use it in.
I personally still prefer gas car, like petrol cars, because I'm afraid that if I ever get into an accident, at least I know my car 99% of the time it will not burn up and destroy and I lose everything. I can still repair it. EVs, no, the battery, once it's gone, the whole car is gone. There's no more car left. That's the scary thing about EVs, to me.
I mean, EVs are okay, but they're still at a young age. I still don't know where the energy is coming from. Whether is it a hype or is it a reality? I don't know. And I'm always every time when there is new technology, you give it a couple of years for it to stabilize and you understand, okay, this is real, this is not real. EV, no, I'm old school. I like my gas and diesel.
If I may, about European cars, Lambo, you're not updating information. German cars lately are really bad. They're really bad. Audis.
You know why?
6, 7.
If you drive like a Mercedes A-Class,
I know why.
With Renault engine.
No. You know why? You just complain. You're just glorifying European cars, and now you're saying, you know why? So you knew they're bad, but you were still glorifying them? Come on, man. Come on. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You stop bullshit. No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Peace, people, peace.
Okay, so German cars lately are not that great as they used to be before 2000. All until 2000, yes, you can say it. They were really good quality and all of it. Well, it used to be. That was before 2000. But then around 2005, a new round of cars came with so many problems. It was a lot of this environmental demand to set a regulation, to repair them, to fix the exhaust and everything. And the new technology to manage all that, it actually gave a lot of problems. And then electronics that controls everything. So you can say the European cars, first 5 years, yeah, they're great, they're expensive and use a little fuel. less fuel. But after 5 years, don't buy them anymore.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
5-year-old used car, don't buy them. They're crap.
The
Yeah.
biggest
cannot
problem
be
you had at that time, I need to
electronics.
speak correct about the engine. You need to
Electronics.
speak correct
It's
about the engine,
electronics. It's
Jure.
electronics.
You need to, yeah,
It's
but you need to
electronics
speak
that are
correct
bad.
about. You need to speak correct about the engines. We're speaking about diesels. Why? Europe suddenly started with very hard regulations about the exhaust and all that bullshit of diesel cars. So you need to have a particular filter. You need to drive it at blue. So all these manufacturers need to very fast develop a new engine. And of course, you're going to have big problems. That's not the fault of the manufacturers themselves. It's the fault about Europe and all the bullshit eco regulations that they put to their throats. So yes, beginning of the 2000s had a lot of problems. But all these problems are getting resolved. Good, I'm going to leave you guys. I need to drive in another garage. So bye bye. Have a good open mic and like, share, and subscribe, guys. Bye bye. You can speak on that on the chat during the future. No problem.
Well, I just wanted to throw in a comment. What Lambo's talking about, and Euro's talking about, they're talking about internal combustion engines, right? So we can argue about the quality of European internal combustion engines all day long, which is fine. But I guess I go back to my point. That market is dying, and it's dying rapidly. And, if you look at the European car makers, for example, all their profits are the last several years have been coming from China, right? Because it's the Chinese market that's buying up cars. It's not the European market anymore, right? It's not North American market anymore. So their profit center is China, and they're still focused on products that the Chinese are increasingly not wanting, because the Chinese have moved like almost entirely to EVs. I read a stat like 90 something percent of EV sales now or if car sales are EVs in China. So they've pretty much given up on the combustion engine market. So what's the benefit of having the best horse and buggy in this day and age? You know what I mean? And so, I think that the car markets in North America and Europe are quickly going to become irrelevant. And that's what they're trying to do now with this Fortress North America. And I'm sure that there's going to be in a same attempt to Fortress Europe, whereby the various governments try to insulate their car markets at the expense of cheaper, better Chinese EVs. That's where we're heading to. So, we're going to have several years of having more expensive, crappier products in the West until eventually saner heads prevail. That's what I think will happen.
All right, Nunya, can I jump in very quickly? So we're now going back to the military. EVs are the worst enemy you can have, because we talked about EMP pulses earlier in this chat. And if they're doing EVs, that makes it even easier to destroy them. And I'm going to make a non-popular opinion, is that the war in Ukraine is just a mini war. Most of the Russian contingency is closer to China. China is what the Russian is afraid of, not NATO. Not NATO. They have built their army around on the border, because they know China is the silent dragon, is a dragon that doesn't speak but act. And so when you have all these things going on with Trump and other places, China is building, and the Russians are afraid, because the Chinese will want to take Siberia back again. Siberia is not. Yeah, Siberia is. Yeah. And so if you have
Why would the
EV,
Chinese? That's a stupid proposition because the Russian wants to sell them everything from Siberia. Why would they attack Siberia and take it for themselves? That's weird proposition,
no,
man.
no, 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 no.
Russians. It's American thinking that you have to own a land in order to get its resources.
No, no, no.
It's American philosophy. It's not Chinese. Why would China? Why would China fight for something that can cheaply buy? It's stupid idea.
The Chinese tried it. The Chinese tried to get into the Russian territory, and this was the first time the Russians used their Grad. You know, the Grad system, which is outdated right now. This is the first time they used it because of overpopulation. They need more land, and they see, oh, Siberia is there. Siberia is a cookie, not just for Chinese,
Wow. Did
but
you go to
for
European
Americans as well.
Did you go to European schools? Where is the China's population? All along the coast. China's population is all along the coast. It's not going up north.
No,
Mongolia is empty. Mongolia is empty. Why would they go to Siberia? It's a weird proposition.
No,
Mongolia is empty.
Weird.
If they need place for the population, they can go to Mongolia. Why would they go to Siberia? It's much colder. Wow, it's weird what you're saying.
It's weird until it becomes real. It's weird until it becomes. It's.
Yeah, but I guess Euro's point, and I agree with him. Like, there's no evidence to suggest that this will ever become real. I think it's a lot of fantasy talk in the West, but I've never seen any evidence that China's looking to invade Siberia.
Well, you have to look into it. Yeah, I'll end here. I'll end here. You have to look into it. I'll end here.
Okay.
Fair enough. I just like to say I'm not aware of anybody actually intending to build military EVs. There's a bunch of problems with that. We've already mentioned their tendency to burst into flame. And also, it's just much more logistically more difficult to ship around batteries than a fluid that you can shunt into different tanks and all of that stuff. They've already got well set up systems for it. So I don't think we're likely to see military vehicles. And indeed, there is a whole bunch of applications for which electric will never be appropriate, and we will continue to use the internal combustion. But for that reason, it's a good idea if there's much of the fleet that's doing ordinary domestic duties in the developed world can be converted to electric, then that would be a good thing, precisely so that we can still continue to use them where we need them.
You have like a recent the studies about how the new technologies, new energies, or sources of energy are applied into it. Well, let's say the use of the electric from hydropower, did it reduce its use? Use of energy from coal. It actually, with use of oil, it expanded use of coal for energy, even though you had a new one, right? So with the use of new electric vehicles, you will expand the use of oil.
Exactly.
Okay, because now it opens up more opportunities on how to use it, right? Because
surely it is surprising that such a high proportion of Chinese vehicles are electric. That doesn't seem to be happening. That they're driving a new generation.
Cars. No, I'm not saying oil use for cars. I'm saying general use for something else.
To reduce the dependency on petrol, because let's say let's say they go into a general conflict. Let's say trade war reach a point where it become a bit hot, where there's some kind of blockade or whatnot, or United States successfully able to get everyone to not sell oil to China. then China will be in deep shit because everybody is driving petrol cars. So having electric cars, there's a good way for China to get around it. So they reduce the dependency on petrol, which is why they go all into EVs, because it helps them to relieve the pressure for the need for petrol. Then because everything else can be usable from, you can generate electricity from nuclear, gas, you can from solar, hydro. So they can still let the population be happy. The population happy, things are easier. Once the people is unhappy because there's no petrol price become too high, then everybody will be angry. Then they're going to have an internal problem. Whereas the biggest enemy for China is always internal. Because if you look historically in China, there is the saying is that the biggest enemy is always internal, which is why you also see during World War II, the two sides, all the different factions, all the warlords are always fighting each other, despite Japan is invading. No one give a damn about the Japanese, because China always view internal enemy is more dangerous than outside enemies.
Yeah, the Russians did that too in 2014. They fought each other despite the Germans invading. It was the Red Army and the White Army. But speaking as a hacker, I'm not hacking anymore. These EVs can be really hacked. You can hack the entire Chinese EVs. You can hack any EVs at the moment.
It's not the EV part that makes them hackable, though. It's all the electronics.
Yeah,
brother, you can hack any vehicle.
if everything is electronic, you can hack it, and that's a recipe for disaster.
Okay, is that really like a real risk? Like I hear these kind of arguments, and even if they could hack a car, are we going to see mass, hacking of people's cars as they're driving down the street? I'd highly doubt it.
Yes,
I think this is
it's possible right now. There is a technology to hack all cars,
right.
all cars,
But
all EVs.
Honestly, I'm more worried about the nuclear power plant blowing up or something. I think that's more likely than massive hacking of Chinese cars.
ICE cars are connected to central networking just as EVs. It doesn't matter which car.
Sure.
The ICE cars can be hacked just as easily as the remotely. So, yeah.
Which cars? ICE cars?
Yeah, internal combustion.
Internal combustion engine.
Because they have electronics. You just have to get rid of electronics.
Oh yeah, same with EVs. Just networking. It's a networking that you need to get rid of it. And ICE cars are the same networking.
Right.
Well,
that's why I'm driving a 14-year-old car.
Yeah,
no one can kill me off. In the accident, it's like, oh my god, why got into the accident? But actually, it's the car drive itself into the wall. Yeah.
Let's say for argument's sake, they did hack it, right? What do I care? What the Chinese government take my data? I'm much more concerned about my own government than I am the Chinese government. Right? Let them hack it. It's great. Silly.
Super chat. Did Ruslan take stamp? ICE vehicle will be around for the next 100 years. EV can be blocked from hacking. Google EMP hardening for electronics before talking place. EMP hardening. Yeah. So, that's Madeline's super
but
chat.
EMP hardening.
Okay.
Not the same as hacking.
Wait. Project raised his finger for a long time. Wait. Let Project talk.
No, I just wanted to say that you guys worry about hacking, about does it have LGBT lights in vehicle inside, ambient or shit. The real problem are those fucking batteries. I'm now speaking as a firefighter. I'm speaking as a firefighter. We firefighters right now don't have any means to extinguish when battery caught on fire. And first thing, we don't have even parking spots, because when the battery gets ignited, it launches It's not fire. It's like well, like putting plus and minus together. You know, it's like welding. That sort of fire. That sort of
Yeah,
intensity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
So we
superheater.
don't have infrastructure. We can't extinguish that fire. We don't have parking spots because when one EV catches fire, it makes
Oh.
it's like plasma. Is it like
Yes,
plasma
it's
fire?
plasma, correct?
yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
So my client, because I got another business. My client is one of the biggest fire extinguisher producer in Singapore. He told me the same thing. Singapore civil defense have no way to deal with this, but we have no choice because the world is moving. So we have to okay, we're going to accept and grow the EV population. But the thing is, actually, our fire department have zero ways to actually deal with this kind of fire. Like once the fire starts, that's it. The whole car is gone. There's no way you can save the car. Like there is fire extinguisher for battery fire extinguisher, but you need such a big tube for a power bank. you can only and the power bank is gone. Once it's burned, it's half gone. You
But
basically
even
just
when-
control.
Even when regular car caught on fire, you need to take the battery off so you could continue.
If not, the fire will never stop, right? Because
Yeah, I mean, there is no way to disconnect battery on EV.
holy shit, then I cannot buy hybrid in the future. That is the same problem. It will be the same problem.
Brother, if you buy it, I won't extinguish it. It gets on
I,
fire.
I think they went too fast on hybrid without knowing the consequences. I know as human species, eventually we have to harvest the sun directly. We have to get energy from the sun, but right now they just went too quickly and the consequences are there, and there's always going to be a pushback. There's always going to be a pushback on this new technology. People are not
Who is
so accepting of new technology
they?
until it proves itself.
Yeah, old people will push back. Young people won't. So you can push back, keep
That's
pushing
true.
back against new generation that are not existing, but they will not worry about
You don't have a
fake
choice.
news.
Because this is how
Yeah.
There was
competition works.
pushback against
Because China
electricity.
have its own ecosystem.
Yeah,
China have its
there
own
was
ecosystem.
pushback.
So because of the competition, like they don't discuss with the European car makers, on a common security framework. They just go, they just rush, and that's the modern China way. They just rush. They don't care. They just speed on as fast as they can because they must get ahead before certain
Yeah.
time frame because they know the conflict is coming. So that's what they do. Gareth raised his finger a long time as well.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to mention, first of all, that I had an encounter with the fire brigade the other day, and they saw an electric vehicle in the building. It's a scooter, and made exactly this point that they are very dangerous in terms of spontaneously igniting, and also very difficult to extinguish. And they made sure that we understood that it should remain outside at all times. So it's not just the cars, of course. It's quite a deep layer of electric vehicles that we have now. But on the topic of undoing the wireless connectivity, the networks, so as to prevent the hacking of cars that was mentioned, I don't think you can do that either. I mean, it's now integrated into so many aspects of our world that I don't think you can I don't think it's possible to turn the clock back. Technology is a one-way trip. Thanks.
Yeah. It's the same with evolution. Technology and evolution is a one-way trip.
Yeah, the fire with the EVs are going to be solved. At the present time, they put in oversized batteries because they trying to reach like 1,000 kilometers battery packs. It's waste. It's a waste. It's just to overcome this fear of the propaganda and oil pushback, right? Oil industry pushback. That's why they put in oversized batteries in it, and there's with oversized batteries more risk with it and so on. Also, they're trying to prove that it's much more powerful, so they put in oversized batteries to get more voltage and more different types of batteries, right, with higher capacities and everything. But in time, they will reduce that demand for oversized batteries in a car, and also to be quickly replaceable. Let's say fire prevention, to drop off full cells, right? Through the cells or packs will be exchangeable, so you don't have to for everyday use, you don't have to use a huge battery. But if you want to make more trips, longer trips, then you can quickly add a piece of additional battery into the pack, right? It's
So
already happening.
it's a block system.
Yeah, it's
And
already happening. Some have that solution too. Some are in a frunk are having extended ICE engine, right? You have you can add the option like the frunk is empty space in the front, right? Trunk at front, frunk. So the option in China is to buy a small generator that can fill your battery while you're driving, right? So it extends your range, and you can buy the different sizes of the generators to put
no,
in a
no,
front.
no, no, no. Here's the problem. Where is the generator getting its energy from?
Why is the problem to get it from oil?
From motion
Why is
of
the
the
problem?
car.
I mean, if we want
It's an
to,
option.
Hmm,
It's an option.
yeah,
But you don't need
feel
it for
like,
everyday use. You don't need it for everyday use. You need it for
yeah,
extended trips, which are
I
not that
feel,
often, right?
I feel like EVs, if they're getting their energy, the source energy from coal, then they're not doing any good to this world.
No,
They,
the
Well,
EV
that
is
could
not
obviously
so
be
much.
true, but they aren't. I mean,
Nobody
some share of the
really
power
cares about
that's sourced
climate.
comes from renewables at the moment. Not all of it, but I mean, it's a completely spurious objection. It's like saying a cup is not empty. And never mind. Obviously, if all of the electrical production that we did was coal and oil, then the EVs would be completely useless. But well, they have some other functions. But that isn't the case because so many countries are rightly shifting over to a mix of renewables, and so some sizable share in some cases is renewable.
no, 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 no. The thing
Um,
is, if so many countries are shifting it to it, it doesn't mean it's right. Am I correct? If so, if somebody jumps
Forget
to
climate. Forget climate change. Electrical cars don't need maintenance as much as ICE cars. Now they're starting to produce electrical brakes, so you don't have to worry about brake
hydraulic,
oil. You don't
hydraulic,
have to
yeah,
worry about. Yeah,
yeah.
it's
But
actually
but
no maintenance free for
but
half of the car lifetime. Okay, you don't have to interrupt me. I'm
I
trying to teach you something new. I'm trying to teach you something new. So you don't have to interrupt me. Try to learn instead of interrupting, instead of getting into your frozen thinking. Okay? There's a new electrical brakes now. They're expensive, they're complicated, big electrical motor for the brake on each wheel. So now ABS is much more effective because it can control brakes in individual wheel. It's much more quicker than pushing the pedal and send the pressure from central point to the each wheel, and computer that controls how much pressure you're gonna send to each wheel. It's much quicker reaction, much better control of the car, and maintenance free. Okay, so electrical cars are becoming maintenance free. That's
yes,
the thing. Now you have only windshield fluid to fill in for 100,000 kilometers. Even those that have a regenerative braking, the brakes are barely used, so they can last for 150,000 miles instead of for 20,000 miles before you replace the pads, and then discs every 100,000 miles. You don't have to replace discs. So this is something. It's becoming maintenance free because it's all electrical, except it's not fire free. But that's gonna be probably solved later on.
Yes, Jordan, I will. I did not interfere with your conversation, and I would propose a scenario. You and I go to war. Would you bring an electric vehicle? And would I bring?
Nobody's going to bring electric vehicles. I already pointed.
Yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. Because let's say the ones that are using the electrical enduro bikes, you've seen the attacks on motorbikes, right? Well, ICE motorbikes are very loud and not controllable. But the guys that use electrical enduros, they're quiet. They're much more power. They have much more power. They're lighter in weight, and how to say, they're much more controllable, basically, and quiet. So you can sneak in on the positions and attack them. They're just like 3 times expensive. They're 3 times expensive.
For now,
so you have a lot of use, not for everything, but you have a lot of niche uses for the electrical. Let's say all the drones are electrical, right? No ICE drones. And just look at how many are they used. So ground drones.
I want to hear what Carl Schwab has to say.
For now, until we use EMP weapons, the EMP weapons are already on the line.
It's a lot of talk, nothing from it gonna come out.
Guys, Jordan is dead on right. He is dead on right. I want to show you a book. See the title?
No.
90 Years of Clark Material Handling. And it's a very interesting book. Well, the reason I'm bringing it up is because I want to back up Jordan, and I want to prove that I can back up Jordan.
Yeah.
This is a letter that was written to me by the company that manufactures the forklifts, Clark Material Handling, to say thank you for providing them with information. Clark is a major manufacturer of electric forklifts and has been for years. I've worked with them for a long time. At dealerships mostly, but anyway, the point is I know electrics because what Jordan is talking about is the same shit we went through 40 years ago in the forklift industry when electrics all of a sudden took off and basically passed internal combustion because the efficiency level reached a point where it was cheaper. You know, you don't have the same maintenance levels. You don't have to change the oil every month. That's a big thing. When you're running a forklift for 160 hours a month, you have to change the oil. And with electric, that's not a worry.
Super chat by Madeline. She say, I can remove Wi-Fi from any device. So can anyone else who have a basic understanding of electronics? I could swap out the engine management system for an aftermarket DTA or an Autotronics in a weekend. No brake pads will last more than 10,000 miles ever.
Sorry, I'm in an electronics factory.
I feel very sad because I don't have basic understanding of electronics. So I do not know how to do it.
No,
I have to go. Can I just say good night, everyone? I'll see you some time. Bye.
Go ahead.
Good night.
I wanted to make a point. EV versus fossil fuel is that I've also worked with EV. I know the potential.
Complementary. Don't make it versus. It's a complementary. Think it as complementary, not against each other. Okay. If you think of it as a complementary additional option for you to choose, then it's a benefit. If it's not for you, don't buy it. Simple.
And
it's complementary. Someone else will want it and enjoy it and love it.
In that sense,
but
in
point
that
is
sense,
that no
Jordan,
one
in that
has
sense, I will have
infrastructure for those.
EV backed
That's
up
the point.
with mechanics, with um diesel or petrol. I'm not against it. It's just that from history, the Germans tried to do that. You know, they tried to do EV on there was a tank destroyer. I forgot the name. It
What
failed.
I'm not against it. I'm against it. I'm totally against it. And I dare discount Klaus Schwab to tell me otherwise, but no one has infrastructure for those EVs.
Hey,
No
guy,
one.
from
If
history,
they're all.
from history, switching to oil and warships from coal was a really bad idea because nobody had the infrastructure for the oil.
Brother, I'm saying that no one can extinguish fires that are made by those batteries right now.
Yeah.
There is no system that can put out those fires.
Right now, I'm leaning against EVs. I'm leaning against. I for God's sake, I'm studying robotics, and I know what the robots can do, and I'm against them. Right now, I'm against them.
Okay.
No choice.
Guys,
You're not
can I
fitted to
take
make
us
the
off on a
robots
slightly
become
different direction?
Terminators.
Mhm.
Yes, Wayne.
Can I take it? Yeah, because I'm kind of rushing on time. I've been hinting for a while now that there were some weird things that Canada could do to the United States if the United States got out of line. I haven't actually said what it was because, quite frankly, it's not that it's secret. You can find the information on Wikipedia. It just isn't known, and I suspect that the people in Washington who are at the top don't have a fucking clue. Anyway, basic thing is the United States can't build weapon systems without Canada. Period. And when I say can't build weapon systems, hold on, let me finish.
It's
It's not a case of them. It's not a case of them finding. It's not a case of them finding different raw materials. It's a case of we manufacture components. Take, for example, the F-35. A lot of componentry is manufactured in Canada. If Canada gets really pissed off, we can say, okay, screw you. And all of a sudden, you got F-35Bs flying out of the sky. Because the lift fan system in the F-35B was designed by this company called Rolls-Royce in England. And it's being manufactured by this company called Pratt & Whitney Canada.
Wayne.
The only place you can buy F-35B lift systems is from Pratt & Whitney Canada. If Canada says, no, we're not shipping them over the border.
But Canada is not going to do that because Canada is
let me finish off.
And gets
You
invaded.
guys don't realize how
happens.
deep the integration is. This goes back to World War II.
Yeah.
During World War II, it was decided that the Canadian and U.S. economies would be integrated so that material could be shipped from one country to the other. In other words, we could manufacture gun barrels, ship them to them, and they could mount them on a tank, for example. And it stayed that way ever since. It has never been decoupled. So Canada has a special dispensation. The United States will not buy weapon systems from anybody else, but they will buy weapon systems from Canada.
Can I ask you something? Are you a veteran, Wayne?
No.
You've spoken a lot about Canada, and I know the Canadians had a project which was best plane over F-35. I don't know what the name was, but it was like brought down. The Canadians they developed the best plane ever, fifth generation fighter before the time. It was on the scale of MiG 141. Anyone remembers MiG 141? It's a prototype. They did it.
Wait, why did we left that Wayne drive us away from our EV stories? What the fuck is?
Well, like I said, I
about
just wanted to get the
Canada's
information out there. I have to run.
The
Come
point
on,
is,
So
come on,
have a
come
good
on,
weekend, guys.
come on.
Enjoy your
Hello,
weekend,
don't
Wayne.
get
everybody.
hit by a car, Wayne.
Hello,
Nobody's,
everybody.
No, because
nobody can see you,
Wayne need to
Ariel.
leave, so that's why he talk about what he want to say before he runs.
And you should
Ariel,
have
nobody
told
can see
Wayne,
you.
and you should have told Wayne that Russia is winning. That Russia
Wayne
is winning in Ukraine. You
Wayne
should have
knows.
told
That's
him
why.
that first.
The thing is,
Wayne
Russia
knows.
is
That's why he's
Russia is
acting
winning,
trembling when
but
he speaks.
Whatever.
Nervous.
Back to what you were talking about, electric vehicles, EV technology. Yeah, it's a new thing. It has its use, but the older technology or the other way of making vehicles will still be needed and will still be relevant, because we are not in Star Trek. You know why you don't see any truck in electric? Big truck, which need to bring all the goods for everybody, for industries, for big shops, for supermarkets. You know why none of them are electric? Because there are still limitation in electric vehicle. For personal people, just 1, 2, 3, 4 people and their luggage, it's okay. It's okay if you have electricity around you. But if you need to move several tons
But
of
wait.
anything,
It's not just that. Real.
electric
It's not
vehicle
just that.
technology is not good.
We are
Not
What's the
good
speaking
difference?
enough.
now. We are
Because
Not
the
speaking
good
now
best,
enough.
that technology
those
went
train, right? Those
Wait,
sub like
wait.
the subways
Of
are
course
electric.
you have.
Like Singapore's
Of course
MRT
you
is
have
electric.
issues like
That's
what
what
you
I'm.
were talking about, the fire thingy. Of course there are issues, but hey, that's how humans were moving.
Yeah,
One day
my horse
you
will
had a
never
guy who
burst into
decided to
flames.
make a plane, yeah, and there were no safety. But he wanted to go with that plane, and the planes evolved.
Yeah,
And
but he
nowadays
didn't
we have
put any. But
turbo
he didn't
reactor
take any
engines.
idiot off the street and put him in that plane.
What?
He didn't took every idiot from the street to drive that plane when he first invented it.
Oh,
They
the first
they still put
people,
horses in
the
planes.
first
They
people
still
were
put
making
horses in the
planes.
place, you know.
The first people were making planes
the
were
the, the
totally
brothers, right?
suicidal. They were suicidal, really. They had big balls to
Of course, but
try
we are
to
talking
take off on those
real.
things
You're not
which
talking
were
about.
made
We're
with
not.
wood, yeah,
But we're not
and
talking about same
going at
thing. You're talking
60,
about
70
pioneers.
kilometers an hour. Those guys had big balls, for fuck's sake.
We are not talking about same thing. Those guys were pioneers. That's different. We are talking about some technology that are
Yeah,
forced
because it
upon
succeed, they are
people,
pioneer.
and we don't have
I don't know about that.
infrastructure to extinguish those
And you are
fires
right
or
in
to.
that, Jor. It's not having more option. It's not having more option. The European Commission want everybody, all of us, to have for 2035 EV cars only. It's an imposition.
Not true. Not true. Not true.
Yeah.
That's an imposition. That's what they want.
It's not true.
Will they succeed? That's another
Yes,
topic.
if they want, but it's not legislation yet, and it will not
Yeah.
succeed. Yes, that's what they
Yeah.
want, but it's impossible.
I'm going to drive my 1994 RAV4. I'm not going to electric until it proves itself that electric vehicle is actually. I don't buy into the hype.
Yeah, you're lucky because you're living in Canada. You're not under the dictatorship of the galactic empire in Europe. So
No,
they have no choice.
No, yeah. I've
not
been
true,
in
not true.
Zanzibar as
After
well. I've been in the most dictatorship country. even Kenya, there were killings during the elections, but yeah,
No,
that's beside the
don't
story.
justify this kind of things. No, I just now I was like thinking, it makes sense. Like, when petrol cars appear, people are riding horses, right? But horses never catch fire. Petrol cars can catch fire. So I mean, it makes sense, that technology is moving on, and then the technology to deal with the problems with the new technology is not there yet.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
I fully understand. And there's
And
also news about batteries, the new type of batteries that do not catch fire so easily, that BYD is allegedly using. So that I understand, but I mean, just
yeah,
that personally, I still prefer
It's
prefer petrol cars
still
for
a
now.
long way.
Yeah, I prefer to wait for the technology to be
No,
more
brother.
mature.
Singapore doesn't need petrol engine. You're so
Yeah, we are
tiny,
converting to electric cars.
urbanistic. You need EV cars. For you, it's very good because you are
I saw
tiny,
what happened to the
tiny,
Tesla in
small
Mariupol. That's the
island.
what.
With what? How many roads do you have? How many straight
A
line of
lot.
roads do you have? Nothing.
Some.
You are just a big city. It's nothing.
Yeah, I
actually,
You don't
agree.
need petrol engine. You don't
Singapore
need petrol engine. Please,
Singapore,
you don't need
Singapore.
petrol engine. EV
No,
cars is very good for you.
no, I tell you, the main driver of me don't want to buy a EV is because of Mariupol. Because I saw that Tesla stuck in Mariupol when everybody is escaping in their petrol car. That burns into my mind. Is like, okay, if there's a war, I don't want an EV at all. So that's the main reason, Like, until there's some kind of technology that like the batteries can be charged easily, anywhere.
It's not
Then
simply
maybe I'll
about
convert.
charging easily because you need
Well,
electricity. The problem is to store electricity.
Yeah. I'm waiting
Think
for
that you
water
are in the
cars.
middle of nowhere. You have a battery full of electricity. After a time, without using it, it will lose electricity. It will lose
and what
capacity.
why
That's the
BYD
actual
just
problem of batteries. That
and
a
BYD
fuel
just
tank, you have a fuel tank full of diesel, you don't use it. If there is no holes in that tank, you will still have a tank full of diesel or fuel.
After 10
No,
years, you want to say
no
after
one
10
interrupts
years.
RLs. Nunya.
well, I just wanted to make a point too on the newer BYD batteries. They've made some real breakthroughs the last year. They just announced, and I believe they've even released it now, a 5-minute fast charge battery, and they've also got a battery with a 2,000 kilometer range. So if you got a 2,000 kilometer range battery with a 5-minute charge, that's game changer.
No,
You no longer have a range issue.
But you want to have many chargers at 1,000 kilowatts power. No
Hey man,
chargers.
give me a 2,000 kilometer range. I'd be good with, I'd figure it out,
Can I interject from experience from electrical engineering? Is that battery problem has been there for a long time, and it's about charging. That's why we're not using batteries anymore. We are using capacitors. The capacitors will be the future batteries, and you cannot charge. I mean, if you look at the graph of the battery, it plateaus somewhere. So
Which battery from what year? Which battery
from
from what year?
every
No.
year, the battery is from every year. This
Every year. Come on, man. You need
no,
to
from every
update
year.
knowledge, because if you hate like EVs,
Grossman.
you will not follow the updates on new technologies.
No,
What
I
is already on a sale? Because
know
if you
the
hate it, you will
I
not
hate
watch
EVs.
what's already on a sale.
I
Okay.
know the updates, and I
Grossman.
know how people are trying to selling the updates. If it's not battery, it has to be solar energy, and solar is already efficient. It's already
You're losing Wi-Fi. No,
Yes.
nobody can hear you.
Yeah, the
You're walking
Chinese
too
Communist
far.
Party got him. No criticizing electricity. He goes.
My house
Yeah.
is 100% run on battery. Basically, I use generator to charge my battery, and the grid to charge the battery, and I go off the battery. For the past 15 years, I have the same battery pack, the lithium iron phosphate from Winston Thunder Sky, the same battery, and I use an average about 15 to 20 kilowatt hours in 24 hours. No, the same battery is still going strongly. Of course, I've lost some capacity, but I still have at least 75 capacity from when I had them past 15 years. Since I installed them, they've been running just fine.
So let's say your batteries are efficient, but
they found out about batteries. What they found out about LFP batteries, because initial testing of the LFP batteries was that it predicted continuous drain in capacity, right? The over time, I would say they tested within a couple of weeks, 1,000 of fast charging, discharging, right? And then they project what's going to be loss of capacity over time. But actually, with the normal use, what they found out now with the normal usage of the LFP batteries, is that within the first couple of years, the capacity falls to somewhere to 97, and then it doesn't fall anymore. It stays for 10 years on 97%, 95% capacity. For 10 years. That's what they found with the normal usage. But with the testing, they were thinking, oh, it's going to be better capacity. But no, it's actually initial high capacity is lost within a couple of years, and then it stays like that. No loss anymore.
True. And especially if you keep the state of charge between, let's say, 98 to as low as 60, even go longer. And that's why I keep my battery capacity. I don't charge before above 98, and I don't go below 65%. So just being there for the past 15 years.
So because there's something like people talk about handphone, right? Don't fully charge a handphone kind of thing. Like, it's not good for the handphone battery. Anyway, super chat. Madeline say in UK 2014 EV accounted for 2%. 2024, 10 years later, is 19.6%. 34 will be 31%. In 44 will be 41%. Capacitor will not be the future. Which uni did Ruslan go to? I think CIA got him. He's stuck.
Yeah.
So
sorry,
Communist Party got him. Communist Party, not CIA.
I think Ruslan is
that they should combine capacitors and batteries within a pack, right? They should combine it for different purposes. I think this is the future. The battery management system is improving heavily, and it's already automatically preventing the full charge and discharge. And so it's battery management system, BMS, that is improving at exponential rate, and that's what it's proving the usage of electronic vehicles.
I would like to suggest we change topic to the title.
I want to change the topic. I want to ask Predrag about Elrad use in demonstration in Belgrade on March 15. A lot of talk. I watched. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys talked about it, but I saw that. I really don't know what was that. I mean, that wasn't sound cannon that they showed for sure. I mean, I don't know. It could be, but that was weird, man. That shit that happened.
Yeah,
they used something, that's for sure, but what, God knows.
Yeah.
Sorry, what is this about in Serbia? Sorry, I missed it.
Sonic anti-demonstration
video when
the protest.
And they used something. everyone says it's a sound
Hello,
cannon or
hello,
something.
yeah,
But
can you hear me?
yeah, we can
Yeah, we
hear
can
you.
hear you,
Okay.
and we can see you.
Yeah, the
So,
sun cannon
so yeah,
we're used to
there
in
was
America already.
So
It's
yeah, just
it's a sonic weapon.
but yeah, but
Yeah,
what
it's
kind?
not as deadly as it was initially thought about. Many
No, I
protests
don't
here
think
in the US.
it was deadly, but I'm
no,
saying
it's
that
not that.
someone you can't make that in order to people to fake that what happened. You need to practice it. Like that's thousands of people doing the same thing that wasn't staged, that wasn't planned. Like, and those
Yeah.
sounds
What I'm trying to
cannons.
say is before we used here, before it was used in the state, there was so many rumors about it. Oh, it will make you pass out, make you dizzy, it make you fall. Then there was a protest here in
It's just
Texas
allowed.
where they actually deployed it. Yeah, they deployed it, and it wasn't as
You know what?
effective.
These energy weapons, they have been used since Desert Thunderstorm, and
Desert Storm?
in Desert Thunderstorm 1, 1990s, they used it against the Iraqis, and it just messes up your mind, and that's how the Iraqis surrendered. They didn't know they were surrendering.
Okay,
They
let me talk
surrendered.
about what I listened this video on YouTube. The American LRAD specialist, military specialist that use for 10 years been using it, and the Serbian interviewer, they said there's 3 pacemakers that stopped working. Okay,
Oh,
3
pacemakers,
pacemakers stopped
pacemakers.
working.
Do you mean
The
pacemaker
people.
for the
Oh,
heart?
come on, man. Come on, man. Try listening instead of interrupting all the time, everyone. Come on, man. So 3 pacemakers stopped working. The people have, after 3 weeks now, they still have nausea and anxiousness. Basically, they're kind of disturbed. And this guy was saying if not professional, really a careful user, it doesn't know that pulsating option is actually the most dangerous. So
Yeah,
whoever was
yeah.
operating used the most dangerous option, pulsating one, as a warning. They say everyone who's not properly trained is will go with that pulsating option as a warning instead of the worst, the most dangerous option that can. That they say that it can actually cause depression for 6 months after the
And you
use
know
in the
what,
people. Oh
Jordan?
man.
I've been
Wyatt,
trained on that.
Wyatt,
I've been trained
sorry,
on that.
Ruslan. Wyatt,
Yeah.
can you check for that video on YouTube? Can you find it anywhere?
I can show you. I can
You know-
actually show now because I'm actually
No,
looking
no,
at
no.
it.
I wanted to talk to Jordan. That pulsating, we have that technology right now.
Why are you guys calling him Jordan? Do you see 23 on his jersey anywhere? For fuck's sake, he's Europe.
Yeah, that's fine, man.
Euro
Euro.
Jordan.
Euro Jordan, yeah.
Okay. Let's not get sign-hided. Yeah, pulse energy.
So you see, you can't fake that shit.
No. It's pulse
And
No,
energy.
again, the
note
same thing
that
happened here.
this played during the
It's not-
15-minute times.
But some people is able to stand there like still.
Yeah.
So I'm
Not everyone
highly
is.
sure.
Wyatt,
Reacts equally.
Yeah, that guy was probably drunk.
you know,
Or maybe the guy is deaf. No, he cannot hear the
same thing
sound.
happened here. The same thing happened here. What happened is people are aware of this weapon that can do this to your inside. So they fear, people just took off running. The same thing happened here at the protest here in Texas, But in reality, once they keep deploying it, it really doesn't do nothing to you. Maybe what they used on the civilian was the clean version. What they used on the front, we don't know about. But what they used at the protest here in Texas, even Alex Jones was at that protest here in Texas. It didn't do anything. It is annoying. It's a very annoying sound. But to say it physically make you do things, no, it does not. Hold on. Initially, right? Initially, all the rumors that went about it, the initial rumors, it was panicky. The moment they turn it on, people took off running in different directions. Then once the people that stayed said, okay, it won't do anything, then people came back and just dim out the noise, just muffle out the noise from the annoying beeping sound it makes. But no, the fear is more harm than the physical thing itself. Maybe that's a clean version. Maybe what they have on the war front is different. But what I have witnessed, what I've experienced, it doesn't.
Yeah, maybe that explains why the people there's still a few people able to stand, in the middle. They are not affected. Like they know what this is. So maybe that's it. Because those they use militarily is a different thing. It's an energy weapon.
I don't know that.
For anti-protest, it's just sonic weapon. It's just irritation. Just very noisy.
From people who stood there, a lot of people had the sense like plane is crashing down. That sort of feeling.
We are now moving to energy weapons. The kinetic weapons, they did their job, but now we are moving into energy weapons. This is the state of the war that will happen.
I will believe when they use it in Ukraine war.
Energy weapons.
I will believe when they start using it in Ukraine. So if not, then because once you have the confirmation, you realize that energy weapons are being used now.
Okay. No, I want to ask a question. After the super chat, I want to ask a question about this energy weapon.
Okay, so super chat. If your pacemaker stop working, I would suggest feeling a bit sick is your list of your problems. Anyone near an MRI scanner and then pacemaker will stop.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, true. Because if the pacemaker stop, you die. You have
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Energy weapon.
No,
okay.
No, not necessarily. The pacemaker keeps your heart rhythm steady.
Stable, right?
That's what. Yeah, stable. So basically, it's not immediate death, but it's about not allowing it to stop working when it happens, for some reason. So that's what it is. So they have optional time. They have optional, not necessarily known how long it will last, but some can live after pacemaker for a year before it happens. So
pacemakers for now, what I understand is they have to be replaced once in a while. And I have a suspicion that one of the leaders in Tanzania, Magufuli, he was very anti-Western, and he just died of a heart attack. And he had a pacemaker. And then I looked up on it. It's really easy to hack pacemakers. You type your email right now, you already probably hacked. This is how the hackers are doing.
No.
Probably
it's not that easy to hack a pacemaker.
No, I can tell you, I can hack a pacemaker. I can. I don't brag about it, but I can.
Yes, it's hackable, but it's not that easy. Pacemaker, anyway, let's not go with pacemaker discussions.
No, you're also an IT guy, right?
What is that?
So I can tell you, I can hack a pacemaker.
Yeah, you can hack a pacemaker, but it's not as easy as you're saying it. The ways to hack a pacemaker is not just something you can just type on it. No, it's not easy.
It's not easy. I know. It will take me a day to tap into the frequencies and hack.
That's what I'm talking about, because you have to get certain frequency. I don't want to go into hacking. I'm not here to discuss hacking or anything.
Yeah.
I just want to
Yeah.
discuss the energy
no.
weapon thing.
No,
And
don't disclose.
Exactly what Martin is saying was my question about the energy weapon, right? So this energy weapons is talking about where will it be hosted? In ships, in planes, or in drones?
Energy weapons right now is like the problem is miniaturizing it. You can have energy weapons on stations, big stations that have a lot of power, but you don't have it on soldiers yet, because soldiers need to have generators. They don't have that.
Station.
But
How far away?
No,
if you have on this station, how far away?
There's
super chat.
There's a
no energy weapons because the inverse square law. So I basically know AI.
This specialist in video. Come on.
Inverse square law has been crushed, because right now we are on subatomic electronics. There was a guy, I don't know.
There's a physical law.
It's everywhere. Every soldier has the subatomic weapon.
That you have to, like, every 2 years it squares up and all that law has been dissolved right now.
So they will have subatomic batteries then. They will have subatomic batteries too, right?
Yes.
So no worries about that. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the issue with these energy weapons, this Elrod guy specialist was talking. They have backpack sized packs that are combined and work together in order to produce, right? So they have the combination, like at least 6 backpacks together that can. But the issue is what you're gonna use it for on a battlefield. What? For the suppression of the strong points, right? That's what you would optionally think of using. But while attacking, your units are attacking, so you suppress the strong point. But because you cannot protect your units from the use, how can you suppress the strong point when your units are attacking? Oh, come on, man. Stop interrupting. Hello.
Come on.
Have a little bit of sense. Learn something.
Oh my God.
So it's no good for use on the front line. Okay, that's the issue. So Elrods are used on a masses of people, right? That's what is useful, on masses of people. But there's never masses of people on the front line. It's like small bunkers as a strong point with 2, 3, 4, 5 people, right? And the dissipation of the energy power as it goes through the obstacles, there's the issue, right? So it cannot be used on the front line. There's no reason to use it, especially inverse square law. If you try to use more powerful ones, it's going to be a very visible target, very visible object near the enemy lines. And as you need to be pretty close, it's no option.
No, Jordan, I have to make this statement, is that do you know about the dead man's hand? Dead man's
hand. Yeah.
So this weapon is not meant for local war. It's meant for total destruction.
That's not a weapon. That's a system of management.
Yes,
weapon
exactly.
Okay, it's not a weapon. Yeah.
It's not a weapon. It's a system for releasing the weapons.
Yeah.
So dead man's hand goes into the direction that if United States fires all their silos, the Russians do the same thing. And then you have remix. You have the Oreshniks in there, you have the Burezhniks, you have the Poseidon, you have everything. And still, you have the EMP pulse, because if you detonate the nuclear weapon in the ionosphere, half of the United States is paralyzed completely, because they are working with electronics, and all the electronics can be paralyzed with EMP. And the cheapest way you can create EMP is you detonate a nuclear weapon in the ionosphere. That's it. That's it. That's why people who are going for EV cars, they have the war of the worlds coming for them.
So Super Chat, you can't miniaturize an energy weapon. It's basic transmission and radar design. Going for a SIG, this is silly. So Madeline throwing the towel already.
Yeah, basically, again, maybe 100 years from now, we figure a way to have that much energy in this much bottle. But at least for the next 50 years, we're far from that. So, so for me, I don't think energy weapons anywhere around the corner.
So no, for me, energy weapons.
You guys are just jealous because Serbia has one already.
Actually,
man, he's a provocateur.
But the thing is, such energy weapon already exists, but it seems like it's mostly defensive in purpose, like to shoot down missiles. And I think it's the most practical use for laser weapons. To use it as an offensive weapon, I don't think is sensible. Like, you don't have the range. But as a defensive weapon, to shoot down incoming missiles, that makes sense. And I think in the future we probably see it used as an anti-drone weapon, because once you have an AI tracking, tracking and with radar, all integrated, they can spot drones quickly, immediately laser the drone. They will be totally drone proof.
They fry them. Actually, right now, United States is surrounded by torpedoes called Poseidon, and then there is these 100.
How many of them there are? How many Poseidons Russians have? One?
I don't know.
Two?
I
Three?
don't know.
But
Whatever
you're saying they're surrounded. You said they're surrounded by three Poseidons. Poseidons, right?
You don't know how much they have.
We don't know. Yeah, exactly. But he's saying he knows. The United States is surrounded.
I know.
That's what he's saying.
United States is surrounded, and that's why, Putin is being is like
Hitler.
Not Hitler. Come on.
No, Hitler is in America right now. He's chilling.
Yeah, Putin is being graceful, but then there's teddy bear Medvedev. He keeps talking about shit. He keeps talking about what's going to happen. And United States is already surrounded by Poseidons, and is already surrounded by these rockets, 100-year rockets that they use nuclear power, and they are just circling around North Pole and South Pole. When the order comes
what makes you think the US is not doing the same thing?
Let's Vaughn.
I think they only have one submarine that's got those torpedoes on it, maybe two. I don't even know if they have more than two, or if it's just one sub and they're going to build more weapons for it. But I mean, I think the biggest problem for the United States and NATO is is they completely underestimate the Russians and what they might or might not be capable of in a full-scale war. Again, because I'm sure they're both holding back because nobody wants to tip their hand about something really good they might have. I mean, I would assume so, but I think the Russians have stuff that they haven't revealed or we might be aware of it, but we don't know how to deal with it. I mean, and I would imagine you could say the same thing about the Chinese. I mean, obviously their stuff's untested, but I mean, I would assume the Chinese copy of the Su-27, since it's the exact copy, is
they've done
probably
that
just as good. Their new F-35 knockoff, I actually think it looks better than the F-35. So I don't think they, that might be a question, but you got to figure their planes are decent. They obviously are going to mimic the Russians in the air defense and the missiles and focusing on drones. So, I mean, I think that's the biggest risk is, we got a lot of good stuff. We have a lot of potential, but you've got a lot of people that still think it's like the 80s and you have this massive dominance or the Russians are all drunkards still and haven't professionalized or, advanced their military. And I think if something was to happen, the United States and NATO might be in for a pretty nasty opening. Even if they were to prevail eventually, I think, you could really lose a lot of ships, a lot of guys, and it'll be the stuff that you either didn't take into account or you underestimated it. I think that's the biggest problem is they don't respect the enemy like they probably should.
Vaughn, to add to your point, so hold on, Ruslan. Vaughn, to add to your point, you're right. And if what the Chinese is showing in their innovations in their technologies and things we see publicly, if that's reflective of the military technology, I think we're a few years behind. Because previously it was the other way around. Well, we see all the technology in America, the vehicle, everything's okay. This is the few years later for decades in hiding. So, this is a high-end, high technological plane they've been having for decades because anyone knew about it because you could see the watered-down versions in the public sphere. If what the Chinese have in the public sphere is you can apply the same logic back with American systems, then what the Chinese have, if we go to war, I don't think we are ready for it. I'm not saying they have it, I'm saying, but if we can compare, because previously the same logic, if we apply the same logic to what they have military, because military industrial complex is always ahead of the public domain when it comes to technology-wise. If that applies to China, then we're not ready for what they have. I don't think so. Yeah. I don't say nukes or any other destruction. I mean, just
like if you think about China, I mean, I don't know about Russia. I mean, Russia too, but they've always built their militaries in a defensive way. They never built them in like a conquesting way. Because think about it. I mean, I saw a video back in I think it was in the 60s, and they talked about even back then how much air defense the Soviets had. They said they had the most air defense missiles in the entire world, in the tens upon tens of thousands. And this would have been like SA-2s and shit like that. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't think people really appreciate how much, we got the fancy shit, but they're just building stuff that can compete or at least counter it to some extent. I mean, like people talk shit about like the T-90s. Oh, it's like if the T-90 that they're putting out now has the same thermal imager that I had in the 90s, they're fine. I mean, that's more than fine. They don't need some 680 pixel bullshit, thermal imager that, you can see the guy's fucking freckles on his face or some shit. You just need something that shows the heat and you can start looking that way and figure it out. I mean, they have tons, and who knows what other stuff they've advanced. I mean, they've got to be ahead of us in drones. Just because they try everything and experiment with everything. I mean, we got robots with guns on them and shit, but I've never seen them deployed anywhere for real, whereas the Russians seem like they're at least playing with them on the battlefield and seeing what works and don't. And it's a lot cheaper to put stuff onto the field and experiment over there, it seems like. It's not like, we want to put a new gun on an old tank. Oh, that's going to be $400 billion. It's like, nah, we'll just take this old gun off a ship that we're not using, and this guy over here will weld it on, and if it works, we'll use it. If it don't work, we won't. It's like not a hassle. A lot more streamlined, I think.
That's not what the Russians did, right? They took the the anti-submarine rockets, and they just plant it on a vehicle. It's like, what the hell is that? And they use it to
see that?
strike trenches.
But that logic doesn't work in the West. To them, oh no, they have to go get a whole new budget. Somebody have to get a cut. Design one machine for 10 billion, when Russia designed 100 machine for the same cost. So that's the difference. So of course, America has the means to really develop very advanced weapons, but the cost alone for one weapon make it not possible.
I think
it's just
I think that's what Trump is changing right now, because it's the bureaucracy problem, right? So this is the part of the bureaucracy problem. Like Elon Musk wanted to do so much things in California. Everything cannot be done because everything is like blocked by paperwork. So so they are doing all the deregulation stuff. So I think this might change. So but depends. Who knows how the government will react. Politicians.
No. Can I change the subject?
Yeah, there's no sound from you.
No, Wyatt wants to change the subject to Trump. You already tried a few times.
I want to ask something. One, have anybody in States learned from like Ukraine mistakes? Like there is no except Bradley, there is no counterpart to BMPT Terminator, Russian one. You know the one.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would hope that there's guys paying attention, but they're probably like, oh, we got the BMP Terminator Bradley version, but it'll cost as much as a whole company of BMP Terminators. I mean, I would hope there's people paying attention to what's going on, because there's a lot of lessons to be learned and things to learn, watch out for. Because I mean, think about it. I mean, now we're seeing drones just laying on the ground with a camera, and you see some guys walking down the road, and then the drone's like, oh, hey, I'm here, and chases them, or a vehicle. I mean, there's so many fucking things we got to worry about now. Just if it doesn't matter if you're in a trench or driving a truck or, making some bread. I mean, shit, you got to worry about everything now. I mean, think about it. You used to make bread in the field. Now you got to have a guy with a shotgun watching so you can make bread and not get fucking hit with a drone. I mean,
yes. To the Serbian, right? If only the true news is being reported, there's a lot to be learned. But everything is fancy and glossy. So of course, there's nothing to be learned. So in their books, everything today is perfect, is superb, and they're winning, they're kicking ass. The Russians are running away forward, as YSA.
You might not see. You might not see any books like honest coverage of or breakdown of the war for a while.
Oh, they're translating Russian books and learning from Russian books now.
Yeah, that's going to be the gold mine, I think. All the videos, I mean, if we were smart and we were friends with Russia, I mean, why wouldn't you have these guys doing Zoom classes at the Citadel, talking about small unit tactics and all the stuff they learned, how to use drones and, all that stuff. But I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm sure there's people paying attention, but they probably aren't writing the training books yet. So hopefully someone's writing, taking notes. But
Vaughn, can I say something? Vaughn,
and so is Europeans.
Vaughn, can I say something? Is that the Russians sacrificed a lot during Second World War, and now the narrative is that the Americans won the Second World War. I mean, the Russians took Berlin. Come on. And then the Americans come in.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just NAFO people trying to start shit. I mean, think about it. There's still guys posting videos of the Moskva getting sunk. It's what, 3.5 years later,
Yeah,
4 years.
That's the only
I
ship
mean, that's
left
the
they have
thing. I
sunk.
mean, if you study the history and you watch, I mean, yeah, America came in, America did its part. America sent a bunch of fucking equipment to Russia. Maybe it helped out for a minute while they got this put together. But I mean, no one can deny. Well, I mean, think about it. 80% of the Russian army or the German army was fighting against the Russians, and only 20% was on the Western Front. That's kind of all you need to know. I mean, the Germans were focused on the threat, not You know, and not that the Americans and the Allies weren't
Western
upset, but
or Eastern?
yeah,
It's
everything was
Eastern.
going to
It's
the
Eastern.
east. I mean, think about it. If you got sent to the
Yeah,
east,
it's
they were the death
Eastern.
sentence.
It's Eastern. The Germans were mostly Eastern, and at some point, the Russian soldiers and the Germans become friends because there is no food, there is no nothing.
So
Yeah.
I just want I would just want to note thank you Iranian Putin for the the memberships to the guys in the live chat, and yeah.
Such a lovely name.
I have a question for him. I have a question for Iranian Putin. What is he going to do when Iran and Russia go to war?
What? For me?
What is he going to
For
do when
Iran-
Iran and
Iranian
Russia
Putin.
goes to war?
They'll
for
become.
Iranian Putin.
I've already volunteered. You know, I have already volunteered
didn't test you,
to
He's not
become
talking to you, Ruslan.
Now
He's
you,
talking to Iranian
Rosa. Now
Putin.
you. I say, what happened to Iranian Putin? What? No,
Yeah,
if
the Iranian
if
Putin.
Iran and Russia goes to war, so it'd be very confusing.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Are
maybe
you-
he
are
will
you
become
talking to
the
me or-
Mexican Trudeau or something. You know, he changed name.
Just to address that thing that Ruslan said about
Oh,
history,
Canadian.
like that bullshit. No one ever. Russia just feels left out of World War II victory. It's not like Americans or any other nation in the world ever had any delusions how much Russia gave in World War II. That's beyond the question. Like, it's just now when you hold memorial for Auschwitz, you don't call in Russia who liberated it. You know.
I mean, it's a lot of
that's
petty
so-
shit, you know, like, oh, we're not going to invite
And
you.
that's the power of
I mean,
propaganda.
the Americans were forced into World War II because of the Pearl
Pacific.
Harbor. Pearl
Pacific,
What the
Harbor,
fuck?
the
They provoked
Japanese
Pearl
forced
Harbor.
them.
Come on, brother, please.
They forced it, yeah.
provoked Pearl Harbor,
forced it.
please.
You know,
The-
Roslyn, you're repeating of
This is-
narrating history. They only go to where it benefit them and go forward. They don't go to what happened before. Yeah, like what
The
happened
Americans
in Israel,
know-
Palestine right now. They start October 7. Whatever
Americans-
happened for October 7, it's irrelevant. So
The
no,
Americans wanted to enter World War II. That's actually the reality. They already know Pearl Harbor is coming. They already cracked the Japanese code. They deliberately let the Pearl Harbor happen. So and then yeah, you know, United States, you know, their politics, this is how they work, you know. Anyway, Super Chat, Zelensky has earned his rightful place in the dustbin of history. He'll forever be remembered as a fart in the wind. Not sure if that's the right way to use the idiom, because fart in the wind means you forget about him. But, you know, yeah, you can't remember and be a fart in the wind. That is a bit weird.
Yeah. He will be remembered. though.
You know that the Zelensky and Poroshenko before, they were speaking pure Russian. When Poroshenko, Zelensky he is pretending to speak Ukrainian.
Oh,
He didn't know
now
Ukrainian.
he need translator from Russian to Ukrainian. Yeah.
He
Isn't
was
it
speaking
almost the same?
pure Russian,
Huh?
and he was a buddy with Putin.
Yeah, I know his movies, everything was in Russian, right? Now all of a sudden
Yeah,
he need a
all
Russian
of a
translator.
sudden he starts speaking Ukrainian.
No, I think it would be
Business
funny.
as usual.
Predrag, you're muted. But I think maybe what happens is that he needed a translator, right? But actually his volume is turned off. He's just pretending. It's actually someone has to translate, but he's not listening because he's already heard the Russian version already. He's just like pretending that he's listening.
You know that's a funny incident that happened back in Guinea in 2002. The Guinean president back there called Lassana Conte. He speaks French, but not to a good level. So everything he gave his speech in his native tongue, the Susu language. Then the translator in French. And he said, hey, hold on, that's not what I said. He said, hey, that's not what I said. He actually said the French version of what he said, and continue his speech in Susu. Every time the guy make a speak French, and he had to replace the guy with a French speaker that speaks Susu better. Maybe Zelensky do the same thing. When he heard the Ukrainian version, like, that's not what he said in Russian. He turned it off and just listen to Putin directly.
Yeah,
Those
Zelensky
headphones, you can turn them off.
Zelensky is doing a bobo in a sense that him and Putin, they've already killed millions of people. And they're just playing this game. It's insane. It's a game that they're
To the
playing.
Russian, it's not a game. To the Russians, it's a very serious situation.
No,
For
the
Zelensky, it's
Russians
very
as
serious
well.
too.
I
If he
would
stopped the
argue
war, he
for
will die.
Ukrainians even.
No, you have to understand from Zelensky's perspective. He cannot just end the war. He will get assassinated 100%. No, even if they get a peace deal, whatnot, he moved to Florida. He will still get assassinated in Florida. You know, his fate is already done. Unless all the people that could kill him is all dead. That's the whole point of the war right now. Basically killed off any possible nationalists. Send them all to the front line, and eventually no one will want to kill him. Then maybe the war can end. Anyway, just now I forgot one thing I wanted to say. I wanted to say to Nunya just now before he left that he left in anger or something. His mic is not working, so nobody hear what he said. So, but he was not muted. His mic is not working. So I think Nunya is still listening. Yeah, just want to tell him in case he missed my message. Yeah, because Nunya wanted to talk, but nobody is responding to him, so he got pissed off and he left. So anyway, we coming back to Trump. The title, I want to ask though, what do you think about the tariff, the reciprocal tariff? Because is it entertaining?
My country,
there's a story.
My country, Liberia, will get a 7% increase. So the one thing we export to America is U.S. aid. So again, if you take 10% of what you give to us, okay, we still be okay. We basically would have nothing to export to America, and we still got a 10% tariff. Nothing at all. So your aid money you bring back is why you're putting a tariff on. Let's go back to YouTube.
You see, you cannot. You see, those FCS keep freezing because he talked about US aid.
17% of his speech is tariffed. That's what it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we don't hear 17% of your speech, of your talk. So it breaks up. Connection breaks up or something.
How much dope do everyone thinks Ruslan has smoked?
No.
No.
Nah.
Why?
No, Madeline, that's too much.
Yeah. You are today's Madeline's today's target.
I have
no yet.
I can explain Trump's or Besant plan about tariffs, but it's gonna be long. Maybe everyone wants to give their 2 cents about it, or before I explain it.
I actually watched Money and Macro, a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So he's an economist. I don't always agree with him, but in terms of his video on this topic is super good. He basically explains that this is actually part of this massive reform that Trump wanted to do. Basically, it's a totally new world order. The whole world trade arrangement is changed. It's going to be changed to a new rule, and it's going to be like everybody going to get tariff, but it will be on different levels. It's very similar to the old system. It's just that the main difference I think is previously is a total free trade. Just now that there's a tariff system, and I feel like that's the main gist of the difference. But I don't want to go too much because he spent 20-30 minutes talking about it, so I'm not going to explain everything. But you can go.
Yeah, okay. So the Besant plan of the New World Order is some version of Bretton Woods, but more closer to Maynard Keynes' banker system of international trade, with a slight different caveat. In addition, basically, but what Besant says is that Trump added this tariff game in order to get leverage and force other countries to come to negotiation and talk about new agreement, a la Bretton Woods, right? Agreement of the international trade. The basically plan is that the Trump wants to keep the reserve currency, dollar as reserve currency. It's gonna be devalued. It's not gonna be on a level because its exchange rate too high of value of dollar that makes exports really difficult for United States, because it makes for other countries too expensive to buy from United States. So he wants to reduce the exchange rate of the dollar in order to to increase exports. That's the only way, not by using tariffs. Tariff is just this initial chaos that everyone will suffer and want to come back to the new agreement, to realize that we need the agreement, new system, right? And the system will be forcing people that countries that do have excess exporting, like Russia, like China, to reduce to reduce their exports by increasing the value of their currency. So they will have to use the income or reserves to spend it to reduce the value, to increase the value of their currency, so they will be less exportable. Basically wants to keep the balance of exports between the country, not to have like Saudi Arabia rising, exporting mostly. Norway is also exporter country. The Russia, China, those are the biggest problem, right? It's not about deficit. It's not about tariffs. It's not about industrialization of the United States, but to make some balance, right? This is to keep the balance, to keep the values and exchange of currencies steady. So he wants to force. Besant says the tariffs is just a initial stage. It was Trump's idea to get leverage over other countries. That's it, to make a chaos. The plan is global recession. Basically, the global recession is the plan, okay? In order to force other countries to realize how much they lose if they don't have international trade. So they will want international trade to return to the same level, but by new rules. Well, where I see the problem is how to make those countries to increase the value of their currency and reduce their exports. Because as we know from EU, when Germany and France break the rules about deficit and debt, nobody can force them. But they will always force smaller, weaker countries to do it, to follow the rules of the debt and deficit. So this will still be played. In banker idea from Keynes, it was that excess export of more than 6% of the GDP will be set into the banker, and they will correct that imbalance, right? So in banker, there was a limit of 6% of GDP for exports of a particular country, and then they will have to pay into it. Well, this is more like, how to force. It will be only the United States forcing everyone else to comply with raising the value of their currency in order to reduce their exports, right? So there's no clear rule how to enforce that for those most powerful countries. Another big problem, part of the plan, is that when everyone agrees to this agreement, the United States will provide security, and countries will have to pay for this security. It's like the same thing that he's forcing Europe to spend 5% of GDP for the security provided by US. That's a no-go. You cannot have one policeman. It's not good. Nobody's going to accept it because it's going to be risk. Let's say Trump is okay and he's benevolent and he's going to do it. But you don't know what's going to happen in 20 years' time. Who's going to come and start weaponizing the system again, right? Like the United States is started doing. So that's a no-go. Nobody will accept that part of the agreement, while everyone, I believe, is okay with the initial economic part of international trade. I think everyone could go with it. It's not a big deal. And Jay Shankar is already on. He's already promoting this agreement. It's by some rumors, it's going to be called Mar-a-Lago agreement instead of Bretton Woods 3, or it's going to be called Mar-a-Lago agreement. So this is the basically plan.
Yeah, I because the current system, it doesn't work anymore. You can basically see it in the decline of United States and Europe. So they needed something new, and something that cannot be gamed, because the WTO system has been gamed by the communist countries like Vietnam or China, particularly China, because China is so big. You just cannot ignore them. So like people ignore Vietnam, but Vietnam actually does exactly the same thing as China. It's the same system. So I think it's just a matter of time. Like we all know, like we have been talking about US managed decline for 10 years, 15 years already. During the Obama times, it's basically the hype. Everybody's talking about United States inevitable decline. So the decline is just managed. They are managing United States decline. So if we all can agree that United States is declining, then it's also logical that if Donald Trump want to make United States great again, then he have to change the system. And the global system is the problem. Like, we all complain about the global system. That's why so many people support BRICS, right? So if you support BRICS, because the current economic system is shit, then there is no reason to criticize Donald Trump trying to fix it. Actually, generally, I think he's fixing it. Like he's going to work out. In my personal opinion, it's going to work out okay. It's not going to benefit every country like it is now. Like, because now is United States underwrite prosperity for everybody. So they are sacrificing themselves for the prosperity of everybody. So now the only change, generally, like what Euro say, it's not a big change. It's just some tariff on the export into United States. It's just to for United States to take back some money, because if not, they cannot survive. And if the United States collapse, we're gonna all die, man. Because China is not going to underwrite the prosperity for everybody. So China is going to take all the prosperity from everyone. That's what China will do. Because
no. Money is not prosperity. They're taking only money, but giving bridges, giving the railroads, giving the new harbors, new technologies to everyone. That's prosperity. United States is not providing that.
Oh, that's true.
They're just providing money.
I agree.
Okay,
That
money
I
is
also
not
agree.
prosperity. Okay, sorry.
So which is why the new system, now what Donald Trump changed the system, would probably change a lot on how the West would deal with Africa. Like, because now everything you have to be traded. It's not like underwrite and everybody just do all the Western powers just do whatever they want. Like, everybody have to become more stringent. Like, the Europeans have to really control their welfare system. They need to stop giving so much money away. They need to tighten their belt. They need to really innovate and start to compete again. They not just compete with China, they have to compete with the United States. So I think it's not exactly a bad thing, but of course it makes people suffer because they need to work harder. Previously they don't need to work so hard. Now they need to work harder. It's not exactly bad, but people don't like it. Like, Singapore Prime Minister made a video which went viral. He made a statement on this. It went viral in other channels, not on his own channel, but on like news channel like Hindustani Times or something. So like basically the Singapore Prime Minister basically warned that this is a very bad development, and that the tariffing might lead to copycats, and then all this will lead to war. They say that so he said that this is what happened prior to World War II. The tariffing, and then after that, leads to. But I feel like it's a different world right now, because World War II time there is multiple superpowers. The French is powerful. The Germans are powerful. The Russians is okay. The British are super powerful. The Americans are powerful. Japanese is getting more powerful then. So that was a time where they really will fight each other. They really tariff each other to hell. Now is not exactly that kind of world. So it might still work, but of course, if everybody retaliates, then yeah.
You know what, Yard? There was this biologist that said once upon a time the population need to control itself, which means depopulation. Right now, I'm thinking it's about war. I don't know. It's war just to depopulate the world.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's too risky what
sounds
Trump is
sinister,
doing.
but
It's exactly. He thinks it's a good plan, but it's actually this initial tariff war. It's gonna not wake others. It's not gonna make them trust a new agreement more. That's the problem. Yeah, the tariff war that Trump is doing, it's not gonna make anyone trust America again.
Yeah,
not even forced. People will resist.
I think the American dream is dead right now. The American dream is dead.
Depending on what you mean by American dream, the American dream is not for non-Americans. I just want to say, American dream is for Americans. So the American dream is dead. Is not actually that accurate. But anyway, Madeline say you think. Wait. You think Trump's doing a good job, Wyatt? Do you want to gamble on against me? I put 20,000 on the S&P, dropping below 4,000 before the end of 2025. Honestly, this is too easy a win for Madeline. Like the stock market will definitely continue to drop until it stabilizes. Yeah. No. This gamble 20K, I can't.
I can gamble that.
Yeah. You can gamble that. It's too low. Just simply too low.
I can gamble that.
I think there's the chance of dropping below 4,000 before 2025 is possible, but it will rebound. 100% it will rebound.
It will rebound before end of the year.
What's
the moment you drop 4,000, you lose the money.
Yeah.
even that is low.
That is low, but even that is possible.
What's rebounding? What are you trading in?
Okay, so what's the reason? Let's say if you want to reindustrialize at the present talk from Trump and Americans, if you want to industrialize, all those companies that have only headquarters in United States but production somewhere else, they will have to sell the shares in order to build the factories in America, right? So they have to collect the funds. So they will be selling the shares. That's why this collapse in shares, right? In a stock market, because you have to sell some of it and get back new factories. But the problem is still you cannot domesticate whole supply chain. It's impossible, simply impossible to domesticate whole supply chains for building something. It's impossible.
It's not impossible. I think it's difficult. I think it's not impossible. Yeah. I mean, China have most of it in China. So I mean, at least one country did it. So China. The only thing China don't have is some of the. Yeah, I would say 15 years. I mean, because by 5 years ago, I think they already have everything. Because I went to China on the trade fair in Guangzhou. So my understanding is that what they don't have is only the most high tech stuff. Like for example, they sell the TVs, they build all the TVs, but they don't have the LED panel, the real LED technology. They buy it from South Korea. So actually, if you look at the trade balance between Japan, China, and South Korea, China, is actually quite balanced because they're buying all the high tech stuff, and then OEM it, and then they build everything that sell it to the rest of the world. But United States may have all these high technologies. So the thing is, so they have the potential to do everything, but I'm not sure if that's good for the entire world. So, and I think because the tariff is going to drop, like whatever tariff they announced, that's ridiculous. I was surprised how they calculated it. So end up, so it's not about tariff, it's about trade balance. So the tariff is going to reduce for sure, 100%. So eventually they're still going to have some things that is built overseas because it's still going to be cheaper built overseas. It's just not just that. No, they're bringing in some tariff money, and I think generally things will still move. That's what I think.
Yeah, they can move, like putting things together. Let's say the price of things that they import from other countries, they may, if it's the same company, right, with the supply chains in other countries. So the daughter company in another country can charge minimal, let's say something that's worth $100, they can charge the headquarters in the United States only $1, right? So they can charge a lower price with the tariffs and everything to the headquarters that just put everything together, right, and sell it for $10,000. So the tariffs can be minimized by having these supply chains from other countries charging nothing to the United States, right? Headquarters that puts everything together and doesn't have to have big production. It doesn't have to have industry. So the tariffs can be easily avoided by these accounting tricks that are widespread for many years now.
So super chat. Madeline said, "You need to send details of account wired. I will transfer immediately. Get same off Sahel Wanderer. You can hold until December 31st, 2025." And so her bet is S&P drop below 4,000, and Sahel Wanderer say that it doesn't. I'm not sure what's happening right now, but I just want to say I don't gamble, and I cannot afford to lose. I'm too poor to gamble.
No, look,
Not 20,000 for sure.
It's just that again, this is the internet, but I don't want to go in. But I can take that risk, and I know for sure she will lose it. But again, we can do this. But because one thing I know for sure is Trump not gonna let this thing go below. You have to even have to rescind his let go below 4,000. It will not drop below 4,000.
I trust Trump, but I don't trust Trump that much because I do not know what the hell he's gonna do.
No, the reason
he's a bit bizarre,
because okay, this is S&P. The reason we let this one go below 4,000 because most of his core people, money is in there. So he can let it go that low. But anyway, to answer something constant earlier by Mr. Lambo, what's up, Mary? And say about cheap things from China importing cheap things to China to Europe. I learned this also I was trying to get some radios for my business, some antennas, IT antennas. Then I found a Chinese similar tech. And straightforward, the guy tells me, "What do you want?" I say, "I want something that meets these criteria." And immediately the price changed. So yes, China do have things that cost you 50 cents. And the same thing can cost you $500. What do you want to buy? So if you buy cheap things from China, they will last you a day. If you really want high-end production material, they have them and they can produce them. So that was one I said to Mr. Lambo earlier, but it was too crowded. I couldn't get in time. to get to him.
I bought a very cheap CPU for my daughter from China. It's only very cheap, less than $300 CPU, full computer. It's a very small one. Oh my god, it broke in a month. So I went on to buy a Singapore brand for like a few $1,000 over now, waiting for it to be delivered. Maddie,
Well, you know, one thing about that is that China uses the products and builds their widgets and stuff with our approval of what they use. So if Apple tells them to build it with this, you don't really. How can you blame China when Apple itself is actually the one that made the decision to use the shitty components? You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's, you know, everybody knows that cheap is usually what you're going to get, and cheap means it doesn't last long. You know, but anyway, that's neither here or there. It's something I just heard that really surprised me, Wyatt. And this is going to be going down the stereotype, but I just heard an Asian said they don't gamble.
Chinese people love to gamble.
I've never met one.
Mehdi, why would not know? Because it's an American thing. It's like more like a Western Europe thing.
No. Chinese people love to gamble.
Oh, okay,
like
okay.
gambling is like second nature for Chinese. So it's not all Asians, not because Asia got a lot of races, but Chinese are tremendous gamblers. That's why Macau is a casino. That's why Singapore's casino, our biggest revenue comes from China tourists. So I know. It's just that I don't gamble because I'm a sore loser. So I hate to lose, and then when I lose, I get pissed off. So
I come back on DPA and cussing out Madeline. She stole my money. She took 20,000.
No,
I used to go to Foxwoods. That's in the night, on the East Coast, and I used to play multi-tournament cable, Texas Hold'em there. I did do it for a while. I was able to play online until that asshole from Kentucky, the turtleneck, decided that online poker wasn't allowed in the United States. And he just happens to be involved with the gambling industry itself, especially horse racing. So everything he said about why we couldn't do it, they said, you know what the reason was? And it's the same thing they do with anything with money. It was a way for terrorists to transfer money. It was complete bullshit. Anyway, that just neither here or there. The one thing about tariffs is, as an American, I don't understand. If you're putting tariffs on our product, if we put a tariff on your product at the exact same level, what is there to complain about? Tariffs are not good in any form, really. But the thing is if it's being done to you, what do? You reciprocate. How else do you keep your industry going if the other one has an advantage?
So Super Chat, come on, Shadow Wanderer, put your money where your mouth is. So I'm supposed to be now so I think that I understand. So they transfer me the money, I hold it, so that I know who to transfer to. You guys trust me too much,
There is a house.
I might invest it in DPA, it's like... And I am in casino every week. 50% of the clientele is Asian. Yeah, no.
Now, what's the issue with the tariffs? What's the issue with the tariffs? Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No,
I'll go after you.
Okay, so the issue with the tariffs, many countries don't have developed industries from the ground up. They just got some companies from United States transfer the technology there, and they have nothing to replace it with. In a case of this company have to pay more, they will reduce the production. They will even maybe move out. So the many countries like Vietnam that don't have the developed industry, like China has developed, Russia has the industry completely developed from the ground to the top, right? Everything, they have the technology, they have the knowledge, organizational skill, everything. But many smaller countries don't have that. So once you take this away from them, they have nothing left. They have no knowledge to rebuild anything, to replace it. The problem is with smaller countries that actually survived, that got developed and prospered based on technology coming from United States and being built there. So it's like a bubble that they cannot replace. So many African countries, Indonesian countries, there, South Asian countries, they have no, technological developments complete, but many countries do. Others countries do, and they won't have much problem. They will just replace it with something else, right? But with the initial fall in the standard, yeah. So that's the problem.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Then I go ahead then. So for those that don't fully understand, tariff is merely for protection purpose. Generally, is to protect your own industry. So let's say you have farms, you make your own corn, then you want your corn to be able to sold, because if your corn don't sell, then your industry dies. So the corn from overseas that come in, you put a tariff, maybe 10%, 15%, just to make it a little bit more expensive. It does two things. One thing, you don't get flooded by cheap, lousy goods. Second thing is you ensure that the goods that imports into your country is always of higher quality. So people is willing to pay the higher price for the better goods. A lot of things is complained about China is because they always flood markets with cheap, useless goods. That's exactly happening to a lot of third world countries, particularly like Philippines. They got flooded by so many cheap stuff that the Philippines just get addicted. It's like drug. They keep buying. Like, that was what told to me by a Filipino themselves, like 5 years, 6 years ago. They say that they got flooded by so many China cheap phones. They cannot resist buying them, but then they don't last very long. But of course that was many years ago. So the tariff helps to keep the lousy goods away and only bring in good stuff that benefits your society, and not destroy your own industry. So, Maddie.
Well, it also gives if you go for the product to product, the same product, your manufactured product will be cheaper than the other one. That's kind of the idea. That's why you put tariffs on it, so that your industry grows and that one holds back. I mean, we've heard of tariffs resulting in ships sitting off a dock with the perishable goods just rotting because of tariffs. It doesn't do anybody good when they're in place. That's the problem. I mean, like to what Yuri said, there was, every country that's not advanced in stuff, we move the technology there, we build stuff. We had to start someplace too. It isn't like it was all just given to us. We had to start out small, find the market, go do all that. And that's why, as an American, it kind of, I don't like the tariffs being there, but I understand what's trying to be accomplished, make it more fair. One thing I did want to mention, I don't know if any of you have heard of this. China is building a massive manufacturing complex, and I can't remember what they said. It covers the same area as Monaco. It has a city inside of it for the workers. And this place is gigantic, they say.
In Europe?
I asked people, there's a video of it online, but look into this thing. This place is just huge. And the one thing is, could you see that happen in the United States if we really needed to do that? You know what I mean? We would have so much infighting about who did what and get that, do this, do that, whatever. Who's going to get the contract for this? Who's going to get the back pay? Who's going to get the, the kickback and stuff? We would never get it done in our society, but in China they can.
Tesla did it, right?
Huh?
Yeah. Tesla did it, right? Tesla did it in United States. They have the mega factory.
I'm not saying it can't, but it's like a company just did it. But the place that China's making, it's almost the size of a small state, they say. And I just ask people to look into it because they're committed to their manufacturing. How committed are we? That's a lot of things. I've worked in the industry for 18 years as a machinist and a CNC programmer operator, blah, 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 blah. And throughout it all, even around me where there's a lot of military production that happens, there's really not a lot getting built or anything. The orders are not really going up. And, I talk to people and it's kind of amazing. We're at I think somebody finally got to Trump's head and said Ukraine is a loss. Get the hell away from it. It's going to kill us the way it is. Get out of NATO. And now this shit with Iran, which is, I don't know who is feeding Trump what he's feeding, but their defense systems are a lot more complex and technology advanced than we give them credit for. And I just don't want to see a massive loss of pilots to prove the point that it's not going to fucking work. And that's the problem. You know, and I don't know. We need. I don't know even how I got onto this tangent. I'll just stop.
Okay,
No, I
want to
bet
repeat
that
the
the
plan.
Russians tell Americans themselves as well. I bet the
I need to
Russians
get a
during the
tea, I'll be right
negotiation also. I bet that the Russians also tell the Americans that as well. Like, because they have a frank to frank talk. I'm quite sure the Russians tell them the exact situation from the perspective of the Russians, to tell the Americans, this is a lost cause. You shouldn't back this. No, don't die on this hill. So. And the of course Americans being Americans, they were like, don't believe it, right? So they continue to support first, and then though they see how they go on a battlefield, then maybe they will believe.
So Putin has been saying that. Let me repeat the plan. Let me repeat the plan again from Besant, not from Trump, but Besant. This is Besant plan. Okay, tariff is just initial stage. It's not a plan, part of the plan. It was the Trump that introduced it in order to create chaos, to force others to go to the agreement. So the main mechanism to control how much is exported and how much is currency evaluation. It's not tariffs. Tariffs going to be removed. This is not permanent, nor the industrialization of the United States is a part of the plan. It's not part of the plan. It's just an excuse to implement tariff as an initial stage, right? And tariffs are to show other countries, just like Russia is showing the United States that Ukraine is game over, right? For Ukraine, there's nothing for them to do it. So United States is trying to tell other countries, you see how much you benefit from international trade. If you don't want to join to new agreement, then you lose this. Then you lose this in international trade that you benefit from. This is the part of the plan. It's not the tariffs. Tariffs are not going to be used. This is just for maybe 5-6 months. Okay? Stop talking about industrialization. Stop talking about tariffs. This is not the plan. Industrialization is might happen slowly, within 20 years, but due to currency evaluation, the dollars will fall. Value of the dollars will fall. So you cannot import anymore so cheaply from China, but your products will be cheaper for others. So basically, the major problem for Americans will have to travel less. So only difference from currency exchange, personally, that you're gonna feel is a little bit more inflation, and you won't be other countries won't be cheap for you to travel to. That's basically your personal experience of the currency value.
But
okay?
I think that
there's not much.
But I think they will still implement the minimum 10%, like across the board. Like it will be like a permanent import tax on the. I don't think they will get any more free trade. Like, because if the aim is to protect their manufacturing, and to keep manufacturing in United States, they cannot go zero. Zero is always a lose situation. It's like you will lose-win situation. Zero. You have to at least the 10%, so that no cheap goods can enter the country. But
tariffs are not going to work that much against that. They're not very helpful.
Protector.
As I explained, you open a headquarters in the United States. The production from other country charges you just 1 cent per product, and you sell it for $100. So what's the tariff on 1 cent? Nothing, right? It's not going to affect your cost. So all the profits will be in a while the how to keep the production in a foreign country, you keep loaning forever. You keep loaning that company,
No, but
loaning
if
your
that is the
money from
scenario,
United States.
but
Yeah.
you see, if that is the scenario, United States don't lose. You see, because you can sell it 1 cent, but the thing is the money don't flow from United States to the other country. So the country still stay within. You can make the money, sure. You can make all the money. You can make all the profit margin you want, but no, the money stays in United States. So that still works for United States. It so the biggest effect is on the direct sellers. No, you want to sell directly from China to United States. Now you get hit by a 45%, or I don't know what's the percentage now. It's quite high now. So I think that is the main deterrence, and also to keep the money in the country. Yeah, that's what I think. Nunya, what do you think? Nunya? Oh, good, Gabriel.
Hi guys. One of the main impacts of this, like on the domestic markets, it's all the retailers, like because they're the ones that make the profit. So they import the stuff, and then they sell it at the like American market price, and it's there's usually a matter of risk. There's this thing that's been happening lately. It's like the instant supply chains, I think it's called, or something like that, in which instead of having to have like huge stocks, because the logistic networks of commerce, of global commerce, have become so so fast
On time
and automatic
in last second.
that you don't need to have massive stocks of your product. You can order it practically as the requests come in, and that's going to crash massively. Now, you can argue that all these people were making like an easy buck and screwing the local population, the local workforce, with cheap workforce from Asia or wherever, or Mexico, and it's true to a certain degree. But still, a lot of people were making a lot of money through that, and not only like massive billionaires, but like all forms of retail, online stores, etc. There's a huge like ecosystem of minor retail and major retail as well. Like Walmart is gonna get a massive thing up
Amazon.
the real. Amazon, Walmart, yeah, all these guys. But like one thing I'm gonna repeat again is this idea that like America, out of the goodness of their hearts, were like bestowing industrialization to the rest of the world, and trade deficit was kind of sort of charity or generosity or irresponsibility, and other countries were tariffing America while America was naively or from the goodness of their hearts, not tariffing the rest of the world. America, as the country that emits the reserve currency, was making like all the money in the world, by printing dollars and changing them for actual stuff. It's like they're throwing monopoly dollars to the world, and they get actual stuff that requires labor and resources. So it's not that America was getting screwed by ripped off by the rest of the world. It's more like the other way around. The rest of the world absorbs their inflation, and so I believe that more than like getting their pay, their due pay or import tax, they're at a cliff. The gravy train that has sustained American exceptionalist economy is at the edge of a cliff, and
No, it's not. No,
and
sorry.
they're and they're doing it because like it's hard for you to imagine the amount of profit that America loses by restricting their deficit spending. It was practically free stuff, Yeah, you have to buy paper, whatever. not even paper. It's banking digits. And so if they're actually cutting or harming that gravy train in any way, stopping the gravy train in any way, it must be only because like either they're idiots and they don't understand what they're doing, which I doubt seriously, because even I understand what they're doing, or that's the state of affairs. That's how desperate their situation is with regards to like the de-dollarization process. Like a lot of trade is starting to be done outside of the dollar, and that's a cliff of hyperinflation and risk of default.
But the reason that started happening is because the United States started weaponizing dollar. Not because the gravy train stopped working. It's because they used it as a weapon, and that's not allowed. So if they just kept on going the same way, there will be no edge of the cliff. The cliff is built by the United States. This cliff is built by the United States, not because of deficit, not because of the excess debt, not because of that. It's because of the force in other to stop using it, to stop using dollar.
The problem now is nobody else wants to play on a cliff with them, and they're going to back away from it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my take on it.
But that's not because of deficit and debt. That's not because of accounting problems that everyone talks about. That's not a problem. Problem is this ideological idiocy and believing that they're the world power and stop doing the good thing. They just want to claim the power. That's it. That's the only benefit they have. Claim the power. But yeah, it's not true that it's just purely out of benevolency and altruistic reason that Americans developed the rest of the world, like China helped transfer the technology there and into Indonesia, in South Asia, in somewhere in Africa. It's because they wanted to expand the market. They wanted to enrich other countries so they can buy more stuff. Because if you have just a West as your market, you cannot expand your production, and you're forced to expand production because you keep accumulating debt. So the companies have to expand as their debt grows. So once they start working on a debt as operating expense, they have to grow their debt. Just like a country have to grow their debt. There's no option. But you counter it with growing your size. That's how you counter that problem. As long as you grow in size, so it's not an issue. It's about expanding the market. They built a bigger market for themselves by enriching other people.
It's expanding the market, but not expanding the markets. Like for example, you capitalize.
Are you a language model? Are you a language model?
You capture the
language
markets.
Model?
You capture the markets, but like historically, they don't develop the markets. So basically, countries that are markets that have been captured, they suffer like
when you
strong
talk, it's like I'm listening to a language model.
Yeah, it's something you have in your ear. You probably have a bug in your ear. Maybe the microchips from the COVID vaccines. But anyway, the point is that there's a certain level of market that they've expanded historically, but there's up to a certain level. You develop the market to a certain level, as long as they can still be politically and economically captured. And beyond that, you destroy them. And that's like the problem that's been happening with China, and to a certain extent with Russia as well, that like they captured the market of the ex-Soviet Union and of the Chinese communists, but they didn't, like they actively fight against the economic development of those places, which would expand the market, right? It would make the market more give it more consumer capacity. And the thing is that, yeah, because as you said, this ideological framework that makes them fear any potential rival, and so that's why they've been blocking markets from actually development that which would expand their own production. But I think it also has a lot to do with this sort of unfettered oligarchy, which is part of the fundamental concept of like capitalism, of the free market, you know, like the rule of the capitalists, unrestrained by government policies and social norms. And insofar as that has been the rule, they've been systematically demolishing their own consumer base, their own workers' rights, so to speak. Like and that's exactly the profit of outsourcing their production, and that was the economic boom of the 90s. They basically, all their corporations were able to like abandon the expensive and highly demanding workforce that they had in America and expanded it to wherever they could find the least amount of workers' rights in the world. And they even like actively destroy workers' rights. And for example, the IMF, one of the requisites for giving out loans and economic rescues is for the countries to open their markets and cut social security and crack down on syndicates and workers' rights, because that way they can achieve this cheap labor that's going to give them more profit. So it's basically the oligarchs and their infinite pursuit for profit going amok and screwing over the American people. But it was for the profit of this American ideal of like free market.
Madeline, listen to Gabriel talking. She hear jazz, and also Madeline's husband shorted Tesla in December for 5 million. So definitely a big win for. Congratulations, Madeline.
That's my
No wonder
second bet.
No wonder she's willing to just throw 20,000 on a bet.
Yeah.
I really
hope. No. Madeline is sponsoring, is like powering, DPA Open Mic, because of Tesla. So we have to thank Elon Musk, Elon Musk is powering
Madeline,
DPA Open Mic.
I see why you're willing to lose 20,000 easily. I see why.
Medi.
Makes sense.
I just wanted to point out that for some reason in the West, we act as if we don't have our own oligarchs. We don't even use the word. You know what I mean? We don't in the West. We don't use it unless it's applied to somebody else. Yet we have them in our country. And we look at them sometimes put them up on a pedestal, but actually that's what they are. They're the same as the oligarchs that we're complaining about. And that's the whole thing. This whole mess is down to a relative few people who are deciding what's going on. And that's what drives me nuts. Is that these people are intent on starting war and they're not listening to common sense. Some of them. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah. So you see, it was the political decision by United States to demolish the unions and not to increase minimum wage. If it kept increasing the minimum wage at a regular level with the inflation, there will be no such problems as demolishing its own, because the wage is essentially remuneration. It's not really a value of the work. The wage is remuneration, setup of the system, how the system works of shuffling money. It's basically a Ponzi scheme. It's not so important to have a wage as particular level in order to have the industry. We see that higher, when you compare different countries, like in Denmark, they don't have too much industry, but they have this proper remuneration of the more equal wages share, right? So they're prospering no matter what they have. They don't have to have large industry or Norway, or how much they spend for social spending. It's not it's all political decisions. It's not economic decisions. Okay, so it's how much those oligarchs bribe the politicians to go their own way for the short term profit, not for long development. Like they cannot bribe the politician, they cannot bribe the Communist Party in China. China will always do what's good at the time. Like, yes, you can bribe individual, but not in a totality. Like when Gabriel, what Gabriel was saying, those oligarchs move to another country and they bribe politics and bribe the IMF. Well, it's part of it, part of the game.
Yeah, the
Bribe
IMF
the
is an
IMF to
instrument
work
of
for
the
them.
oligarchs.
Yeah,
the IMF
yeah.
is an
So,
instrument of the oligarchs, and
yeah. So
sometimes it's a bribe, but also sometimes it's a regime change or a
lobbying.
military coup.
Yeah. So it's all that. But as I'm saying now, independently for the US, it's a belief mentality of neoliberalism that there's a meritocracy, there's value. This remuneration is proper because the business owner, or he's meritocrat. He gives his own smart and unique abilities to produce, and
Yeah,
he
it's
has like
idolatry.
2000 times more income than those that really produce it, right, in the same company. So
It's
this is just a
idolatry.
type of remuneration that's chosen by politics. It's not some value moral setup of how much income someone receive. It's the whole system, political system, they decide based on politics, based on how much people can be mentally convinced that's okay, right? You have whole set of excuses why this guy has 2 million times more income than his normal worker that
Yeah, and
produces
also
this.
has the right to literally buy the government. He has
Yeah,
the social and moral right to buy the government, which is super weird. And that's why I think it's idolatry, because like it's an ideological justification. And
yeah.
there's all sorts of them, and um, whole schools of thought and economics around that, university careers and all that, to justify why these people, they're the best of us, they're the greatest, they have the right, the oligarchs, the merchant class, they have the right to 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 dictate how society should work. They should have all the freedoms, they should have the right to decide who's in government and what the government does. It's a crazy, but it's like they themselves, they convinced a whole nation of people, of armed people, and their governments, to sacrifice everything in their favor of this, idealistic progressive thought of free markets and capital rule. Go on, Mehdi. You wanted to say something?
It's a religion.
Mm.
Mehdi, you're mute. Mehdi, you're mute.
Well, is that surprising? Thank you very much, sir. The one thing I want to say about it is that the American people are now tied into all this because their retirements are all in 401ks, except if you're in the government sector. So whatever's happening out there, you're invested.
That's
into
another
it
excuse.
Huh?
That's another excuse. That's another justification.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is just that you have to almost go along with it to make sure that your retirement stays solvent. But who knows with what these idiots are doing, if that's actually going to be the case. And a lot of people haven't thought about that, but our retirements, our livelihoods when we retire are all invested in this. And
all in
whatever happens
BlackRock.
is going to affect that.
All in BlackRock, right? That's in Ukraine. That one that invested in Ukraine, that invested in
No,
everything.
it's not a far reach to think that all of these investment funds and securities, all of these invested so heavily in Ukraine and are getting absolutely wrecked with the catastrophic failure of that project, that they have to do desperate things to solve the situation that they put themselves into. Like they betted on a losing horse, and now this is part of the desperation to solve that catastrophic strategic failure. Speculation. Because it's true. One of these narratives of the free market was precisely that. You know, like to hand your savings of all the population, all the working population, force the working population to grant their savings to investment funds so that they could use them at their disposal, and create these massive movements of money, which is like the energy, the accumulation of the working energy of all of the population, and do whatever they want with it and invest in stuff and control the entire markets. And they force you to do that. You take the losses, they take the wins, and they restrict a lot what you can do with that. You know, like it's under their control. It's not like you can retire it. It's not like you can use it for your own benefits, like for your own investment projects. It's in their hands, and they convinced all the people to go with it. Mostly the government, because it's kind of forceful. There's a lot of coercion, or in some places, like in Chile, for example, it's obligatory. You can't have a contract or even give a bill without part of that going to these investment funds that control your retirement.
Yeah, Mehdi surely remembers when the industrialization of America started happening during the Reagan, and economists started warning about it. He said, "Oh, don't worry, just invest in these companies. You will just live off of this investment. You don't have to worry. You know, if you lose a job, you will live off of this money of this corporation that make huge money in other countries. You know, don't worry about it."
What a
Right,
scam,
Mehdi?
man.
You remember that? No,
What a
it's
scam,
not a
man.
scam. It's kind of
Yeah,
logical.
super chat. Maddie has made a massive pointer with the 401k by Mandolin. Maddie, Nunya, we cannot hear you. You know, there's no sound. Yeah, you check your mic settings. Maybe you're connected to the wrong mic because you're not
No,
muted.
go ahead, Nunya. I thought he was speaking.
But Nunya's mic is not working. So which
Can you
is
hear
the
me now?
reason what? Oh, now we can hear you.
Oh, no, I was saying, and they're going to follow the same playbook that they did with the 401k Act back in the late 70s. They're following the same playbook now for Social Security. Just watch. They're going to privatize it. They'll use the same arguments that Euro was just talking about. Oh, you'll do better in the market, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. And they'll get your retirement money. Don't worry. They'll get all of it.
No, my only issue with this,
Nunya, I do have a question. If any of you would know, but how much of 401ks are actually out in loans, where people take loans from their own 401k to pay back? You know, because that's a real thing too, because people don't realize you're taking loans out, it depresses how much you earn, and you're paying it back to yourself, yes. But that's just an indication that people, that's just an indication that people are having a hard time living off their means as it is now.
Yep.
You know, and that's a scary point, because I quit a company. I had almost 100,000 in there, you know, and it went up and down in the market, and I had to use a lot of it. But matter of fact, all of it went eventually, because it had to be used for houses, repairs, cars, shit like that. You know, and that happens out there too, and that gets discounted. Is that how much money in those 401ks is out in loan?
when I was doing taxes in 2010, 11, 9. Gabriel, there's a lot of noise somewhere. Okay, when I was doing taxes, many people took out loans from their 401k and they couldn't pay back. So the taking loans from your 401k is to avoid paying taxes, but you have to pay it back, right? If you don't pay it back, you have to pay the tax. So now many people that lost their 401k, took their loans, had to sell it in a low market, right? So it was lowest price of the lowest amount of their 401k, and they had to pay the tax without job. So it was just catastrophic for many people that they had to no income tax return, maybe a couple of $100, but they were supposed to get like $5, $6, $10,000 back. Now all of a sudden they will get like maybe 100, or they will have to pay us for the tax preparation because there was no money back coming. So it was really devastating for so many people. So that's why, yes, the majority of the time, like 70% of the time, private pension is fine. Yeah, maybe some will get more than public pension. Some will get less. But when it's a crisis, crisis hit, everybody loses from private. And then the state has to come and pay the social benefits to you, have to cover and repair, like Caltech. How many the so-called how many times it had to be fixed up, revalued?
I can't remember, but it's beyond count.
Yeah.
And also that's your money. Also, it's your taxes. You paid that money. So it's like
what a lot of people
Super
are
chat.
not
My husband has just
realizing-
said 40% are into their 401k, so they can take this off. So Makiadi, sorry.
Oh yeah. So what a lot of people are not realizing is that what's happening in the U.S. is the U.S. version of austerity. It is well organized strategically, but the way it's being implemented is very haphazard. But that's what they're trying to do. It's basically what you saw being done in Argentina, but in a slightly clever way. For example, the raising of taxes is not being called raising of taxes. They call them tariffs. But at the end of the day, if you do your calculations right, and according to ChatGPT, it's a 25% tax hike on average people in the United States. They could have taken a different route, but a different route would mean people like Jeff Bezos would have to pay way much more in taxes than they do right now. So instead of saying directly to people, hey, you people, your taxes are going to go up, which would cause a lot of problems, and it would be against everything, especially conservatives generally stand for, they decided to take a different route. I don't think there's anybody who doubts that eventually the prices of food in the United States will go up. The prices of a lot of commodities, cheap commodities, will go up. Everybody is aware that will go up. And the explanation they're being given is that it's going to take a short time and then it's going to go back down. The truth is that will not happen, because remember, they said during COVID that the prices would go down. So everything went up, and then we're told, and I always doubted that. I was asking myself, what would be the incentive for Walmart to drop the prices of stuff down again? There's none, because people can already pay for it. So they have no incentive to bring the prices down. So when the prices go up, and they will go up, it will take a couple of months. But when they do go up, they're not going to go down. But yeah, this is a tax. This is a tax, but a very smart way of doing it.
Yeah, when have prices ever gone down?
Come on,
my little gimmick on this is just because I know for sure whatever money this whole thing generates or saves, it's not going to go down, as you say, it's not going to go back down to the economy, to our pocket. It'll go back to the same people that caused this initial problem. The same people at the top want to keep 90% of it and take 10% and say, hey, look, we added $2,000 to your Social Security. It's not going nowhere. So whatever money they generate and save, it'll go back to the same people that told you they're here to rescue you. As you said, since I've been in this country back and forth for the past 20 plus years, nothing have gone down. Whenever it go up, people buy it, it stays there for as long as possible.
No, it's they do go up and down. Come on, guys.
Name one thing that went up.
Shopping.
No.
I don't know in your country, but everywhere in my country they went up and then down.
No, dude, we're not talking about the prices of stocks. We are talking about commodities. Talking about groceries.
Yeah,
we're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about too. I don't know why
they won't go down. I'm telling you, they won't go down. I don't know what you're talking about.
Not to the same level. Not to the same level. I'm not saying they will go to the same level as before.
The price of meat in the United States went up to like
exactly. You point to one thing that is not.
It is not. It has never and it will never go down from that
anecdotal
price.
evidence. You're talking about anecdotal.
No,
evidence.
that is just one example. I'm just giving you one example.
Of something that went up and came down.
Yeah, I can't think of any
in your country. I don't know in your country. I know many things in my country that went up and down.
We are not talking
in
about
America,
your country
in
right
USA.
now.
Name one thing that went up and came down.
I'm not buying there. It must
Yeah,
be
but
something.
they are, and we're talking about the tariffs going on the Americans, right? And they're both in America, aren't you? Or at least one of you is, yeah. So yeah, no, I agree. Like, prices don't go down.
Judith, prices fluctuate
up and then a little bit down. Then
yeah, but they always go up.
Yes.
The chart zigzags, but it's always going up. You know, so yeah, it has a bit up.
Go up.
But less. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of inflation is that your wage isn't at par with the rising of prices. But the
example, right? Sorry, Nonia. If this is $1, you raise it to $4 and bring it back to $3. It didn't go down; it went up.
Right.
Come on, that's what I meant. It went to 4 and then to 2. But that's what I said. That's what I was saying.
Like
they never go back.
The tin is $1, and you raise it to $4, and it came down to $3.
It never went back to $2. It never went back to $2.
The thing is, we got hit by an insane amount of inflation during COVID, but that inflation amount never went down. Now inflation is just adding to it, and that's not just in the US.
Yeah.
That's in every major liberal capitalist country that's happening. Yeah, sure. For some small European countries, they might have done, price adjustments.
Very small.
Very small. But in major countries, you cannot control inflation like that. There is general inflation which will continue to inflate, at a steady rate.
Yeah.
But whenever crises happen, inflation will skyrocket and it'll stay there. It doesn't come down. It'll come down.
God almost always goes back to the same trajectory from before.
Yeah,
it just
Trump first
that is above the trajectory. They stole it from you. While it's above the trajectory, normal trajectory. That time they stole the money. They just need that short time when it's above the trajectory. It will never go below the trajectory. Yes, that's what I'm saying. But some things go up and down, and over time they will slightly stay on it until the trajectory reaches that same point. But you say what I'm trying to say. It goes up and down, right? Always, even when it's no inflation, the prices will go up, and then you will get a discount. You can buy sometimes from with this price, and 6 months later you can buy cheaper. I'm buying construction material. It goes up. It jumped to like double price, and then went down a little bit, but it's still higher than initial. I'm not saying never went below the initial price. I never said that. But you say, as you say, it never goes down. Oh man,
it never went down.
Just buy made in USA. Simple. Blue guy is wrong, and it went up and down. That's what the FISA said.
Oh no. So Euro. My point. Euro. My
What is
point is
that dude
this.
saying? I didn't say you shouldn't buy USA. Buy USA. Buy USA. I support people buying their own domestic products. I don't know what that guy is talking about.
No, he's thinking you're talking about buying foreign, buying everything imported. But anyway, Trump first time, right? The same tariff what he did. There's a big electronic store here called They went out of business the first time he tried this thing. And the reason why I take it personal because Fry's Electronic was my toy store because that's where I go at least once a week to buy some computer part or some electronic device. But then they just disappeared. Trump first times, and to this day they have not reopened. Yeah. So again, these things he's doing because two things: Fry's had to either increase the prices or just they try increasing the prices before they shut down. Things prices went through the roof, and people just avoid them, so they just disappear. So again, so maybe I don't understand. Maybe I don't understand how the economic things work. But if I buy this for 10 years, I buy for $1. The next day I'm buying it $2 because it came down from $4. To me, it didn't go down; it went up by $1.
Yeah, I know it's a language, right? It's a language, and what you want to notice, what you don't want to notice when it goes down because you easily forget, but you always notice when it goes up, right? You always remember that when it goes up. You never notice when it goes down. That's a perception issue. That's what I want to talk about. Okay, but the issue with these tariffs, many businesses, small businesses goes out of business, as FSC says here. Many small businesses go down. And the market is taken by the large businesses. This market is taken by the large businesses. That's why in a crisis, they always raise the share price. When crisis happen, when there's a new expenses for the workers, when you can always see the stock market goes up. Because this is what happens. These big ones, big companies that are on the market place, they get market from the small businesses that disappear. That's why.
Yeah, that's true.
So just now when I was busy looking at this direction because I was playing with Grok, asking all sort of questions about the debt and adjusting of US dollar and everything. So I was quite shocked, like they basically it takes how long it takes to pay off the US debt. So I kind of try to ask, so increasing the revenue, so the income tax revenue by 2, that means the increased jobs by 2 times, 2 times revenue income increase and everything. So, and then, originally I just asked about the tariff, how much income you will bring. Let's say across the board, all import get a 10% tariff. Oh my God, it's just a drop in the bucket compared to the debt. So it's like only $200 billion. So it's like, so this is not even a thing. It's like, in the grand scale of things, it's not even a thing. So the this tariff thing is not really the main goal, for sure, 100%. Because by the look of it, it doesn't really do anything. But then after that, no, because the theory by the economist at Money and Macro, he talked about the main aim is the devaluation of the US dollar. That seems to do a lot. The devaluation of US dollar, and then plus the bringing back of all the manufacturing, increasing all the number of jobs, the income of individual workers, everything, it start to look like it's possible. And then if you factor in the reduction of the size of the government, less the military stays, but the general size of government you reduce it, actually everything is doable. And then once you have the lower US dollar value, you can still even print money, print a bit more money to pay off your debt. In fact, it's actually all doable, but they have to do everything. And it's quite crazy. If Donald Trump's administration actually pull off all this shit, is madness. But of course, that's not accounting for a lot of volatility and of course geopolitics and how other countries will react. But it will bring in a lot of revenue for the US if it is able to pull all of this off. Without it,
that's not
US
important.
Is but US
No.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's not the main point. That's not the main issue. I have told this before. Revenue collection and the paying off of the debt isn't the main reason for this tariff. I believe that the main thing that it is geopolitics. I think it's the extension of U.S. economic and soft power, because you have to realize, like, even with these tariffs, the U.S. economy is not gonna collapse. Other economies aren't gonna collapse either. But the ruling government can collapse in a lot of smaller countries. The biggest victory that came with this tariff is that Modi could achieve is getting India in line. Modi agreed to everything that Trump said, not because the Indian economy will collapse if it is hit by tariffs. It will get hurt, but politically, Narendra Modi will collapse if the tariffs are brought in. And this is the same situation in a lot of different democratic countries. So this gives a lot of geopolitical bargaining power to the Trump administration, and that is actually I think the primary source and quite a big victory. I think if it can be extended to other countries also.
That actually
yeah.
makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of countries are already capitulated. They're really like, oh, we will not retaliate. After all the bravado, right? No, like UK say no, we will not retaliate. We will be the bigger man. No, we will be the bigger man. But actually, they have no choice. They cannot fight back.
I'm really surprised.
I think the only one that fought back is China, right? I think this is the only one I heard. Only China fought back. So you may see that, as much as everybody says that, oh, we're gonna abandon USA, the whole world will throw USA behind, we're gonna follow China. It might be end up with China walking alone, and then everybody is walking away from China because it's like they dare not want to deal with the Americans.
You gotta keep in mind too, a lot of these countries that got really high tariffs, if you look at what they export to the US versus what the US exports to them, it starts to paint a clearer picture. And I'll use Vietnam as an example, right? So Vietnam got hit with, I think it was like a 48% tariff. But when you look at, the trade balance, I think the US sells something like $14-15 billion to Vietnam, whereas Vietnam sends whatever it is, 120 million or whatever, or 120 billion, I should say, over the other way. So there is a huge trade imbalance. However, if you start looking at the types of things that the US sends Vietnam, a lot of it are inputs to stuff that is just going to be exported back to the US. So I'll use Apple phones as an example. They've got a huge manufacturing plant. Of that 15 billion or whatever it is, about a third of it is components that the American Apple factory, or whatever they're manufacturing the components, they're just shipping components over to be assembled there and then likely shipped out somewhere else in the world, right? So if I'm Vietnam, I'd be thinking to myself, what do I care if we drop the tariffs down to nothing? We're not really importing anything from them anyway, and we're exporting all sorts of stuff. So yeah, sure. So what I'm saying by all this, using Vietnam as an example, just because countries start to break on making agreements, it doesn't necessarily mean they caved. It just means that the mix of what they're exporting versus importing, it's just favorable for them to do so. So I'd be surprised if Vietnam didn't make a deal with them, is what I'm saying, right?
So Madeline say, sorry, I disagree. I think the main effect of the tariff will be uniting China and Russia, and India, Asia, Africa will become closer to China.
Russia and China is already closer than ever. India is moving closer. It's just natural.
If this tariff work, Trump next gimmick will be on the BRICS countries. If you join the BRICS, blah 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 blah, you should expect 100% tariff. If this
he already said that. Huh? He already said that. So no one talks about BRICS now. If you notice, nobody talks about BRICS. No, everybody like.
Okay. If
I think
this
it's like
works, that would
200% or
be that would
something. He
be
just randomly say some numbers, you know.
okay. I didn't even know that. Just throwing things out and out. Because this is how they work. Do small things for bigger things in the future. Because Trump hit bricks more than hit this.
I just thought
Because he see
I
bricks
just
as
thought
one
if
of the
I just thought if the aim is to attack the Europeans, imagine United States join BRICS. Oh my God, it become BRICUS, and then no, Europe is gone forever. You have the three major superpowers all joining together. That's it. Europe is like, no, you're going to be Africa for
and
like
Bricus
50 years ago.
sounds super Latin. It sounds like Latin, Bricus.
Man, in the
Okay,
previous
so it would
like
be the
in the previous, I mean,
Bricus
since
Dicus.
2022, man, I have lost so much respect for Europe. I can't believe that.
Bricus,
These
Bricus.
people have no spine whatsoever, man. It is crazy. Like everything that gets thrown their way, man, they bend over. And I don't think it's because they're personally weak, but I think within time they put themselves in a very weak position. And I think their public has been insanely pacified. Because if the president of, let's say, Kenya told us like, he's giving all this money to another country, like the way they keep announcing they're giving billions to Ukraine, my God, the whole country would burn. Right? Like you can't just go announcing, oh, 200 million, 1 billion, 200 million. Every single time, man, they're announcing huge amounts of money and the public is just relaxed. You know, I don't know.
McKelly.
I don't know I don't know what happened. I don't know like the kind of programming these people went through over the decades past. But bro, they did a number on the civilians there, man.
Yeah. And just to follow up on that point, it's not just
right?
just to follow up on that
Go
point,
ahead.
it's not just Europe. You can throw Canada, South Korea, Japan, all the G7. And it wasn't always this way. Like I specifically remember like 25 years ago, there were still leaders out there in Europe, in Canada, who would actually push back. But sometime ever since Obama, in particular, since Obama came into power, and from 2008 onwards, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said programming. We've all been programmed over since 2008 into this big globalization myth. And we probably didn't even know we were being programmed, but now we're starting to realize it. Like smart people like us knew, but the masses didn't realize that we were all being programmed. And now we're starting to realize that we were, because everything's fallen apart. So yeah, I think that's a good word that you use, programmed, because that's exactly what we have been.
And Macchiarini said that the Europeans bend down, right? So the funny thing is that they bend down and they are proud of it, and they see that that's a win. That's the problem, They bend down. And it's a win.
We're such vassals. It's unbelievable to watch. Like here in Canada, for example, I heard Mark Carney, our new prime minister, and he was talking tough, and I'm not going to talk to Trump until he shows us respect as a nation and blah, blah, blah. So Trump didn't give any respect. Next thing you know, Carney is, off to have a chat with Trump. And the only thing that came out of that was, oh, he said he respects our sovereignty. He didn't refer to Mark Carney as governor. Like, this is what I'm reading in the newspapers. The fucking newspapers are cheering over the fact that Carney wasn't referred to as a governor. That's a win for us now. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Then you should listen to the Denmark.
Yeah, well, she's another one. Yeah, like she's another one. Like complete cuck.
Let me read the super chat first, then we continue. Madeline say Europe, ha ha ha. Both Boris Johnson and Ursula von der Leyen have second American passports. Europe is run by Americans. Oh my freaking god. Holy shit. Then one more. Michael saying most EU leaders are WEF puppets, not populists. How to fight that?
Listen the Denmark's prime minister's speech to United States about taking over Greenland. It's a laugh. Yeah, it's funny thing. She talks like, we are very grateful to United States. They saved us in World War II and helped us rebuild and provide industry on all technology, and we were grateful. We listened and helped whenever was demanded of us. But what this means?
Yeah.
Taking over the
Unbelievable.
Greenland. What this means? Like, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, she was
You're being threatened.
practically crying.
Yeah, her borders
Yes,
are being
yeah.
threatened. Her territory
Yeah.
is being threatened, and she's playing stupid, right? And this is why we've got such ineffective leadership in the West. It's so depressing, to be honest with you, to see how fast we've fallen.
Mhm.
And yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
Okay, one thing I noticed, right, from the West part is this, right? I don't see a leader today in the West that looks like they're not compromised, that somebody have something on them. If they behave any different, that will be exposed. They all act like or behave like or policies as if somebody has some dirt on them. This is from the president down to the local senators. They all had this funny way. Wait, don't you have a bad any humanity for the same script? Yeah, they're all on the same agenda. Like none of them can pen. Like if when it does in the West talks or does in Europe talks,
hold on,
copy and paste from those in America. They all have the same narration, the same thing. It just makes no sense.
And actually, that's a good point because go ahead, Wyatt.
I just waving at Nunez's daughter. That's all.
Yeah, see, FCS, you make a very good point because before you said that, I was gonna say, if they actually grew some balls, there will be almost no consequences to the country, almost none.
Yeah.
I mean, they would go back and forth with Trump and whatever, but they would not get invaded. There would be no sanctions on them. Just saying, hey, listen, we're not going to give you our land, period. You can just say that. There will be no consequences. That's why when you're saying that these people act like they're compromised, it can be, that's the only thing that makes sense. Because, I mean, you're standing in front of your people. There's a newspaper in Denmark that was saying, oh, Russia would not allow America to take Greenland. What the hell are you talking about? You're giving money to Ukraine and you think that Russia is going to come and save you? Jesus, it's embarrassing.
Macchiari is totally correct. You see what Zelensky did at the White House. And then in the end, the United States still sending weapons to Ukraine. It didn't stop at all. It didn't change.
What a security conference not long ago in Ivory Coast. One of the attendees was some of the EU people that came by. This guy, he looked like a shell, and somebody had like a puppet. Like everything he says make no sense. I'm like, wait, you can't have this much plus to your name, but the things he's saying look like somebody. It didn't make sense to me. It didn't make any sense to me. He's out of place.
If you see how some people sell themselves, right? When they want to get, present their best picture, never talk bad about themselves, don't allow anyone to talk bad about themselves. It's psychological marketing, PR of your own, right? Like you're always trying to get a job, you sell yourself. You just put your best things forward. This is how they behave, They just imagine they can PR their country, their institution. They just PR their institution, just like they personally sell themselves, presentation of themselves. This is the absolute trend in the world, in the Western world. This is why everything is fake. This is why it's collapsing, because some people see through it and don't care what they say. They just behave their own, right? And this is why it's collapsing, because these are trying to present what was this guy I don't know, the Republican GOP planner said to Democrats, oh, you can investigate what we do, but because we are such a power, we can build our own a reality. And you can, while we are doing our reality, you are investigating what we created, and then we move on to another reality. This is what's happening. Everyone wants to create their own reality. It's like everyone has their personal meta, and playing in meta, right? In a metaverse. It's like everyone, this is what metaverse is. They present in whatever your own reality you want to. This is what they're doing with the countries now. It's complete psychological case, mental case, right?
Yeah, I think it's a good observation. Like, that's how Ukraine behave as well. Like, there's all this information war, and it's totally different from the Ukraine war, the actual war. And then it also ties back into at the beginning of earlier at the early part of the open mic, we talk about education, like this growing humanities which does nothing in reality. Like, it's all about the imagery, it's the work culture. It's all about imageries and like grandstanding and like all image. It's all pure visuals and images, nothing substantial. And somehow maybe the West, like the general West, like, and the elites really think that this can work. Like, it's like, I repeat, I'm rich long enough, my bank account will have a lot of money, like, I'm rich. Then check the bank account. Oh, I have money now, It's the kind of situation. One more thing, FCS, you might want to reduce your video resolution a bit lower because you're lagging sometimes when you talk. Yeah. So might be your video resolution is too high, so it's struggling to feed through the slower internet.
Yeah,
This is the lowest I can go, 360.
Just to mention something real quick, but doesn't that sound sort of that fixation on the appearance and like the reliance on the affirmation of things as a as a way to materialize them? Isn't that like a very feminine trait? Like just declare it, if you say it, you'll like, oh, you're so beautiful, you're the most beautiful, you're a 10, like that type of attitude.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. When every time I listen to this guy, Rudy, this head of NATO, like, I want to reach out to the screen and say, dude, just speak clearly. Say exactly what you're trying to say. Like, you're saying so many things, a lot of non-committal nonsense. Like, okay, what are you trying to say? And then that's when the news people come in, DW News and them. And then I think what he was trying to say was, I'm like, dude, say exactly what you're trying to say. In my social life, if you came to me and you started talking so many words to say one thing, I would slap you and set you straight up. Like, okay, now talk now. Say exactly.
Yeah, it's hilarious because they always start with, let me be clear. Let me be super clear. Let me be absolutely clear. And then they say something that's completely ambiguous. And
then you have the opposite problem in United States. On United States part, you have Donald Trump that says literally what he thinks. And then he crack jokes about it, and then they miss the reality, what he's saying, and they focus on the joke.
Yeah, same with Starmer promising Zelensky, oh, we're gonna have in 4 to 6 weeks, we're gonna have ready infrastructure of the preparation to deploy the troops in Ukraine. But he's actually telling the truth, right? And now Zelensky is saying, oh, they have the infrastructure ready to deploy the troops. But it's a framework on how, it just saying infrastructure. It's not saying we're going to deploy the troops, okay? But it sounded like he's saying they're deploying. And all the media goes with the story and say the British and French are deploying the troops to Ukraine.
And
but they say infrastructure ready. They say they will have the plan to do it, not that they will do it. Right? This is the game.
They will repeat the headline 3 months from now. They will just repeat the headline again. UK is now ready to prepare to send the troops. And then another 3 months later, they say UK is ready to prepare to send the troops.
And the funny thing is, these same people, right, if you catch them off camera, what they say is completely different. The same person that will stand in front of you and tell you, do the preparation, blah, 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 and walk away. The same person will tell you, no, we're not going to Ukraine because Ukraine is being decimated. We're not going to go in there. The same person will tell you off camera, but on camera, he's
and especially interview with in Kiev, because many went last week. All the European leaders went to Kiev and to console Zelensky, right? To convince him to keep on going, right? And so the interview of British and French general by Ukrainian journalists is just so funny. So yeah, we are ready to send the troops. We are ready. We have the prepared formulation and everything, but they're not ready to send the troops. They're ready to have the plan. It's just like, yeah. So when you read everything from word to word, you understand what they mean, but it's just convincing Ukrainians that they're gonna help them. They should keep dying,
You have to sympathize their situation. They are in Ukraine, surrounded by people with guns. They have to say nice things.
And the question I have is, what do the citizens of those countries think? Like France, every single day, every other day, your president is saying how, we're about to send the troops, and then nothing, and then next time, now we're actually ready to send the troops, and then next time, now we just talked to Zelensky, we're about to. So do the people of the country wonder, okay, are we going to war or not, or what's happening?
According to Shadow V, nobody believe a single shit that the leaders say. According to Shadow V, the French people just know that all this is not happening. It's just political statements. So that's the answer.
Because they have been saying this same thing since 2021. I mean, ever since the invasion started, they have been saying the same thing. We have been hearing it from real life lore, from Johnny Harris, from CNN, BBC, and they keep repeating. You'll find the same story, exact carbon copy paste every 6 months coming. It's never gonna happen. I do not think there
So
is
it's
gonna
all
happen.
about.
It'll be political suicide for all of them. They're never gonna do it.
So all the statements are dedicated to someone, you see, and others are also watching it. So they dedicate their statements for Ukrainian people to keep dying for them.
And
That's
watch.
all what it is.
And watch, right after the war, when they land in Ukraine, we are finally here. Just watch. When this war is ended, the Ukrainians are burying that dead. And when they finally land on a whole different agenda, we are here on the ground. Just watch. This is how they do it. They came to Liberia. Liberia had a civil war for 14 years, my country. They called the U.S. Marine for help for 14 years. After the war was ended, who got all the credit? The Marine shows up on the coastline. Finally, they land on the BB guns running all around Liberia. Like, the Marines are finally here. Like, wait, what? It took it 14 years to offload from the boat to the boat we could see on the coastlines. Decades would never land. The moment the president took off run away from the country, that's when they finally land. And the entire newspaper, U.S. bring peace to Liberia. I'm like, holy shit. That was amazing.
Slava United States.
Slava Ukraine.
Slava United States.
But Becky, the other thing I said earlier about the population being completely brainwashed and manipulated. My country, the president is 80-something years old. Every year he's 80 years. So I don't know how old he is. His entertainment budget is 2.5 million.
You see, cannot say.
Okay. The major
you have to repeat wait. FCS, you have to repeat how much it is because CIA blocked that part. You lag at the very moment you say the amount.
We heard
it's $2.5 million every year. for entertainment. For 80-year-old president, that's 80 years every year. But the biggest hospital in the country from JFK, built back in the 50s, does not have a backup generator. A generator probably costs you $20,000 to $40,000. But this old man entertainment is $2.5 million, and the people publicly knows this. It's not hidden information. They release this every year. They know these guys get $1.5 million for entertainment. There's Senator Temple, the third in command or fourth in command. Budget for entertainment is $1.2 million. 75% of the country's budget. Huh?
You have to empathize. The social escorts are very expensive, like to have to fly them over.
No, the people actually gladly accept this. The people, when you tell them this is not normal, they think you're crazy. Like, no, this is, you can spend 70% of your country revenue to pay politicians. You're going nowhere. They say, well, they have to survive. They have to survive. You can survive a month and have excess in Liberia. But this, anyway. So yeah, when you talk about population being completely cuckoo in the head, oh, there are plenty back home.
But you see, the difference is this, in my opinion.
Kenya, like 2 weeks ago.
You see, yeah, oh yeah. So you see, the thing about, let's say, like African countries. So like in Kenya, I'll give you an example, and I think it works the same with your country. Everybody's aware of these things. Everybody's aware of the corruption. And one morning, we'll wake up, and that dude is getting chased down the streets, right? With, let's say, the UK, they are going to change their prime minister 3 times in 1 month before that scenario happens, right? They will change their, because a leader is always a scapegoat of all the problems. They always know that. When they get elected, they know they're the scapegoat. When things go bad, they know they're the ones to be sacrificed.
Yeah.
That's why you see Trump put Musk in front of there. So Musk is the first scapegoat. When things go bad, it's okay, now he's gone. Okay. So he's not on the front line himself. It's the same thing. All these leaders, that's what they do. Their purpose is to basically be put as scapegoats. So when the UK things go bad, they remove one prime minister, and you end up with Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak goes away, some other lady, and until you cannot even keep time. But in your country, that dude will not allow himself to be a scapegoat. You try and fight and stay there, and he will go very quickly.
Mike Eddie, the thing is this, in our part of the world, what we'll do is we'll say, okay, this president is receiving 2.5 million for entertainment. Oh no, we don't like him. I want to replace him with a guy that I like to receive the same 2.5 million for entertainment, and I will protect him. So that's how we do over there. We don't replace them for the one that will take less. We replace them for the one we like to take more. So the guy before him was George Weah, was receiving 2.5 million for the same entertainment. Former football player, former world champion football soccer player called George Weah, very famous guy. Was receiving the money, all had no issue with it. So there are different presidents in power. All the people that had no issue with it now have issue with it. So they are flipped. So they don't replace the people to solve the problem. They replace them with who they like now to receive the same benefit. So this is why ours can get resolved. Their own, it's crazy. They keep doing prime minister or musical chair until somebody pretend to do something. But it doesn't change anything. It's the same concept. They are both stuck in the same dilemma. The population just let this thing happen.
You can say the same with Democrats and Republicans in the United States. When Republicans always talk against deficit, when they come in, they grow the deficit much faster rate than Democrats. When they talk, so same with the Democrats, when they talk against the war, once they come into the power, they start war everywhere, all over the place. So this is the same thing, right? It's just, it's ours. So he can do everything. He can do everything because it's ours.
Macchiati just now said about the scapegoat thing. Trump literally just said it out loud. He just said that, he said Marco Rubio, is now in charge, right? Secretary of State. So anything goes wrong, he's, you know who to point your fingers. He literally said it in front of him.
And I bet Marco Rubio was like, what the fuck?
So you're not wrong. No, it's just that I say, Trump just literally just blurred out everything. Know what he thinks. So it's so funny.
Yeah, I know. He literally said about Syria that day. I laughed my ass off, man. He said, "Oh, Syria? We're there to gather oil. What are you guys talking about?" I'm like, "Oh man," I was like, "Dude, you are supposed to say you're there for democracy and freedom, man. You're not supposed to say you're there for the oil."
Yeah,
Oh,
he
man.
always very direct. He just said, "No, we should keep the oil. We spent the money. No, we should take the oil then." So which I appreciate. I appreciate the honesty. At least it's easier to understand. Like you don't like get angry about it. It's like, oh, that makes sense.
Like, but you don't have cards. I don't play cards. Yeah,
Oh,
same with he's a dictator, right? Dictator. They're losing. They're dying. Yeah, he's reality, like short sentences presenting reality, but also honest about we want something to get back from you. We gave you this money. We want something back. Mineral deal. It's honesty, right? But it's difficult now to cope with it when everyone have their own reality. It's so damaging to everyone, and that's why they're panicking. Now they need to copy the leader, and they don't know how to present reality, how to say the reality. Now everyone will talk in short sentences, half finished sentences, and just like Trump, right?
Well, I think the problem with, and to your point about speaking in reality, the reality of what America's been doing around the world isn't nice to hear. And the American people, when times are going good, and everybody, there's a chicken in every pot, as the saying goes. When times are good, people are willing to listen to the fluff. They're willing to listen to the, oh, we're fighting for freedom, and they're willing to kind of, like, people aren't stupid. Like, people know what Trump is saying is true. They know inherently that they're there for the oil, but you don't say that stuff out loud, right? So, but when times are good, you're more willing to kind of turn a blind eye to that. I think the problem with that message now is times aren't good, and people don't want to hear about democracy and freedom when they're trying to pay rent. And furthermore, they also don't want to hear about what a bunch of shitbags they are around the world too. So whichever path is chosen is the wrong path right now, because I go back to times aren't good. So people got real problems right now. You're not going to hear a whole lot about democracy and freedom in the next year or so, I don't think, because people will just completely shut that out.
Yeah, and that whole narrative has fallen apart. Like the last time I listened to, I think it was Joe Biden talk about, it was the State of the Union. It was the most pretentious nonsense I've ever heard. I was like, oh my God, who actually believes this crap? Like all these grandiose words and huge words, and because we love peace, because we love democracy. I'm like, dude, oh my God, I can't listen to this crap.
Right.
But so you're right. The world has evolved to a point where people are kind of getting allergic to that insane level of bullshit.
Yeah. And it doesn't help them with their narrative when people can just go on somewhere like Telegram or X and see all the carnage that's happening in places like Palestine or like Yemen, or take your pick, right? So that certainly doesn't help with the narrative either, because people are seeing with their own eyes, wow, this is no longer conceptual. Like, I'm watching people get blown apart, and I don't like how that makes me feel.
Zenonia, to your point, right? You will know to go to X and Telegram and get these other sources. But the ones that are stuck in that tunnel, oh man, CNN and BBC and Fox News does the magic. And they are stuck in that tunnel for a long time. Every time you give them the alternative, oh yeah, conspiracy theories, or you just believe everything you see on the internet.
But the problem with that crowd is that's all the old boomers, right? That's the only people watching CNN and CBS and all these other things. Now, the problem with this coming recession is the ones who are going to make out the best will obviously be the boomers with all the wealth, right? So I think what you're going to see is the boomers are going to be, to your point, more on board with the narrative, but the people who are really struggling are going to look at them with even more resentment now and say, yeah, fuck you guys. You guys created this problem. And now you're telling me that life is good. Now you're telling me, oh, just suck it up, like, and just work harder and you'll be able to afford rent. Like, it's going to be a tough sell. So I think that you're going to see an even bigger divide between the millennials on down and the boomers. For some reason, Gen X gets completely left out of this. So, okay.
I think millennials will invent some bacteria that will kill only boomers.
Many boomer.
You're mute.
You're muted.
As an American, I think what was just said is very true, because the boomer, they tend to stay with CBS, NBC, Fox News, stuff like that. I'm lucky my in-laws watch, Newsmax, things like that. So they're more on board. But even on them, they don't talk about the Ukraine in a really truthful manner. And I think once Americans realize what has been done there, I mean, we got to remember there's events like Bucha that happened. It wasn't the Russians that did it, and somebody's going to have to answer for it, because that's what gets missed in all this, is that people think that it's just going to end and there's going to be no repercussions. There are going to be repercussions. Russia said that they are going to hold tribunals. They already are in the DPR, and they've been doing it since 2003. And that's one of the sticking points. I think that's happening during negotiations, and I've said it before, what bothers the EU, the deep state, and all of them from being shut out of it, because they want to know what's being discussed about that and about them. Because somebody's going to have to, we as Americans are going to have to face that we had a U.S. State Department that was out of control, was not governed by anybody, and it was an entity to itself. And that's what brought us to this point. It was bureaucrats that did it, who were choosing the president that made sure that they went along with those policies. Trump is the only one that's broken that cycle so far. And that's the reason why I support the man. He's not perfect. I'm not happy about the tariffs completely, but I understand them. And he's got a big job to do, because when all the truth comes out, and there's going to come a point where it all converges at one time, Americans are going to have to step back and say, holy shit, what have we done? I think it's starting, because people are starting to go, why are we attacking Iran now? What the hell are they doing? It's our sons and daughters that are going to be on those carriers, not the politicians. And they're the first ones that are going to feel it if anything really happens. And all those people, the men and women that are out there in these isolated bases, will we be able to get to them if we needed to? We don't have it anymore like we think we do. And we need to realize that fact. And I wish more Americans would just step back and take a look at the big goddamn picture, because you know what? It's not working for we the people. It's only working for a private few in U.S. government. And maybe, of course, in all the lobbying firms and all those special interests. But it's not for us. In this war, I'm glad I met you people through this, and I've learned so much. But, the thing is we should have had to meet about something else, maybe economics or something like that. But I'm thankful it was a war that brought the world, I think, closer together, at least us, to where there's people out there talking about it. And I said it from the beginning, Wyatt, DPA is going to be very, very interesting in the future, because there's going to be people that study how people thought at this time as events were going on. Imagine if DPA was around during World War II. imagine how studied that would be about how people from other countries were reacting to it, and how as the war progressed, how maybe their opinions changed and how they were seeing it, through all the propaganda on one side and from both sides. Let's face it, it's there. It's just it's part of war. But there's definitely one side that's more truthful than the other, and it's obvious to see, and it's not my side.
And then there was this Wayne guy, and he was just off the map.
And I would just say, as I'm sure most
Don't
here,
worry, War 3 is coming. War 3 is coming. We'll be live.
I know there's people in the chat. There's other U.S. Veterans and stuff out there in the chat, and they feel the same way because we have a sense of honor to us. We defended the country, we took an oath, and it still means something to us. But our government is working against us. We got 22 veterans committing suicide every day. Where's the money for them? It's not happening. You know what I mean? It's just simple things we could fix right now if only the politicians would choose to, but they don't. And that's the problem. They're not choosing to help their constituents. They're choosing to help whatever around the world that puts money in their pockets. It's just a sickening thing. And I'm sorry I went off, but I'll stop there.
No, I believe it's good points because I feel like particularly a lot of people like to comment and say that the people will look at my Ukraine war reports and try to understand the Ukraine war. I personally don't think so because I think Wikipedia do a better job than me at chronologizing you know what I mean of the Ukraine
chronologically.
War. Yeah, basically creating the chronology of it. No, so
timeline.
I think. Yeah, but I think it's the DPA.
Timeline.
I think what Mary say is for DPA Open Mic. I think DPA Open Mic will be the influence because that's where people will really, like the sociologists in the future will actually able to study and understand the people, including including some of the panels that I've done, like the pro-Ukraine panel. The pro-Ukraine panel with some of the DPA Open Mic guys who are pro-Ukraine who never come out anymore. Like, it really brings an insight to the time of how they think. If you now watch the pro-Ukraine panel again, you'll be shocked. Nothing comes true. Everything is shit. Everything has just went worse since. So
yeah, I'm wondering how many groks will watch us in the future.
See, I've always gone to Reddit, and I love reading those NAFO guys, things they say. I also love their evolution and how they process what's happening, and how they look at things. Like now they're not saying Putin is about to die, right? There was a time that was the thing they were talking about. Did you see his leg? He tapped his leg. Did you see his leg? His leg just tapped. That dude, he has Parkinson's, about to go. Now they don't talk about that. There's a time they were talking about, oh my God, the Russian economy is this far to just collapsing and complete anarchy. Now they're not talking about that. Everything has changed. And you look at that, like if I was the one who was that wrong only about a year or two ago, I would really take a step back from the internet and just think, I'm like, something has to be wrong with me. How can I assess something that's plain and clear right in front of me so terribly? Those guys, they definitely also need to be studied. It is the most fascinating thing to observe. I literally saw one guy say it was, what was it? Like a city fell. Russia took a city. I don't know whether it was Avdiivka. This guy literally said there, I can't take any bad news today. I'm having problems breathing. I'm like, holy crap, dude. You're from Connecticut. You're not from Ukraine. Why are you about to die because of what's happening elsewhere? Like, that is team sports to a whole other level. So yeah, definitely those people need to be studied too.
It reminds me of football matches, right? Football fans does that. I just want to read the super chat because it's quite long. Madeline say off to Hegang next week to do some shopping. I'm not sure where is Hegang. And then fly somewhere to meet, or maybe China, and fly somewhere to meet some friends at Patrice Lumumba University to discuss the future and some drinking. So I won't be around for a couple of weeks. So there goes our sponsor for DPA Open Mic. But enjoy your trip. Enjoy your trip. Sorry, Toby
If you
was saying
discuss
something.
the
That's
future
not
of alcohol, I don't.
No. It's separate. And to discuss the future and some alcohol. No, I thought the same at the first.
Okay.
Toby.
I want to
Yeah,
clarify
I was going
something.
to
That's
say-
what I said there.
This whole thing about Reddit, because Reddit is surreal. And there's a lot of NAFOs that are quite surreal, and you have to wonder, like, if they're more than teenagers or what drives them, because they're very emotional. But also with the US aid scandals that have come out, you've got to wonder how much of it's real, because the scale of US aid is off the chart. You're talking a lot of money, and that explains a great deal of the stuff that we've seen on Reddit and on NAFO and the rest of it, because you don't have to pay those people very much to just post online. And I think that none of us really know the scale of US aid, but it's one of the biggest scandals of the modern era is the fact that one political party was using taxpayer money to spread outright propaganda globally. And to me this is a crime of globalism. This is theft. The globalists, it's one thing for the globalists to sit back in their banks and to claim that they're going to make the world a better place through free markets, and this is why we should love bankers, because trickle-down economics is going to help us all. But when globalists steal money from states to pursue their agenda by using that money to pervert the public consciousness the way that they've done through US aid and pervert universities, this gets into the boundaries of revolution against democracy. And so when we talk about the enemies of democracy, democracy has enemies out there. There are people who are actively subverting democracy, who are stealing the money from democracies in order to overthrow democracies. And they're bankers. They're bankers in Europe. They're bankers in America. They are people who do not believe in democracy, who want an oligarchy, who want a one world government with structures like the EU in charge of it. And they show their contempt for democracy in Romania, in France now. They utterly purchase the institutions of democracy. So, I wonder about the NAFOs and the other nonsense that we've seen. I wonder if it's real or if it's all just part of this revolutionary banking activity that's going on that everybody seems to be aware of who follows the news, but none of us seem to be able to do much about.
I just want to add on a bit
answer your
on
question
Toby's
real
point.
quickly.
I just want to add on Toby what he said. The US aid is estimated around 25 billion a year. Okay, 10% tariff on all imports to United States only generates 250 billion. It's 10% of a 10% import of all imports. That's fucking crazy. How much money that is? Sorry, Makiari.
It's very connected.
To answer your question real quickly, so there's a time those NEFO guys had a thing, a trend they were doing where they were saying, coming out and saying, I am NEFO, I am NEFO. I am telling you, those people are all over 50 years old. These are not young people. They are all, each one of them was like in their 60s and 50s. That surprised me, because I thought they were like a bunch of 15-year-olds. But nope, this is a generation that was either messed up by CIA experiments or something. I don't know what it is. But yeah, they are not children.
You're saying it's all Waynes.
Yeah. You know what? It's really connected. Balance of payment. It's connected. Like I say, if I may explain how it's connected, US aid to the balance of payment in between the countries, right? When United States wants to sell some weapon to country, the usual complaint is, but we don't have dollars, we have to borrow, and how are we gonna pay for it? We won't have balance of payments sufficient to, because we're not exporting to you, and how are we gonna service the debt to buy those weapons from you? Well, they offer, we'll send you some money as US aid in order to cover for balance of payment, in order to service the debt for the weapons. This is how it's done. And they send US aid, and they have to send a particular amount to those countries, and they search for what they can use it, spend it for. Like, what type of spending we can help. So they actually searching for what they can spend, but they cannot spend on anything that will help people to improve their life standard of living, to spend on hospitals, to spend on industry, to spend on anything. No, they making stuff up. Like
Jordan, I think you're mistaken. You said for another agency, because USAID doesn't.
No. I'm talking about balance of payment, fixing the balance of payment in order for the countries to have enough dollars to service the debt for the buying of weapons from United States.
No, maybe another agency. You said majority of the USA receiving country doesn't receive weapon from America.
Oh, yes, they do.
Yeah.
Don't worry. They buy something.
They don't.
Or I'm just saying, not necessarily weapons.
You said
but
money
anything.
instead of go to gender studies and gender groups to basically support.
That's not the purpose. Real purpose is to have balance of payments between the countries.
No, most of it gets used to spread woke influence. In Australia, it's really weird, right? Like all the money went to universities. And so now there's this really strange conversation going on where Americans are saying, why is my money going to Australian universities? Meanwhile, there's a bunch of Australians saying, why is American money coming to our universities? Like, nobody is happy about this, right? Because it's not money going to universities. It's taxpayer money being stolen to spread woke propaganda. To spread globalist propaganda.
Yes, what I said. They make up
the
reasons.
Both countries. It perverts the will of the American taxpayer, and it undermines the democracy in the target country. It's arguably the greatest crime that the Democratic Party committed. Never mind all their lawfare. This theft and corruption of the countries.
Toby, that was both parties.
That's why I said they had to make up the reasons for sending money. But the original reason for sending money to different countries is so they have balance of payments proper to service the debt, to buy something from United States. You see, so the money is sent, and then they make up the reasons, and the Democratic Party decided is going to be promoting world culture with that USA. But the money is sent in order that the other country have enough dollars to buy from United States. So they're promoting the industry, selling of anything from United States.
Jordan, all these countries are too poor. They are too poor to buy anything American.
Exactly. That's why they're sending them money. That's why America is sending the money through USAID. And then they make up the reasons why they send the USAID.
You're not making sense.
They said. What?
Okay.
I'm saying United States is giving them the money to buy something from United States. That's what I mean. That's keeping up the balance of payments between the countries.
It's more about exporting natural resources, no?
My country received only 26 million.
Yeah.
So what are they really buying 26 million from America? No.
You service the debt. You service the debt. Servicing the debt. Servicing the debt.
No, to buy the entertainment. The entertainment need US dollars. Come on,
Yes.
the escorts are not going to take your Liberian dollars, go overseas. They can't spend it. They need US dollars, the social escorts. So anyway, Professor of Logic is first time here. Do you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I am the professor of logic at the University of Science, and I've been here for.
Do you have a doghouse?
Do you have a doghouse?
Nice to meet you, brother.
How you guys doing? And right, 2.5 million of those U.S. dollars by US aid are going to entertainment, apparently. So
yeah, you need to introduce yourself
It's
further.
very logical.
Where you from?
Yeah.
Well, so I'm in Florida. I'm in the U.S. I mean, what else? You guys are free to ask questions. I've been here on DPA for a long, like maybe a few months now. Since I don't remember when I started watching your videos about the Ukraine war, but I thought they were very informative. And then I saw that you guys were doing this meeting every Sunday or Saturday, and yeah, it's been quite a while.
Welcome to voice chat in lounge. You'll be very welcome because there's a lot of logic missing in voice chat over there.
I'm also autistic.
You
so
got
I
to
thought
walk
I'd
into
fit
the
right in.
graveyard.
So many.
You get to go into the super duper Telegram chat that's only for people that are prepared on stage on the panel.
Cool.
So, ooh, that's a big gain right there, my friend.
Yeah.
It's good
I'm
to
gonna
see you.
Have to download Telegram now.
What
Yeah,
we were talking about in chat, and somebody mentioned GDP and how America is doing well, and it's always measured by GDP. But in real people's lives, what matters is gas. How much does meat cost? Bread, milk. GDP only measures something that is out of our scope. Basically, it doesn't affect us directly. Half of us don't even understand it or really care about it because all we care about is how we can live our lives on our existing paycheck. How good GDP is doesn't mean nothing to the poor.
GDP,
You know what I mean?
GDP means that Spain
with the
is more
measurement.
powerful than Russia. That's what GDP means.
GDP is you can falsify it in so many ways. You guys all know that.
GDP is for you to tell the person from another country that I have a bigger dick in my country. No, my country's dick is bigger than your dick.
I was about to say the same thing. It's a dick measuring contest.
Yeah. Like Singapore, they have one of the highest GDP per capita in the world. And as it keep rising, I can't feel it. I can see it, but I cannot feel it because it doesn't affect me. I see things, more
it's a
buildings
number
getting built,
relationship.
casino getting built.
I
I'm
think-
always wondering.
I think at some point, GDP was an effective measure when countries had their own individual manufacturing bases, and the service economies in proportion to their manufacturing base was much less. The problem now is in the West, our service economies have not only overtaken our manufacturing economies, they've largely just replaced them all. I mean, if you look at the US, you look at Canada, you look at Europe, we're all service economies now for the most part, right? Yeah, some manufacturing here and there, but it's all one big service economy. And then, so once you get into the service economy, as was just said, it's very easy to manipulate and inflate.
It's also like if you believe that these things are accurately measured, you're a very sweet soul. It's like, economists are miserable little people at universities for the large part, wishing that they came from wealthy families. And the idea that they have the tools or the time to accurately measure everything that goes on in the economy from day to day, it's a fantasy. It's a wild fantasy. You can believe it if you want, right? But like, I keep seeing these statements about Russia having like a smaller GDP than Spain and being like a tiny little country, and it's like, at this point, a man is a woman, a cat is a dog, etc. Like, like you'll believe anything if you believe that nonsense. So yeah, but that's economics. It's the dismal science.
Everything is all completely fake. It's like, every time you go to the airport, take like international flights, there are all these guys who pay to enter first, and then they get in before you. And then when you walk in, you see what they're all on their laptops working on graphs. I'm like, dude, are you trying to tell me there's somebody who needs this graph that much? Come on. Everything is fake. You walked in there and start working on a graph. Dude. I'm like, dude, chill and look through the window. What are you working? Nobody needs that graph right now. It's
GDP.
That's how everything is
originally
just fake, man.
No. Okay, GDP originally was used for different purposes, but over time it was used it became this image creation of your own country, right? A PR. This is what it is. But originally, what was used for? There was a obvious economic formula that you have to prevent excessive money printing in order not to cause inflation, right? So you have to plan how much of budget in the future you're gonna have. So whenever the country has to adopt a budget, right? The parliament decides on a budget. So economists calculate how much is the budget of last year, how much GDP was there, is there excess money printing, right? And then you can say above, the rule was you can deficit spend up to 3% of the previous year GDP, right? So you want to, as time goes by, you want to spend more in deficit. So you would manipulate GDP of the last year in order to allow you higher deficit, higher budget.
So you're saying it's a bunch of political lies from the very start?
No. This is economic reasoning. It was good thing to have it, but over time it developed into political manipulation, into the bullshit. Over time develops, right? This was what, we can use this, to beautify our picture. They discover what can be used to manipulate.
How long into the life cycle of economics do you think it turns into political bullshit? I mean, is it like as soon as it hatches from the egg, or like
probably 5-10 years, maybe
24 hours?
Yeah.
So there's like a period of beautiful childhood where economics is pure and makes sense.
Yeah.
Every time I
Very
see
short
a list
time.
of every time I see a list of countries,
you're
every time I see a list of countries and it's a list, an economic list, and I see the UK up there, I'm always like, really? Are you sure about that? Because man, I mean, there are countries that don't do anything. And I was asking somebody a couple of weeks ago, it's like, okay, so that's what they say all the time, right? Like the GDP of Russia is equals to insert some country, right? Italy, so Spain. They throw any country in there all the time, especially on X and Reddit. Now, then you ask them, well, how is that country outproducing 50 countries when it comes to military hardware? How is that even possible? How is that even happening? Because we know Spain cannot do it at all, right? So how is that even possible? Then I'm like, then that should make you think there's something else we were never told. There's a way we look at things that's actually not right at all. I mean, look at just industry. Like you look at, people don't look at like these live videos or pictures of cities. The industrialization of some cities in, let's say, Russia is major, and they're actually making stuff. They're actually making things you can hold with your hand. If you look at like the Tula, where they manufacture tanks and everything, they also manufacture other things. This place is vast. I can't remember the last time I saw anything like that in any country other than maybe China. But most countries don't have those kind of, like Uralvagonzavod, the ones that make tanks. That thing has like 10,000 employees working at almost every single time. I mean, there's a lot of work going on.
Yeah, there's an interesting question about the reindustrialization of the West. Europe has begun to talk about how they're gonna reindustrialize, and Trump is gonna reindustrialize America. But there's a real problem, which is that at the same time as we've been deindustrializing, we've been making it illegal. Now, I'm talking about environmental regulation. Like I call a lot of like Westerners dirt worshippers, and it's because like we've come to worship the natural world, and we see ourselves as very virtuous, but by exporting all our pollution to China and Vietnam, right? So like we give the jungle people the ownership of our pollution, and
it totally saved the earth. It totally saved the earth. The pollution is not we have cut it. We exported it.
Yeah, we genuinely, like in Australia, we genuinely have legions of these like middle-aged weirdos in that vote Green who are quite okay exporting coal to China, but we can't burn it here so that we can have affordable electricity. It's this kind of madness, right? But here's the thing, right? It's like, it's one thing for Trump to change the tariff regime to make it, in theory, economical to produce in America. And even leaving aside unions and the inflated wages of the West, all of which contribute to our wonderful GDP numbers, even leaving that aside, I would argue from a legal point of view, it's actually illegal for the West to become industrial again. Our environmental laws have put us in a box. And the reason I mention this is it's not actually clear whether or not there's political will to change that, because we have become very virtuous. It's like, even here, people probably feel like, oh yeah, we're very virtuous towards the earth. We look after the earth. We have lots of green spaces. We don't have pollution, right? Now, it's fake virtue because actually we've just shifted all of our pollution onto other countries. But nevertheless, I'm not sure there's a political will to overturn the environmental legislation that we've passed. And that legislation effectively makes it illegal for us to have a manufacturing base. And so I wonder about this, because with Trumpian economics, he's creating the economic situation for the real industrialization of America by punishing imports so much, but he has not done the politically hard thing by taking on the dirt worshippers and taking on the environmental regulations, because I don't think there's the political appetite for that yet. But I could be wrong.
Well, when I explained the plan, when I explained the plan, I said that the goal of this geopolitical resettlement in Mar-a-Lago agreement is not to industrialize the United States. It's not to set up the tariffs. This is just an excuse to implement the tariffs, and tariffs are just creating the chaos in order to force other countries to get to the agreement. So this is not really what's an agenda. It's just to get the agreement, new geopolitical agreement, in order to save the dollar as a reserve currency. Basically, they're implementing the BRICS, what BRICS wanted to implement. Bancor solution, Keynes Bancor solution. They wanted to implement that. This was their plan for the international trade between them. So now Trump is taking over their plan and want to implement it, but led by United States, not led by BRICS. See?
Yeah, so right there, you know that this whole Mar-a-Lago Accord won't fly, because who's going to sign up for it other than the existing vassal states? But nobody else is going to, so that's going to die.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Don't know. Jay Shankar is already on. He's promoting it. I watched the video of him, his speech 2 days ago. So he's already promoting it. Jay Shankar, right?
Right.
So he's
the foreign minister
on
of India. So
I'll believe it when I see it.
So
and the Russians are not
but
refusing it.
No, but
yet.
I just want to
Only
disagree
China.
about the manufacturing part. I think the manufacturing will come back. They're going to build a lot of factories. The reason is because you cannot have a powerful military without manufacturing. You're going to suffer in war. So the building of the factory is I think it's 100% going to happen. I think the tariff is here to stay, but it's not going to be at this level. It's going to be like a 10% across the board. As long as you continue to open your country to US goods, I'm not sure if they will allow the other country to have a 10% tariff, like equal to equal. But I know definitely, as long as they play ball, no tariffing, no weird laws that to protect competitions. I think the USA will be okay to continue to trade. I think that's what I think. But there will be a tariff, because without the tariff, the manufacturing cannot happen in United States. It's
all about exchange rate. It's all about exchange rate.
And the US dollars, of course. So it's going to be everything all at the same time. So it's a very ambitious project. That's what I think. They're going to go for everything. Like Donald Trump don't have long to live, honestly. I'm not even sure he will live for another 15 years, maybe 10 years. Like he's quite an old guy as well. Maybe 20 years. Maybe he's rich, so maybe he can tear some experimental drugs. But no, he want to see all this happen in his lifetime. No, so maybe he want to live long enough to see his son become the Lisan Algai, right? And then become the emperor of all United States. So yeah, he need to set up the stage for him.
Desi keeps trying to talk. I don't know.
Oh yeah. So no, you covered what I wanted to say, because Jaishankar did has been parroting what Donald Trump is saying, and Narendra Modi administration is working very closely with the United States on this issue, on this both tariffs and bilateral trade deals. And it's not just India; several smaller countries across Latin America, some even in Europe, have are cooperating with Donald Trump. But it'll be a uphill battle, because it's still a competition. Manufacturing based, China is already a giant in manufacturing, and you will also have other developing countries who will also be a disadvantage, but they will also start manufacturing. So in the long run, manufacturing will become more and more competitive. So if the ball needs to roll now, if the West if wants to reindustrialize now, otherwise you'll have the same problem that India had. We have we don't care about our environment, we don't care about anything. If we have a lot of red tape, but the red tape can be cut if the central government wants to. But the problem is, Indian cars in India makes pretty decent cars. Tata is one of the largest here, but no one is buying it. There is negative sales in car. People are selling used cars, and the stockpiles is so much that factories are shutting down. So tariffs are a good place. Getting rid of environmental laws is also good, but you gotta manufacture the markets first. You gotta secure the markets, and I think tariffs helps in this situation also, because say there was no one in India could buy like a American manufactured car. There is no GMC, General Motors car. There is hardly any Ford in India, but that is soon going to change because of all the bilateral agreements that is coming in. So another very important part of getting your restarting any Western manufacturing plants is getting the markets ready, in whether it is in South America, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, doesn't matter. But you gotta find the diplomatic, channels to get markets ready for your manufacturing base. So yeah, otherwise we'll end up like India.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the tariffs in India. When I was in India, one of the things I noticed was like how rigidly that economy was sheltered from the world. It's like if we talk about economic sickness and the delusions of the modern world, right now, everybody who apparently is on the left is an economist. Everybody's an economist now, because you can criticize Trump because Trump's stupid and Trump doesn't know about money. So everybody believes that tariffs are really bad. And at the same time, these are the people that will point to China as an economic miracle over the last 5 decades. It's like, how do you think they did that? Do you
exchange
think
rate?
Well, you say that, but what were their tariffs like? Do you think you could just walk into China with your goods, right? It's like all of these expert economists, they live in this strange world where they can ignore the biggest economic performance of the last 5 decades and the effects that tariff had on that, and they can just believe as an article of faith that tariffs are bad for a country. And as Wyatt said, an industrial base is absolutely critical in a time of war. And something else that's critical is like the ability to feed yourself and grow enough food. And something else that's critical if you want to have a prosperous and useful society is a middle class. And so this is why, that globalism, the tenets of economic globalism, where you gut your middle class and you have a few billionaires exercising technocratic feudalism over a bunch of like wage slave serfs, this vision, which is becoming a reality in the West, it's to a large extent, it's the death of all good things. And so the debate about tariffs is very, very redundant because we're already at like the end times for democracy. The middle class has already been hollowed out. We already have like a population that can't use a hammer or a spanner. It's like we already can't meet the defense needs of the wars that we want to fight, let alone the wars that we think we're going to be capable of fighting. So in this sense, I think the West is at a crisis point, and I'm less concerned for the US than I am for Europe. Because, I mean, I'm not in the US, but I do understand there is an appetite to get rid of the dirt worshippers and to actually repeal environmental protections. There isn't where I live in Australia, and I don't think there is in Europe as well. And so I really wonder what's going to happen to Europe, because the other thing about Europe is it was already dying under a mountain of debt before all this nonsense started. So Germany's just said that they're going to rearm by busting their debt limit and just borrowing a vast amount of money. And that's just such a peculiar thing, because the German government, in order to get that done, had to do a deal with the Green Party. And of the 800 billion that they're going to raise in debt, they had to give 200 billion to the Green Party, which means that they're going even further into environmental straitjackets. And so doing a deal with the Green Party to reindustrialize your economy is like a perverse piece of foolishness. You're cutting off your legs and trying to run. So how Germany is going to manage that is going to be an interesting thing. But like that whole thing's a nonsense anyway, because you've got a non-nuclear power that's going to rearm in order to contest things with the vast nuclear power. It's foolishness on stilts. But there you go. That's Europe today. So we'll have to wait and see. But I agree with Wyatt. The problems in the West are structural and strategic, and they don't really, like, it almost doesn't matter what it costs. It's like, yeah, however bad it is, if the stock market craters, if the investment class lose their shirt, we're getting to the point where it's a matter of survival in the West to get rid of globalism and to get rid of woke politics. But Professor, it's up to you.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like I think Trump is thinking that maybe China, the internal affairs in China are probably not stable, and so we're sort of just assuming that China is always going to be there as a production powerhouse. But if they start having a revolution, internal conflict like that, the rest of the world is pretty much screwed, right? So I think he's trying to bring back manufacturing to the U.S. in a major push. It's not just like a surface level thing. I think we're definitely going to see. We're trying to turn into China, basically.
We literally saw that during COVID. Like, the whole world suddenly woke up and realized that, holy shit, China can actually stop exporting the things that we need all across the world. Suddenly, you cannot buy masks because they stopped selling the masks. They just kept it for themselves. The whole freaking world panicked. So this, and even Singapore faced it as well. We own the freaking mask factory in Taiwan, and Taiwan blocked it. And then it's like, what the fuck? Like, we got shocked. And then we told them, so can we bring back our machine? Then Taiwan said yes. Okay, then we bring back our machine and set up shop on our own and produce our own mask. It was a fucking culture shock to the whole freaking world. So no, we are not going to go back to the world where everybody's going to just put everything, all their eggs in China. However, the problem is they're still so cheap. So they're so cheap. It's very hard to get away from that. Which is why Trump is doing all these things. He's forcing tariff to become a norm again, especially with United States. So that everybody have a way out of China. There's a way to if we continue the current path, nobody can say no to China. Who dares to say no to China? Nobody dares to say no to China. So now we have changed the whole game system. Then everybody have to re-register again the game, right? You have to log in again. So now you have to you have a chance to say no, and you can see literally now things is already clashing. China already disagree and they counter tariff, but they are the only country I know of that counter tariff. So we are already seeing this immediate change. So But I'm not sure, no, if Trump is going to sell it well to the rest of the leaders, because how he talk in public is different from how he talk in private. So, I'm not sure how well he's going to sell it. Hopefully his team is good at selling this new system. But because everything is still in secret, I'm quite sure India already know what's happening. Maybe that's why, Shankar is selling it, because they shared what's the plan. No, so because they need India to be on their part. If India don't play along, then BRICS will become a serious thing. So maybe that's what. That's it.
Yeah, another
Sorry, it's
important thing.
Macchiari, but
Do you want to go first, Machiavelli?
Actually, my question is for you. Actually, it's for
Oh, yeah.
Desi. Yeah. So I was wondering. About the situation in India, because I haven't had time enough to look at what's going on in India. How resilient, and I think you kind of mentioned this, but how resilient do you think India is to external pressure? Because I know a lot of countries, one of the reasons they don't put pressure on India is because they're afraid that India will make a choice and choose the opposite side, that the one you don't want to. But how do you think resilient they are to pressure? Because I know you say that more than likely it just affects the current regime. But do you think it can actually put minimal pressure, like just sanctions, just general sanctions? How do you think it will react to that?
First, sanctions. I don't think sanctions will work. If you're trying to pressurize India into going on direction A, suppose, and you put in sanctions, it's not gonna work, because domestically, in domestic politics, if any country in any foreign country acts in a hostile manner in India, the politics in India is you have to immediately, politically, at least in rhetoric or in action, you have to retaliate. Otherwise, the people will be pissed. It will be politically, bad for you. That's what happened with Canada when Canada pushed back on the assassinations and whatnot that was going on with the Sikh community. And when Canada pushed back, there was a huge outcry. I do not know exactly like how much diplomatic pressure the Narendra Modi administration put in Canada, but the optics was like, yeah, we are very much angry and we are pushing back against Canada. So that's the thing. But then again, it's a very pragmatic. It's a very, there are institutions, both in the foreign office, in the defense department. It's a very long-standing institutions, and these institutions do not change with the change in political parties. So certain things are solid, are rock solid. Like India will always prefer being neutral in any conflict. India will always prefer being neutral in any bloc, because you have to realize, like, no Indian political party wants to take too much risk. They always want to stay in power, play it safe, and attack the opposition. That this has Narendra Modi government does it now, but before, when the Congress government was there, they used to do the same thing against the BJP. So this is Indian politics, but India is also a extremely nationalist country, extremely nationalist. Like, you have no idea. Like, what passes for nationalism in the West is like peanuts. That will be considered liberalism in India. So it's not very easy to pressurize India in the way that you say you might, like, what they're doing to Russia or China. If you criticize India, it'll backfire, right? Because politically, the ruling administration will have to challenge the other side. Otherwise, the opposition will say this is a weak government. Yeah, desdrohi hai. These are traitors who are not serving our people, and that will be politically, not good for the ruling party, whoever they are. So India is not very diplomatic pressure, economic pressure. It doesn't work very well. At the same time, you have to consider that the Indian people, uh, they can take hardship, and they do not have many avenues of expressing resentment for that hardship. And there are also, like, since it's a parliamentary system, right? If a certain place in the country, if there is economic problems, but it is localized, then there is political change, but it will take place in one constituency or one district or one magistrate or one state even. Okay, but it still doesn't change the majorly the national politics, because it's you say, like in the last national election, Bharatiya Janata Party lost like about 30% of their seats. It was a reduction, and they got wiped out in several states. Still in power, nothing changed. Their policies are almost the same. So yeah, it's a very large country. The politics is very rigid. I do not think economic or diplomatic pressures quite work on India. And at the same time, the Indian economy is extremely dependent internally. We have so much tariffs, and we do trade, but trade is very small part. Like external trade is a very small part of the Indian economy. India is more concerned about what happens internally in the domestic market. And also, another thing you have to realize about the Indian economy is the vast majority of Indian economy. I don't say vast majority, but at least like 40 to 45% of it is in the unorganized sector. It doesn't get taxed. So yeah, it's not very so that sector, nothing, you like, no sanctions, nothing will affect it. It was solid even through recession. It was solid even through COVID, the unorganized sector. So it's extremely solid, yeah, because the unorganized sector is basically dealing with people's basic needs: food, clothing, transportation, that sort of thing. It's so yeah. So even if the organized sector of Indian economy completely collapses, India will still limp on.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Desi, my opinion is that majority of this India's development is mostly getting the gray zone, gray economy
Yes.
recorded
Yes, you're
into
right.
the budget. Yeah.
It's okay. It's a little more complicated than that, Yuroda, because
Yeah.
it's not just getting. It's what has happened in the last 10 years is very similar to what is happening in the West. Is the gray zone is getting eaten up by some large Indian companies, corporations. Like mainly Reliance is making the, well, it's a good business move after all. You can appreciate that, but it's also ruining small businesses. So Reliance is getting into every single sector. They're selling vegetables. They're selling, like, they have malls that sell shoes, that sells clothes, and all the other large corporations are also getting in on it. So they are basically, large corporations are consolidating the market that is serving the unorganized sector, and they can continue to do so for, like, I think, for the next 25 years, because the unorganized sector is huge. It's extremely huge, and it's the companies, no, not even Indian companies have reached rural India. Basically, rural India is an absolutely untapped market. Very few multinational, like, yeah, maybe 1 rupee shampoo sachets and all that, Lay's chips, that goes in there. But for the most part, rural India is an untapped market. Rural India produces its own food, produces its own clothes, sells it to itself. There is like, apart from the food industry, there isn't even much interaction between the urban sector and the rural sector in India. Because if you read anywhere, like, India, there are two Indias. Rural India and urban India are completely different worlds altogether. But it is slowly, the bridge, it's getting bridged slowly, but it'll take another 25 years. And for the next 25 years, you will see, that's why the GDP growth, that thing, it will keep growing. The green number
Yeah.
will keep going up, but it doesn't mean, doesn't necessarily mean that things will get better for people. It will get better for people, but it's getting, but it's not, it's uneven. Some
You
people
know,
are suffering, some people are doing good.
You know, so
Yeah.
funny. This is that. So in Kenya, there's a huge Indian community, right? They're all Kenyans. They were here way before my parents were born and stuff. They were there for the railway, a lot of them. So, but they never ever protest or riot ever, 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 ever. The only one time I saw them riot is in 2013 when the government said every business has to have a cash register. And it was so
Yes.
strange. It was so strange to see Indians in the streets. We were like, wait a minute, what's going on?
That's so
But
Indian, man.
yeah, I've never
That's
seen
the
that
most
before.
Indian thing ever.
I know. And 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 eventually and they pushed the government for sure. But eventually they capitulated.
Same thing
And
happened.
they're used to it now. So I see what you mean by that gray market. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing happened in India because Modi's biggest push of getting that grey market into the the registered zone was he introduced the GST tax. It was the standardization of the Indian taxes, and there was a like the vast majority of Indian middle class, they worship Modi. Like I'm not even like exaggerating. They literally worship Modi. No complaints, nothing. But when that happened, everybody got pissed off. Everybody started complaining. Eventually everybody did come in line. They can't do anything else, force of the law. But yeah, everybody did get very angry. And I did wanted to say something. Oh yeah, I wanted to add to Toby's point. I agree with Toby's point that when he said that the middle class is so very important because for if Trump's remanufacturing is to succeed, he has to put absolutely like he needs to make sure that the American middle class is doing good because yeah, you will find foreign markets you might sell everywhere, but if your domestic market is not doing good, it's not gonna work. And the same thing happened in India because in the second Modi's second term, he not completely, I can't say, I'm after all living in India, but he pretty much ignored the Indian middle class. There was a lot of woes in the Indian middle class, both rural and urban, but he didn't really put in the policy to look after it, and the result was a complete crashing of the Indian manufacturing sector, whatever was left of it. And thus in this term, what he did is he just cancelled all taxes for the Indian middle class. We have no taxes. The Indian middle class now doesn't pay taxes at all. It is only now like above the 12 lakh per annum. Indian the higher upper middle class and the rich, only they are the ones who are paying the taxes for India and running the country now. And that's the kind of drastic step that was required since the middle class like got to such a point that the middle class just stopped spending money altogether in the
Yeah,
market. So I think even for the
when
US it's very
when
yeah, go on.
Modi came into the first term, he was saying he wants to bring the gray market into the register. That was as far as I remember. And then pretty soon they canceled 5,000 and what 10,000 bill in order to get like a gray market economy can how say suffer because not enough money bills, right, to exchange on a small market. So I think that was his original plan, right?
Yeah, he did digital India, basically demonetization. Basically, no, the thing he said was that the demonetization was brought in to he said to control corruption. Basically, did nothing
Yeah.
against corruption. But yeah, you're right, Yuroda. It did like basically what happened is everyone went digital. At least not everyone, but large parts of India went digital. Like I pay with my phone now. I hardly have my wallet is literally empty right now. So yeah, large part of India, especially in the urban sector, they went with digital, and yeah, that is promoting slowly. Every day more and more people are coming to the organized sector. But even here, like right across my street, there is a shop, and he's the shop owner is just refusing to go. Like he just doesn't accept any digital payment. If you go to the shop, you have to pay with cash. That is it. So a lot of
Yeah,
people are
it's
also refusing. There is a lot of resistance also, but it'll eventually go away. That's why I'm saying it'll take another 25 years. So,
it's even funny that you have terminology for that organized sector and unorganized sector. That's a new term I hear, and it's a good one, right? Yeah.
That's why we have open mic. We learn from everybody.
Yeah. So, Professor, you were raising your finger earlier. You wanted to say something?
We need some logic.
I smoked a lot of weed when I was younger, so I forgot completely what I raised my finger about. Sorry.
Oh, welcome. This is a common
It's
disease,
very logical.
being spread. Yeah, this is the common virus that always spread around the open mic.
Yeah.
It's very normal. You can see someone raise the finger for some time, then after they put it down because they already forgotten what they want to say.
Look at the Nanya. Look at the Nanya.
Yeah, Nanya is one of them. Nanya is like, come on, man, piss off. What did I want to say just now?
It sounds very logical. No worries.
Oh, I was just asking, have you guys spoken about the peace negotiations yet? I came on after like 3 or 4 hours.
What peace negotiation?
Between,
No, we
Trump was
didn't.
going to end the war in 24 hours. That thing.
My clock
his
stopped.
24 hours is around
clock
a
stopped
planet
still.
or the moon, very near to a black hole. So the 24
Yeah.
hours stretches into
Talking about like a
decades.
Saturday or something. Well, I find it. I just wondered what you guys think. Like, there's this real disconnect between what we see Zelensky talking about on camera, mostly for the European audience or the elite European audience, and what Trump is saying. So Trump is saying Zelensky's ready for peace. He's ready to accept the mineral deal. He's willing to accept what Trump is saying. And then I have a look at what Zelensky's saying, and it's the exact opposite. So, like, I doubt whether there's any real purchase there, and I wonder how long that situation can keep going for, because either Trump just doesn't care about Ukraine anymore, or they're going to get rid of Zelensky one way or the other. Because it really doesn't seem like Zelensky and Ukraine are willing to go along with what the Americans want.
No, because the definition of peace is different. In Zelensky's mind, peace means they
Victory.
win largely. Largely they win. So or Russia concedes something very major, like so. It's not a real peace the way how we imagine peace to be. Yeah. So. Mary, I scared Mary forget.
Right, I will. The thing about the negotiations, I brought it up before, is that I think what it is that both parties knew that the AFU, Zelensky, and whoever controls them are going to break whatever agreement they make because they don't want it to exist. So it's upon them. And by Trump doing this, he's allowing himself room to maneuver away from the Ukraine to the point where he can point to them and say, listen, we try to help you out. You're not willing to do anything. Goodbye. Because I think, and I said in chat, I've said it before, I think Trump was told what's really going on in Ukraine and understands that he needs to separate our country from that fucking fiasco. And what I mean is what was done in Ukraine, not necessarily the war itself, but what the allies, what the US, the EU, and NATO were allowing Ukraine to do, and giving them the opportunity to do it. I said before, Russia took the gloves off, and they said they will strike any decision center they feel necessary. Other people said, well, they'll never strike France or anything like that. Well, I believe you're right, but there is a chance that they do. What is France going to do to reciprocate to them other than launch a nuke? Do you think they do that? I don't know. It's just, I think that the U.S. is trying to be moved away to let Zelensky fall on his ass, and who knows who's going to take him out, but he's going to get taken out. He knows too much.
Yeah,
he
well,
knows
Mehdi,
all
on
the
that,
people involved. So
on the
chance of
decision
that guy
centers,
living-
With regard to the decision centers, like I saw some comments from British High Command. So these are British military folks. So you'd have to think they know what the rules of engagement are. And they were saying that the whole idea of peacekeepers in Ukraine is a non-starter because they don't have sufficient manpower to actually man a front line, which means that they would be in decision centers in the background. So that was where I heard this term. And then they said, and we don't have air defense to protect ourselves. So what we'll be doing is we'll be going and sitting somewhere and suffering casualties for no apparent purpose. So why would we do that? So the interesting thing I took away from that is they understand that as soon as they go into Ukraine, they're legitimate targets. They are inside the envelope of the rules of engagement. And so the UK, and I suspect France as well, they're not prepared to do that, right? They're not prepared to go into Ukraine without a peace deal, right, that shelters them, because they understand that as soon as they cross the borders in significant force, it doesn't matter if they're in Lvov or Kiev or where they are, they're going to get struck. And so, yeah, and so I think that like this was where I saw a danger of escalation, is that Macron was going to get his big boy boots on and Starmer was going to be so politically desperate that they were actually going to like rustle up the new Fairy Battalion and send it over to Ukraine to see what Russia would do. But I think that there is an acceptance that if they do that, they are just going to lose men. And I think that that they've balked at that fence. So I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I thought there was a danger of it like a month or so ago, but I think that they've accepted from their military commanders that all they'll be doing is going over there and eating a few Orushniks and Kinzhals and being of very, very little use on the front line. So, like, yeah, I don't see what Europe is going to do. There's still a lot of talk about how they're going to support Ukraine, but I don't see it. And all I see from Wyatt's reports is that the front line is like collapsing at a increasing rate.
That was a message. What happened in Kryvyi Rog yesterday? Okay, there was the Russians sent the Iskander on the Magellan restaurant, where a bunch of foreign NATO advisors and Ukrainian military were having a lunch. Well, they sent the Iskander there, 500 kilometers. It's on the edge of the range of Iskander. So they didn't warn, because they weren't expecting it's going to reach that far. So they kept having lunch. So when Iskander hit, they were at the table. And then what Russians did after it, they were observing where they're going to collect the wounded. And then they hit them there again. Okay? So they hit where they collected, the place where they collected wounded, in order to make sure they're dead, all of them. So this is the message to the Europe. If they send the NATO advisors, if they send the troops. Okay?
I'd like to address that because, well, the thing is why would Russia allow its enemy to play peacekeeper? In a conflict that it's actively in, saying that they're going to go to war with them, possibly if they don't back down, and yet they want to go in and let a NATO country play peacekeeper. How in the hell would Russia? I mean, who even thinks this shit up? Why would they even consider that?
Oh no, it's because they respect the UK as the arbiter of international law and all good things, and they know that all the UK wants to do is hug warm puppies, and so the Russians will accept Keir Starmer sending in his peacekeepers because good things always come from British involvement.
So, if you observed the negotiations in Saudi Arabia, like, so you have most of the time you have to listen to these people once and then listen to them again and then wonder what exactly they're saying. You have to listen to each side because I think they kind of compare notes on the announcements they're going to make in public or whatever. My conclusion on those negotiations is they went nowhere. They did not go anywhere. There were no agreements, but the Russians are not stupid enough to embarrass the Americans in public. But there is what what can you do to Russia? The worst you can say is we're going to send more weapons to Ukraine. Why would they agree to all these insane terms? And you are the one who was arming Ukraine the other day, and now you're coming to tell me, okay, now I'm the one who is making peace now, and this is what I want you to do, this is what I want you to do. So at the end of the day, it was a whole lot of face-saving stuff. But if you look at all their public announcements, no agreement was reached. The whole thing was a complete, it didn't work out. Now, they did agree with a 30-day ceasefire. They can work with that. And I don't think that's going to happen either. And there's nothing
No, it's not
really,
happening.
there's nothing really you can do to the Russians. There's really, because these guys forget that these people have citizens they answer to. You just can't be yo-yoing your citizens from one side to the other just like that. And then secondly, any agreement they come up to, what is the guarantee that the West will keep this agreement? What if Trump is not president? What if Trump is not president after his term? What if freaking, like, especially Europe? How the hell can you trust these snakes? I mean, listen, watch all their statements. You know, these people change their minds with no shame, like with no shame whatsoever. So how can you trust them? You know, so that definitely did not, those talks, despite whatever they said in public, they did not go anywhere at all. And I think that I know most of you guys have said this. I think Wyatt has said that. Yeah, we're going to see an escalation in Ukraine coming soon. The Russians don't really give a shit. They're like, we started. So this conflict, at the end of the day, you can't leave a Ukraine with 800,000 soldiers. It'll be a defeat. It'll be a defeat. But then, what do you do with these 800,000 soldiers? You know.
That's what the Ukrainians say, right? They say that the pro-Ukrainian sphere say that the Putin cannot end the war now because what you do with so many soldiers, they could overthrow Putin. That was like thinking, how the hell all these people have family, man? They are all mobilized troops. No, they just here for the money. So anyway, and Zelensky made it a point to double down on the energy facilities that he's supposed to ceasefire. He actually struck it twice or 3 times more often than before. So he made it a point that this peace deal would never ever happen. Maddie.
This is a question for you guys. I just posted something in chat, and anybody in chat, please put in there. But didn't recently, not too long ago, when all the shift was going on, when the negotiating process was about to start, didn't Trump come out and say that all operations in Ukraine are now handed over to the UK, not being done in the United States? Am I the only one that remembers him doing that? I mean,
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so I'm not the only one that remembers that. Now, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But that's to me saying Trump is trying to separate himself from what's going on in Ukraine and trying to separate our country from it. Why would he just come out and say that?
I agree with what you said earlier. That's the only take. That's the first time I'd heard it. But I think you're right. Like on reflection, it's the only thing that makes sense because I think Trump is now like aware of the fact that Russia can't make peace with the Zelensky regime without losing the war domestically at home, to what McCarty was saying. It's like, like they lose if they do that. And that's not going to happen. And I think Trump can appreciate that. And at the same time, while Europe, in inverted commas, is supporting Zelensky's not going to leave. But I just wanted to very quickly, I'll turn over to Jim, but I want to very quickly make a point about, Europe. And the reason I say Europe in inverted commas, Europe is not a thing, right? Like the European Union, my law degree is actually European. And so I've passed examinations in European law. I know what the EU is at a detailed level and legal level. I know its history legally. I know what it is. The European Union is not a state. It is a trade agreement, right? And 90% of everything the European Union has ever done is take money from member states that donated it freely and distribute it to farmers as part of the European internal market, right? It's largely a distribution mechanism of money, and that money is given voluntarily. The European Union doesn't raise taxes. It has no power to raise taxes. Now, the European Union has made a lot of noise about a federated European state, and there's a lot of people in Europe who believe in this project of creating a United States of Europe, but it's just talk. At the end of the day, this talk has been going on like since forever, arguably since Napoleon, Hitler, all the rest of it. Like, there's been a lot of people who want to create a federated state of all European states where taxation is centralized. But if you get into the weeds and you have a look at what has actually happened, we've never really been close to that. No European state has ever voted to hand over taxation powers to the European Union. They all very jealously guard their national prerogatives. And this is even true of places like Germany and France that are supposed to be the backbone of this European project. And one of the reasons that Greece is in such bad debt and the rest of it is that the European Union has been quite a predatory organization. Countries like Germany have put such stringent controls on the aid that they give. They make sure it benefits them first. You do not have the kind of transfer of wealth that you see inside the United States or even in federations like Australia, where poorer regions get straight up gifts of money from the wealthier regions. That's what characterizes a real federal state, right? Is where you get actual transfers of wealth from wealthy to poorer regions. That doesn't happen in Europe. Everything that is given has a quid pro quo, and countries like Germany have to have their interests looked after. So while we see Ursula von der Leyen and the wide-eyed Estonian woman talking a lot in the media, if you look at the mainstream media, you'd have the illusion that Europe is a federated state, that Europe has a European policy. It's not true. It's just not true. The European Union certainly doesn't have a military policy. That's why they have NATO. And until NATO goes away, right, and until everybody pledges the EU to have these powers and that there's a treaty meeting and there's a transfer of power, it's just not true. And so Ursula von der Leyen talks about the rearmament of Europe. She talks about $800 billion. She doesn't have $800 billion. And we saw that transpire. We saw the Germans then come out and say, we are going to increase our debt. We are going to spend the money. And then how did that pan out? Immediately, Merz had to do a deal with the Green Party, and it turned into a domestic German thing. And so now Germany is going into debt at a time of economic crisis and empowering their domestic Green Party. So this whole idea that Zelensky is supported by the EU and by Europe, it's a mirage. It's just not true. There is, in fact, no Europe at the moment. But anyway, that's enough of that. Jim.
Jim, go.
Oh, you want to go? Just have a...
Yeah, I want to add on, because this is something that I was thinking just now in earlier conversations, which I then forgot about it. So the EU is actually, we talk a lot about globalism and globalists and whatnot, right? European Union is basically is like the experiment for globalism, how it works, that exactly is it's like they are not a federation. The rich don't help the poor, and then everything is open border, everything is a single currency, and then you have all the weaker countries all have their population, they have the brain drain, everybody go to the richer country to work, and then what happened is that instead of in a country, we have certain regions doing mining, certain regions doing farming. In the European Union setting, you have certain countries doing farming, certain countries doing specific work, and it becomes like one big country, but then there is no sharing of the wealth. So you have the feature of a country is like a United States, but then you do not have the infrastructure for it. Like like New York would never spend a single cent to help to build up Chicago, or to build up Mainz. It's like they just let it rot, and then that's how Greece go into debt, and then it's like they have to find their own way to survive. And if globalism succeeded, that's exactly what will happen to the entire world. Like United States will just be like a financial center. like the one big freaking financial center, and then you
well, arguably that's what's happened. Why? That's the world we live in, right?
Which is why we saw this current deal, all this big revolution that Trump is now stirring up, this big chaos, and you can see that all the people who believe in the globalism is now all very angry, including my government. My government is super pissed off, because they are super paranoid about what is happening. I'm quite sure they're very in gang with the Europeans, that they are all one big gang and friends, and they are all like lamenting at the same time. Whereas we can actually see that the system doesn't work, and Trump is trying to change it. Whatever the method, you agree or disagree, he's going to change it. So yeah, that's what I think. Jim.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I just came back from mass, so I will refrain from cussing. All right, I'm trying to be very, very clean. All right, I didn't go to traditional. I went to the Nova
It's
Sorta
okay.
mass.
I think you
But
shouldn't
anyway,
swear before you go. After you go, you come and swear. It's okay, I think.
Well, then I got to go to confession. But anyway, that's another story for another day. Look, if I can sort of put it down into a very common denominator, and I was thought that at a law school and various other places. If you can't reduce a concept, whether mathematical in natural sciences or social sciences, down to a lowest common denominator, like 1 + 1 = 2, you do not know what you're talking about. And it's very, very simple as I see it. My take on the geopolitics generally is as follows. I think it's globalism, and I call it globo homo. Again, here I am against nationalism. Now, we've got to ask ourselves, qui bono, who benefits? These are the old things, the good old Romans had. Who benefits? Things like might is right, divide and rule. The old sayings of the generals and very, very, very important people. Getting back to Europe, why is it Europe, Western Europe in particular, Canada, America, Australia, where I am and where Toby is, and New Zealand, which is a Western Christian white Europe, has opened up its gates to the whole nearly 8 billion people? Why has this not happened to China? Why not Japan? Why not to Korea? I wonder. Now, talking about the thing, it's a fight, and we're talking about who benefits. When did Europe, when did Australia open up or had a referendum and asked its people, would you like to open your gates and get all the doctors and engineers from South America, from Africa, from Southeast Asia? No. 1965, under Kennedy's, that's when the gates opened. We had white Australia policy. I'm not being racist or anything. I'm talking facts, historical facts. Under Fraser, 1975, where we opened the gates. So 10 years after America. Europe, nobody knows. Western Europe. So I, in a way, love Eastern Europe. When I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking about Hungary. I'm talking about Putin. I'm talking about Poland in geopolitics. Why? Because they are nationalist. Now, getting back to current Pufta, our Prime Minister, Mr. Albaslezi, we are expecting, I'm talking about specifically Australia, in the next year have 1.1 million people. We are 27 bordering on 28 million people in Australia. The infrastructure is non-existent. Where are they going to put these people, I do not know. But everyone, all the parties are afraid to call out the elephant in the room, or say the emperor has no clothes, and say simply, you don't have to be an economist or a lawyer or a philosopher or a theologian, and you simply say, basta, enough, halt, stop, immigration. Oh, what happens? sexist, racist, misogynist, fascist, Nazi, all these names which they don't know, all these ideologies, they throw that at you because they don't want to argue or they can't argue. They can ad hominem argue and call you all sorts of names. Any turd or dickhead can do that, but constructively, intellectually, civilly argue or put their argument forth, they lack. Getting back to what I was saying before, Ukraine. Politics, when I studied politics, and I got my few degrees in political science and European history and literature, besides law, is as follows. It's the art of the possible. And what I mean by the art of the possible, think of a balloon. You squeeze balloon, the air goes here. You grab a balloon there, it goes in the middle. What's Ukraine? Who started the war? It wasn't Putin. Technically, it was Russia who started. No, it's to the West. 1990, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, what happened to what's the name? Warsaw Pact dissolved. 15 nations, other nations, more rather than Russia, all dissolved, became independent. NATO went from 12 countries, now it's about 29. And the whole purpose of NATO, please correct me if I'm wrong, was anti-Russia, anti-communist. And the Pope, what's his name? Pope Paul II, Reagan and Gorbachev, when they got together 89, 90, and one of the promises they said, look, no expansion, we give up. We communists, Russians, we give up. 80 years did not work. We're turning capitalist. Okay, you won. Ideologically, you won. But the Americans have not stopped. They continue with their imperialism. And they are continuing to this very effing day. Pardon me, Lord. I just nearly swore. Let me finish. I know I'm rambling on, but I think certain points I'm raising are pertinent and important to conjure up and get some sort of feedback, positive or negative. One thing which I sort of try to stress and see, again, I'm sort of reducing it very simply in common language rather than being verbose. I hope I'm not. But anyway, the situation as I see at the moment, all they wanted is KFC and McDonald's in Ukraine. And that's the global homos. And they are falling apart. There's an internal ideological battle between nationalism. But why are they attacking Europe? You can't be a globalist until your culture, your language, your religion is destroyed or intermingled. You become a mongrel dog. You don't know who you are. Once you don't know your heritage, your culture, your roots, you can be controlled. You can believe in anything and everything. Anything and everything, boys and girls. And it's psychiatry 101.
No, this is what Americans need.
I better shut up and fall on my head. Now I think I've stirred bees of hive of bees, I reckon. But anyway,
that's American perspective, and that's what you became. Don't tell us that we are you. Okay, that's what you became, and that's why you became evil in the world, destruction of the world. That's what you in the West. You in the West, but that's what you became.
I agree.
Blob and mass.
I agree.
We didn't.
Well, where are you from?
You want to fight us. You want to fight us. Don't
where
tell
are
us
you
that
from?
we are you.
No.
Don't tell us.
Where are you
don't
from?
Tell us that we are you.
No, where are you from? When you say we, where are you from?
He's from
Russia.
Serbia.
Oh, right. All right. Yeah.
So
they're independent.
don't tell that we are you. No, he's teasing me.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's teasing me. I'm not from Serbia, but pretty close. How to say? We are not you, okay? We are not a blob, but you want us to be. And but
the global homo wants you to be. Exactly, yes.
But let's say that's over now. Let's say that's over now with the Trump. But actually what Trump is doing, look, they lost in West lost in Ukraine, but now Trump is coming and trying to present a victory, right? It's a US won the peace in Ukraine. What's happening with BRICS? Basically, this plan is basically getting the BRICS. US is actually joining BRICS, but want to present it as US agreement, Trump's agreement. This setup, modified Bretton Woods, is what BRICS wanted to implement to the international trade within it. So now Trump is coming in, joining BRICS, but want to present it as victory, right? Preserving the reserve currency. Same thing with globalism. He is destroying global homo, but he is coming in and with implementing new Bretton Woods, he's doing the globalism, right? It's globalization on a much bigger scale, but in a better way, right? Global homo globalism is really bad. This is in a normal way, how it should be, right? So he's coming, doing the same thing, coming in as a loser and presented as a victor. It's an image creation. It's all of it, same. This is when you
So in that
come
case, I
to
have a
the
question.
1 plus 1. This is what you get when you go down to the most common denominator, 1 plus 1 equal 2. This is how I describe it now by using that principle. Okay, the most common denominator, lowest common denominator. This is what it is.
I have some questions. I'm just throwing things out there. So let's say you can build a house, and you go to somebody's house, you knock their house down, and you cannot rebuild this house. Where do you expect the person to live? They didn't call for your help. You call yourself a house builder. You call yourself the best mason in the world. They didn't call for your help. You went better, and you knocked down their house. Where do you expect them to live? Poor countries and stuff.
FCS, you're breaking up, bro.
Of course.
Like your voice is breaking up.
I'm here in Texas, so in the boondocks in Texas, of course.
Hey Jim,
guys
don't you
have-
think isn't the Pope kind of like the ultimate globalist?
Well, I'm the old pre-Vatican II Catholic. When I say I usually go to a traditional Catholic mass rather than Novus Ordo, which I call bogus Ordo. You know, if I want to be entertained in a Protestant way, you know, with the guitars, I usually go to the local church, and they got Kumbaya and all that. Unfortunately, yeah, well, that's the thing. But the Pope does not make. There are bad priests, there are bad bishops. Cardinal McCarrick just died in America, he was one of the biggest molesters, I think, around. But that doesn't make the religion bad. Do you understand? That you should distinguish. It's like if your brother's a murderer, does that make you a murderer? Or your family? Of course, it's a stain on a family, on the reputation, on your name, but that doesn't make you an evil person by virtue you having a sister or a brother who's a sociopath. So that correlation, you
So is
can't.
Mary going to save us, Jim?
Ah, Mary, of course, I've got rosaries, yes. Yeah, so it's private. I'm not, ramming my Catholicism down anybody's neck. It's a private thing. And unfortunately, we live in a secular society. I mean, the church, the Christianity, now I digress, I'm talking about bloody theology of all things, which I'm not capable of. But it's on decline. But, if you read your Friedrich Nietzsche, you will find, what he said. He was a very sort of anti-religious, put it that way, nihilist type of thing. But he said, once man destroys God, they will create their own God, and the new vision of God is man, and that is a curse on a man. No transcendental When you believe in man believes in a man, wow, there goes the society.
Yeah, well, that's why I would argue that Nietzsche was actually a Christian and promoting the importance of Christianity in the West. But
exactly.
We argue about this. You know, I claim Nietzsche as like a Christian, and that enrages some of the folks here.
Well,
but look,
my favorite is Oswald Spengler. Is my favorite philosopher, I think, and Heidegger. But anyway, I won't talk about
my favorite philosopher is Christ. But on this issue of globalism, like in the question of like who's doing this and why.
No, now you're getting. I better. No, I'm not going to say it. I've got my views.
Yeah, well, the thing is, to
it's
a
not
large
my channel.
Extent, to a large extent, I think that the movement towards globalism is market based. It's based on the stock indices of large corporations. And you can see this even domestically. Like, I don't know what it's like where you are, but I'd guarantee, I would bet.
I'm in Sydney.
No, I'm talking about everyone else in different countries. So in Australia, you have like an energy crisis, and you got to understand what that means. That means that the energy corporations, which are multinationals, are making record profits. That's what a crisis looks like. That means that if you're a shareholder, you're making records amounts of money. It means that if you're an ordinary person, you can't pay your electricity bill, right? That's the crisis part of it. And so we have this really weird situation in Australia where we export like huge amounts of gas, but we have no gas for domestic consumption. It's literally all being exported, right? Such is the focus on the multinationals. And the multinational influence on the political system is almost complete. On the one side, you have conservatives, and they promote the shareholders of the multinationals. And on the other side, you have Labor, right, that's supposed to represent the worker. And their philosophical position is if the multinationals don't thrive, there'll be no jobs for anybody, which is a really like weird postulation. But anyway, this is what they say. But regardless, they all take money from multinational corporations. And so I think globalism is this faith in the market. But at the end of the day, you end up with like a series of recurring crises. You have crisis in energy. You have crisis in health. Like, what is a health crisis? A health crisis is that health multinationals make record profits, right? And everybody else's health goes downhill, which curiously enough makes even bigger profits for the health multinationals. So I see that the conflict with globalism is in a lot of ways, it's a conflict, not so much between nationalism and internationalism. I think that's true. That's a geopolitical way of looking at it. But on a very basic level, it's this idea that you can put your faith and your investment in corporations and strip mine the individual and strip mine families and just turn everybody into like a feudal serf. And that seems to be the way that we're going in the West. Which I think is a curious social experiment. But I definitely think that we did this to ourselves, right? Absolutely. Like and so I kind of think we deserve what we're getting here.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I suggest you should get a book by Sam Francis called The Managerial Society? He's an American. He passed away about 15 years ago. Managerial Society. And he was a broadcast, and he was on the right of American politics, but he's Samuel Francis is his name. But get it; it's not a big book. It's only got about 150 pages, but it sort of encapsulates the whole neoliberal idea of. You see, the problem with us, with capitalism or neoliberalism, is there's continuous supply of energy, of goods, of resources, totally exponential. It's like blowing up a balloon, and it's blowing. It's never going to bust. That's the idea. This is the problem, as I see, of politics and economics. Everything must grow. Everything new is better than old. Destroy the tradition. Destroy the old world. The brutalist architecture all over the world. If I go to Europe, if I go to London, It's not London anymore or Paris. I want to see something new in terms of people, in terms of architecture. It's mind-boggling. Again, I digress. I'm being very conservative, of course, in my views. Probably, maybe someone would consider even backward.
Speaking of bullshit, I saw this a news alert come that that Zelensky is going to take all his ministers through a polygraph test to see who leaked the mineral deal. And this is why I keep telling people that we live in a world of BS layered by BS layered by BS, right? So for some reason, we just discovered like a few months ago that Ukraine happens to have 30% of all rare earth minerals. The Geological Society of Ukraine had done tests before the war 2022, and they have found out that the deposit that they have are so little, and to get them off the ground, it'll be more expensive than their own value. So now apparently they have more rare earth minerals than any single country, which is absolute nonsense. The thing is, everybody knows it's nonsense. The US knows it's nonsense. Russia knows it's nonsense. Ukraine knows it's nonsense. But somehow this just keeps going on. You know, there have been a couple publications that have said, we kind of don't think so. But the average, how, you know, I think we put too much burden on the average person, right? So somebody was saying, oh, their family back at home, they don't know what's going on in Ukraine, or they're on the wrong side of the whole conflict or whatever. The question is, how is an average person supposed to consume any of this? That is just one example I gave. Everything else is just nonsense and BS and announcements and lies, and that's how the whole freaking world operates. So the guy on X, you know, who is commenting there, they're all commenting to stupidity. They're all commenting to lies that were lied about. More lies were put on top of that. Man.
Yeah, we need our in-house professor of logic to explain to us how this works.
Oh no, I was actually going to ask Toby and Jim. It sounds to me like you guys need a Donald Trump. How would you guys like to be the 51st state?
Yeah,
We are. I reckon
we're
we
not.
are.
We're not. We have a thing called an unincorporated association, which is a very strange legal entity. It's like a corporation, except that it's a creation of the common law in the British judiciary. So basically, the High Court here, the Crown judges have created this thing and have set the rules about it. And the rules are that this thing that is a company, it doesn't have to have a member list. So you never know who the members of it are. They could be foreigners. They could be British aristocrats. You just don't know. And that's your political party. And so you never know who actually runs your political parties. And your political parties across the spectrum could actually be owned by exactly the same people. And the High Court has also said that, like, you can't sue a member, right, to get them to keep their word. So these members can make deals with all of the people, all the representatives that they put in the Senate and the lower house, all the people we get to vote for, but they can go back on those deals at any moment. So they can basically pick and choose who your senators are, who your prime ministers are. So this applies in Canada, this applies in the UK. This is the British imperial model, right? It's
So
called
you
an
guys are under
unincorporated
monarchy?
association. Well, no, it's
literally
British
monarchy,
imperialism, right? You're not allowed to know who owns your political parties. And for all you know, exactly the same people own all of them. And that is why you get universal globalist policies for all of them. That's why you can't put a knife blade in between the policies of all the different political parties. That's what we call democracy outside of the US. It's a very, very thin veneer.
You guys sound
what
like
really intrigued me, just one thing, during COVID, we had COVID 3 or 4 years ago, and you get Bill Gates up there. He's not a doctor. He's not an elected representative. And he's telling the world, he's telling the world what medicine or injection you should get, because he's got shares in the bloody whatever those pharmaceuticals were or are. He owns half of it, and this is the managerial thing. You know, totally. He could be smart, could be very rich, but he's got such clout. It is unbelievable, and they call it democracy. No, I'll shut up.
You
Go
guys
ahead.
sounds like Hong Kong part of China kind of arrangement. No, it's like the Hong Kong and China arrangement. It's like, no, Hong Kong think they are self-rule, but actually they're totally not self-rule. And you do not know who the hell appoints, like, you know, who really appoints this commissioner, right, of Hong Kong, you know. Like, it sounds a bit like that. And that also brings me to think, maybe that's why, you know, the Trump wanted to annex Canada. Because he basically want to steal the whole colony of UK, you know, to the United States side. No, who knows? No, because who knows? Canada might still be a colony of UK for all we know.
The problem in
Singapore
Australia
came out of British rule, so maybe you have the same.
You reminded me of something. No, we don't have the same, because we literally say that no, because they offered. They're so nice. No, they're so nice to Singapore. They offered. We can still give you our queen as the head of state for Singapore. We said no, sorry. We will appoint our own president. So we don't have.
Lee Kuan Yew is still ruling from the grave, I think.
I hope so, no, but unfortunately, I don't think so. Okay, because just now Toby asked about the situation about the globalism. Do we have the same thingy, right? No, Singapore is different. Singapore is not. We do not have that kind of globalist corporation thing, you know, like controlling Singapore. We don't have it. What we have is
but you're talking about China the same way as everyone else in the West. But you're talking about China the same way as everyone in the West.
There are certain things they might be talking anti-China shit, but certain things are real. So you have to accept that certain things are correct. It's true. No, the Singapore difference is that we have very powerful sovereign funds, and we created this ultimate super company called Temasek. So we have two sovereign funds. So the one is GIC, which is the Government Investment Corporation. This one only purely do investment. So they invest overseas. You know, they buy literally everything. And then we have Temasek. Temasek is basically like the super company, the government-owned company that controls the whole freaking economy of Singapore. So, you know, any companies that's of value that comes out from Singapore and becomes really important, Temasek will start to buy in the stock. They'll start to, you know, become a shareholder. And basically everything in Singapore is controlled by Temasek. So this Temasek plus the GIC combined is our protection against globalist corporations. No global corporations can come in and dominate Singapore market. It's not possible at all. Like, you know, you have big companies coming in, and then, you know, Temasek will then eventually squeeze them out or defeat them in our local market. Like because it's local, you know, it's a government company, right? So they always get preferential like treatments, you know, like, you know, like, let's say, you know, we have Carrefour, you know, we have the French, you know, supermarket, right, superstore. Carrefour has already ended ceased operation in Singapore. It totally got killed off by, you know, our local union. We have this union, combined union. So we Singapore have a lot of unions. Then they have this super union. It's called NTUC, which is actually called National Trade Union Congress. And then this NTUC union, super union, which, you know, is the head, the congress of all unions. They have their own business wing. So they are secretly our third sovereign fund, which then build supermarkets. They started off small, only small supermarkets. Then after that, they started to build these super markets like Carrefour, and basically squeeze them out. And so, you know, Singapore is very protectionist in that sense. Like, we play by the rules, but then we still own the rules. We still decide the rules in Singapore. So, you know, they will get all the best locations. You know, and then NTUC basically can build the entire malls. And then they have the prime center of the mall, the core of the mall is the NTUC supermarket. And then that basically, you know, controls. So it's a bit different, which is why, you know, like the propaganda, or, you know, the stereotype is that Singapore is it's like an ally, or, you know, or like a puppet of United States. We are not. because we totally don't play by the rules of the globalists. We have our own thing. We protect ourselves. It's very hard to control Singapore. So they have to work with us, and this is also why Singapore can be very close to China. We have very good relationship with China, because there's no way they can control us. So that is the my part of the world. That's what we do. I'm not sure about other people. Do they observe the same problem with like global corporations? Controlling politics. In Singapore, is not the case. We control the corporations.
Actually, Wyatt, that's not true. Singapore does have unincorporated associations. There's some good case law on it. I'll send you some PDFs so you can become informed. But yeah, absolutely, you have unincorporated associations.
No, 100%. Global corporations is infiltrating. They have presence and they try, but it's very hard to influence politics in Singapore. That's what I mean.
There's a court case that discusses it in detail. It's Chi Hock Keng and the Chu Seng Temple from 2016. I'll send you a PDF. It's kind of interesting.
Which journal is it in? What reports?
I found it.
E-litigation, Court of Appeal, Republic of Singapore. SGCA 34 is the reference. Civil Appeal number 82 of 2015. If you like, Jim, I'll fling you a reference.
Yeah.
But,
Thanks. Yeah. Oh, look.
But unincorporated associations are a really fascinating rabbit hole because, in my view, they're the cornerstone of the British Empire. Years ago, I had a legal mentor, who was one of the top lawyers for the Conservative Party in Australia. And he asked me if I knew what an unincorporated association was, and I'd never heard of one. I was a corporate attorney. And so I asked him, and he said he didn't know, which is like, his way of saying that this is a very, very obscure legal entity with very, very obscure rules about it. But it's fascinating that these are creations of the common law. These are creations of the judiciary of the Crown of the British Empire, and the only real rules about them are those set down by judges of the Crown, and the rules are pretty simple, and that is that you can't know who's in them because they have no membership list, so you have no idea if knowing they're wealthy foreigners or not, and that nobody can sue to enforce contract within them. In Australia, there was a sheep farmer who became a judge, who passed a judgment in the 50s about these things, and he said that they were a real problem because they were a black hole of law, because all kinds of shenanigans could go on inside them and there was no way of looking into them. That was Justice Wooten, Jim, which I think is a very accurate way of describing what goes on inside them. But they're a rich person's paradise, because if you're one of the founding members, you own the thing like a corporation. None of the money that you put into it is a donation because you're a member. You're not actually donating to your own organization. It's just your money, so you can do whatever you like. And the only time the courts, the British courts, the Commonwealth courts, the Crown courts, the only time they will ever intervene in the affairs of an unincorporated association is on behalf of members who want to get their money back. So basically, the only time the law operates for these things is in support of getting the money back from the wealthy members. So they're a very, very peculiar construction of British law, and you can see how this facilitates empire. It basically allows, it's kind of the cornerstone of British globalism. It allows you to control political parties in foreign nations with absolutely no interference, because it's a creation of common law. It's not legislated. But so the solution would be to prohibit these things under legislation. And, I would love to see some Commonwealth countries like Australia or Canada or Singapore prohibit unincorporated associations under legislation. I think that would throw the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak. But, we can dream.
But I'm not sure.
It's got to be Toby against the Crown, eh?
No, not me. No. You know me. I'm all in favor of nuclear apocalypse. What's up?
Toby, the one that you talk about is the lawsuit between the two temples, right? I think for Singapore's case, right? All these temples are all registered societies, so they are all registered. They are like they are not like secret societies, and they have bank accounts. They have everything. So it's just a matter of. I don't think that's a big matter, but definitely our laws all come from common law. It's all coming from the British law.
No, I'm just saying
and then
if
we
you
evolve
read
from there.
if you read that judgment, one of the judges actually goes on in detail. He makes some interesting comments about unincorporated associations and what they mean. That's like the actual decision in that case is neither here nor there, but it's interesting to hear
Yeah.
the Singaporean judges talk about it.
We follow British law and then we evolve from there. So it's going to be very common to what you all read.
It's
I'm
interesting
not a
to
lawyer,
note.
so it's very boring to read those judgments.
Yeah. Whether it's minority judgment or majority, but anyway, depending on the Court of Appeal or High Court or whatever. But getting back to the Constitution and all that, there's about 198, 200 countries in the world. The only country which does not have a written constitution is Britain. Do you realise that? Every country, Australia, Canada, colonies, whatever, except Britain, it's got common law. For example, the rights, like in America, that you've got your Bill of Rights and you've got your First and Second Amendments, right to bear arms, freedom of speech and all that thing, and the 19th Amendment, which is the right for women to vote. That was a mistake, but anyway, that's another argument for another time. But I do make people laugh, so that's all right. You're in Texas, you're forgiven. Everything is big and better in Texas, so I forgot. But anyway, getting back to the point I was making, it's making me laugh. Sorry, I'm losing my
died.
train
You
of
see, you can't see him anymore. He died.
Yeah, I know. He's on the floor, poor fella. What was I saying? A constitution, yeah. Back to civil rights or human rights or whatever you're talking about is based on common law in Britain and in Australia. We haven't got the Bill of Rights of the person as such.
Yeah, this is why I have such immense respect for the American political system and their system of civic laws. And I think that anybody who disregards it is very foolish, and they don't know what they're talking about, in my view. I think there's a large arrogance, particularly in Australia and in the UK, about like the glorious nature of their law. But from a historical point of view, as you've pointed out, it's actually quite archaic and retarded, and I would argue not fit for purpose. There's a lot that everyone can learn from America, in my view, which is why I don't, I take a dim view of people who mock the American legal system and their system of laws and elections. After all, like a few people have said, oh, we need a Trump in Australia. It's like, yeah, well, they have a Trump, and there are reasons they have a Trump. It's because they have their amendments for, and the big one for me is free speech, because without free speech, nothing else comes.
But
if
that
people
is
are not free if people are not free to speak their minds, you're never going to get any quality of discussion.
Here in Australia,
law.
As we speak, there's no free speech. Do you realise?
No, because we have the common law.
Legislation is frightening, boys and girls, and it's before Parliament. If you say certain things, and I will not repeat, you know where I'm coming from. I hope you do, but I'm suggesting is frightening. Okay, it is a totalitarian, soft totalitarian society, and America's freedom.
But it always has been, Jim. It always has
absolutely.
been. Australia has
You're
never
right.
had
Yeah.
freedoms, you know.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I totally agree. But people are just ignorant. 95% of people don't give a damn. All you got to do is free sex, porn, football,
most of them wave the flag
and then whack it to
and
back, and you're
ridicule
all right.
America.
You're all right. You know.
Most people ridicule America and say that America is some kind of backward nation. So, like, I definitely think we get what we deserve in this respect.
Absolutely. I concur. I agree.
I just searched on Grok. So apparently, you guys do not have Australia do not have a free speech, written into the constitution. So maybe that's why in Singapore we have freedom of expression, and of opinion enshrined in our constitution. However, there is restrictions, for public order and whatnot. So of course, it still can be weaponized, which is which we actively weaponize to make sure that we don't have nonsense people, making shit up, or creating trouble. So it's not total free speech like in the United States, but but you guys don't even have it in constitution, so that's very concerning, Yeah, so it's the constitution's problem.
Well, and as we've seen in the Canadian experience, which I'm assuming is is similar to yours, Wyatt, freedom of expression, when it gets to nut cutting time, doesn't mean a whole lot. Look at the truckers, and look at all the people who supported the truckers, right? People who weren't even there, So,
but Canada have it in its constitution.
You have to blame the son of Castro, Trudeau.
Jeez.
Canada
Why do
have
people
it in
keep
their
mentioning
constitution?
him?
Oh my
He's
God.
gone. Let me forget him, please.
Desi actually, reads law, so so we have actually like half lawyers, or law people, right here.
Even in Indian law also, like in our constitution, we are guaranteed free speech with limited, restrictions. But those limited restrictions have meant that every journalist, including the ones on social media, have to register with the government, and their speech will be checked. And if they are against public policy or against national interest or against national security, they can not just be shut down their platforms, they can actually be arrested and sent to jail. So
it's human rights.
that is
rights,
constitutional
women.
guarantee of free speech. That's constitutional guarantee of free speech in India. So
I just look at the India's one. So India's constitution on free speech is very, very similar to Singapore's. And in terms of enforcement is very close, but we still allow opposition reporting, but not to the what Desi said. But you will definitely attract lawsuits, defamation suits from the politician, 100%. Because if you say something that you cannot prove, you're gonna be dead, man, in Singapore.
That's the difference. That's the difference between Singapore and India. Okay, in Singapore you will be sued for defamation. In India, you'll be sued for sedition.
Oh, that's worse.
See, here's the
Sedition
thing.
is worse.
This is why free speech has to be an absolute, right? There are very few things that should be absolute, but free speech is one of them because it's part of the human condition. And so what this comes down to is like, who do you trust? Do you trust your government or do you trust in God, right? Because when we have a look at where free speech comes from in the American experiment, the belief was that the rights of man came from a superior power to the organization of government. And unless you have that, or unless you have some weird Nietzschean construction where the rights of man come from a belief in yourself, which is basically anarchism, right? You either say that free speech is an absolute and fundamental right that can't be abridged by government, or you have some kind of prevarication which gives authority to the government to make exceptions. And that is why in every country that gives lip service to free speech, which is every country, right, including North Korea, even the worst despotisms have claimed that they support human rights and free speech, right? But then they have these provisos. They have these little carve-outs where the government of the day can make an exception. If you have even one exception to the right of free speech, you have no free speech. You're just another tyranny where the population believes that government is the ultimate authority. That's why, in my view, this is a really simple thing. You have free speech or you don't. And if it's not absolute, you do not have it. And that's the bottom line.
But
here.
in Asian context, God-given means very different thing. Because in Chinese gods, if you mouth at the gods or the deities, And then you desecrate their where we pray, right? We have the table and everything, right? And you desecrate the temple or whatnot. You're gonna die. The lightning gonna smite you, or you're gonna have very bad luck. So God given is not that God given, like in Asian culture. I'm not sure if Hinduism is the same. Like in Chinese, same, right?
It's very
You
similar.
don't desecrate the temple,
Now, in Hinduism, you don't even claim to be, equal or near to God. There's this famous myth
Yeah.
where there's Keralite king who apparently conquered the world. But since he conquered the world, he angered Lord Vishnu, and Lord Vishnu came and he asked, "I need 3 steps worth of land from your country," and then he increased his size and he crushed the entire world or something. So yeah.
So
you cannot.
Can I get back?
Because in Chinese pantheon is this, because every year we pray to the Jade Emperor around on the 7th day of Chinese New Year, or the 9th day, I forgot. So why you pray to the Jade Emperor? Because he rules the world. He's the God. He's the emperor of the heavens. You have to pay respect to him. So God don't give you free speech. You have to pay your respect. That's basically that's why you have to understand China in that mindset. Because that is our culture. The political class, the emperor, the leaders is a totally different animal. You don't challenge them. Yeah.
And this is where the West has it right. Like here in the West, we have what's called sports teams, and that's who we pray to, and that's who we celebrate, and that's all you need to know. It's a good system.
It's a bad system because have you seen Chinese football team? They always lose.
God, I can't imagine.
So they cannot pray to the Chinese football team.
I've never understood how a country of 1 billion people can be so bad at sports. I just never understood it.
As India's football team is also quite bad.
Fair enough.
We play cricket and nothing else. That's a religion. That is not sports. For us, it's religion. We have one religion. We follow that. It's cricket. Play nothing else.
So I want to close already because it's 7 hours streamed already. So let's do closing. And we start with FCS. FCS is super busy. No.
I made him laugh.
I don't know if you can hear me clearly, but again, this is my closing. All right. Well, yeah, hey, Jim, I never mentioned before, but I like your comment on women's right to vote and this other right, that every day we have a new right. Now we have the right to the sexes and the genders, and pretty soon we'll have the right to the colors.
We've got a lot of feminazis here in Australia with pink hair and blue hair and purple hair and all that. Yeah,
hey, man, watch out. The pink hair has a very wet pussy.
They're like dangerous animals. They identify themselves. They're poisonous. Like, a blue-ringed octopus or a cobra.
Closing statements. Nobody interferes.
Again, that's an Australian telling you what are the signs and how you call it, the symbols poison animals through. Australia is a very crazy country. But anyway, yeah, it's been a long time. I've been on the road, but I'm back again in the States, and at least for the next 2-3 months before I disappear again. But it was nice meeting you guys as always. And I know the professor is new here, and I'm first time meeting Jim. For Toby and Nonia and Mehdi, the other guys, they are regulars. And Wyatt, as always, keep up the good work. And again, every now and then I try to tune in. Once I was in Togo. I tried to tune in, but the network won't let me connect to the chat. I just give up. But anyway, nice meeting you guys as always. DP, keep up.
Ciao, man.
Thank you, FCS. Nunya, closing.
Well, thanks, Wyatt. This was a great episode, guys. I enjoyed all the topics. You notice we didn't talk a whole lot about war and death. It was more other stuff, so I thought that was kind of cool. Other than that, I don't have much else to add other than have a great week, and I guess we'll see what happens in the world for next time. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Nunya. And follow Nunya's podcast, Hell in a Handbasket 2000, as you can see in here. So, that's the closing.
Yeah, I recently checked out your episodes, Nuni. It's really, really interesting, by the
Ah,
way.
thanks,
Hell in a
man.
Hell Basket. Yeah. So, yeah.
Cheers.
And everyone should go and check it out. It's really interesting. And yeah, today's episode was really nice. It was amazing talking to all of you, especially Jim, Toby, everyone. Welcome, Professor of Logic. I hope you come back and share your logic with us even next Sunday. And yeah, I hope I hope Trump's tariffs and remanufacturing of the West succeeds. I hope we find a middle ground and sanity between globalist rampage and needs of the middle class and the people. And uh, I I feel like we are slowly moving towards the correct direction in the world, but there's a long, 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 long fight ahead. And as long as people like us, we come out, we connect, we communicate with each other, we put the word out, and also uh, in whatever capacity we can do the work in our own backyards, in our own countries, in our own communities. I think slowly but surely the world will heal and things will get better. So yeah, take care, and I'll leave it to Professor now.
Thank you, Desi. Professor of Logic, closing.
All right, it was very nice to meet you guys. Wyatt, I'm a big fan. I just wanted to say, I think what we've gathered so far is that Britain actually needs Trump. So we'll have to extend the offer to Britain to become the 51st state then, and then Australia can be free. Have a good night, boys.
Thank you, Professor Logic. Toby, closing.
Yeah, good to see everyone. Interesting discussion on the various laws. Look, I want to do a quick plug for the Book of Samuel. If anyone who's like not into the Bible wants to start, the Book of Samuel in the Old Testament is a really good place to start. A lot happens. There's a lot of action, a lot of fights, a lot of shenanigans. But one of the things that's fascinating about the Book of Samuel is the people want a king instead of just relying on the king in heaven. And the prophet Samuel tears his hair out about this because they're disregarding him, because he tells the people, all you need is your king in heaven. But nevertheless, they want an earthly king. And so Samuel gets upset and goes to the Lord, and the Lord says, nah, as the Lord is wont to do. He goes, nah, let them have their kings on earth, then they'll learn eventually, right? So this is one of the more profound parts of the Bible in my view, because you're talking about like over 1,000 years before Christ when these events are pertaining to. So this idea that we're going to put our faith in government instead of the king in heaven, right? This is a very, very old piece of foolishness, right? So it should be no surprise when we see ourselves betrayed by because the reality is globalists, they're just human beings. And they're very greedy, and they want to get the money out of their corporations. And when they tell us that they're out for our best interests, if we believe in that, if we make these people kings on earth instead of like being a little more spiritual and having sort of higher standards of what we think is divine instead of making ourselves divine, we kind of deserve what we get. And so that's why I say, don't worry about all of this. We're either going to get what we deserve, and then we can deal with the irradiated wasteland of redemption, or there'll be a revival, and we'll all enjoy each other's company. But anyway, thanks very much.
What denomination are you? Well, you're Protestant, which?
I'm Muslim on Wednesdays, and I'm an indigenous Jew for most of the rest of the time. But in any case,
right. Good on you.
God bless.
Oh, now not rearranged. Now become Jim. Jim will be the next.
Jim, yeah. Oh no. I'm not. I'm going to be very. Once again, thanks very much. I enjoy your stream immensely, and I hope I've conjured up some sort of a pushback. I'm saying make it more interesting and provocative, but up to a certain limit. I hope I haven't crossed the Rubicon.
Don't worry.
You know what I'm saying?
Your position is actually very close to everyone's position. No,
yeah, all right.
All the softies are not. I shouldn't talk. Sorry,
no. But certain people take it ad hominem. They think you're personalizing, and and I don't want to do that. It's not personal. I'm just sort of talking from my objective or subjective point of view. Once again, thanks very much and good luck. All right. All the best.
Thank you, Jim. Maddie, closing.
Nice to meet you, Jim. I'll be brief. I want to thank everybody in the DPA Army in chat. I want to tell you guys you're the reason why we're really here. And that's why I try when I'm on to pay attention to the chat, because without you guys, what the fuck are we doing this for? Wyatt, another great show. You know, I think Dunya had a good point. We were discussing things other than war, and it was being discussed on a good level of, it wasn't, you know, it's all the Jews or it's all this. It was an actual discussion, which was great to have. And I look forward to, you know, then the ones to come up. You know, what's going to happen in Ukraine. I think the next 2 weeks are going to tell a lot, whether the Russians go for it or maybe they hold back a little bit and wait further, but we'll never know. We don't really know what point they are at right now. Only they do. So I'll just leave it there. So thank you, Wyatt. Go to bed. Have a good day. See you, everyone.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you. So I'll put you in the background. So so that's it. Thank you everyone for participating in DPA Open Mic episode 122, where Trump throws the world into chaos and the beginning of the US-led New World Order. I personally, so my turn to do closing. I super enjoy today's open mic. We talk the talk about economics, different perspective, what is actually happening or what could happen, the geopolitics, the culture, philosophy. I like it. It's much more better than really like talking about Palestine. Because it's like the old script, just repeating itself. Ukraine, Ukraine has become very boring, generally speaking, if as a discussion topic, because everything seems to be, there's not going to be much more. There's not much surprises. Like everything is become very routinized. The Ukrainians will try to defend the Russians' attack. And then the Ukrainians will try to launch drones and strike into Russia's energy, and then the Russians will just do some random missile strikes here and there, and that's basically on repeat every single week. So there's there's only so much you can talk about, the war, the weaponries and the warfare tactics, because they don't change anymore because of drones. Everything is just become and drones, drones, suicide drones, civilian drones, and everything's become very static, and very limited. There's not much anyone can do, and you can see from the Russians tried to go for Andriivka to Oleksievka. They tried to do this mechanized combined assault, like mechanized assault, and they got spotted so early. It's not even a surprise attack, and then they just got bombarded, and then the whole assault didn't seem to work out. At least from the map changing perspective, it's not very successful. So my passion is more towards geopolitics, and I think economics is slowly becoming my new passion. I'm learning more and more about it, and I find it more and more fascinating because of how things affect each other, and we are now in a very unique period of time. We actually seeing massive change in our lifetime. It is not just in technology, like the rise of AI, even internet. When I was a kid, there's no such thing as the internet. So we're seeing massive change in our lifetime. We are very, very blessed to see all these things happening. Now we are seeing the change of the the neoliberal order. We are now witnessing the new start of a new world order, a totally new economic system, or at least a new rule. So there's a rule-based order, right? We always heard about the rule-based order. Now the rules are going to change. So that's the main thing. The rules are going to change, and it's fascinating to watch everybody deal with it. And so in Singapore, my country, even though we are not infiltrated generally by the globalists, we are actually one of the participants of the globalism because we benefit from it. Just like China, just like Vietnam, we game the system very well. We know how to game the system, and however, the system is not going to change. So that's bad for the country because, if it's much harder to game them, we wouldn't be as rich. But I personally do not really think that much is going to change. as much as my prime minister, sounds the alarm and like did this video to to warn Singaporeans, what the world is going to get more and more scary and more dangerous. I personally do not think the things is going to be that worse, because the only thing changed at this moment is for sure is United States going to tariff every import into United States. That alone is not going to do much. And then of course Trump will make use of these crazy numbers in the tariff to extort concessions and change the things around. This alone also nothing special. Like the United States have been pushing people around all the time. So the big change is going to be China, and I think that is the main reason why Singapore is pissed off, because we invested so much money in China, and this entire reform is going to affect China the most. And you can see immediately China retaliated, but yet no one else tried or dare to, because there's no point. Why do you retaliate over a little bit of tariff on the goods? Because generally most people don't sell much to United States nowadays, like in a way, like because why? Because all the manufacturing went to China. Every manufacturing went to China, so most of the world don't really export much anyway. How much goods are we all producing? No, not that much. The biggest hit is going to be China, which is why China is the main one that is retaliating. So what we all going to see is just a worsening relationship between USA and China. That's what I think. And I think some of my predictions may come true. Remember on DPA Open Mic, once upon a time I said that the Chinese economic system is very toxic to the whole world, and this is what Trump is trying to fix. He's trying to make sure that everyone can actually compete and survive, and not just let China dominate the whole thing. Or of course, China by size and power, they will dominate a lot of the sectors, but that's the whole point, is it? At least if you have a choice between Chinese goods and American goods, there's competition. Now it's all Chinese goods. Everything I buy is almost everything I buy is Chinese. So that is the main change, and this is the main big change. And then, however, if China continues to try to go into a full-fledged trade war with United States and they continue to double down, there will be one point where no one can trade with China. That will be the end point, which is like I said before, my prediction is that one day everyone have to cut China off. They cannot trade with China because they will not survive if they continue to have trade relationship with China. This might actually happen, although I did say that this is very hard to happen because China will become so powerful, no one can actually just cut them off so easily. And now the United States is taking the lead, and there's a high chance many countries will follow suit. So I will be pleasantly and unpleasantly surprised if this comes to pass. That means reach a point where a huge number of the countries actually stop trading with China. That would be crazy, but it's not going to be overnight. So it's going to take years. I know people will not agree with me for sure. But let the years pass slowly. As things evolve, you'll probably see it. Like honestly, who would have expected Donald Trump to win the election or do all this shit? Same thing, we will not know. But as time goes by, we start to realize, Trump is going to win the election. Then Trump is going to do tariff. So slowly we'll see things happen. But predictions are predictions. It's not good to have this kind of massive trade war. But yeah, if they really want to compete, then of course the only way is go all the way down. So thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. Thank you for all the super chats. From Madeline, so that's from JN, Bunker Housing, Johari, Madeline Utis, Johari, who else? Let me see. Iranian Putin, Mac 1968, and and Michael Sane. So, and also, if Madeline is still watching, have a great trip, and we're gonna miss Madeline. And that's it. And thank you everyone for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, especially if you haven't subscribe, because the more you subscribe, the more YouTube will try to push. It's gonna be a hard. It's gonna, like I always say, it's gonna be very hard to grow open mic. Because it's a very acquired taste. But we are all family over here. So hope you guys will enjoy your week ahead, and yeah. Then I see you guys in I'm looking for the button to play the outro. And see you guys in the next update. Bye guys.
DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. They grow. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, uncovered, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, uncovered, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table, the world